Chapter 38-31. Mackerel fruit. This is dream grass. And this magnolia flower. Duan Lingtian pocketed his 40,000 contribution points and went to the herb and material exchange area at the side of the Internal Affairs Hall. Soon, he saw many things that he had wanted in the past but could not obtain. Even if the former head of the Linghu family, Linghu Renjie, was willing to help him search for those things, he was powerless to do so. That was because those things were too rare. Furthermore, the moment they appeared, they were all collected by others. This was because these were all herbs used to refine divine pills that aided in the cultivation of godly kings. They were hard currency and there was no need to worry about demand. In addition, at the divine pill exchange area, Duan Lingtian also saw the divine pills refined from the herbs he had seen earlier. However, the price was much more expensive. It was far more expensive than pure materials. Duan Lingtian could understand this. After all, these divine pills were king and emperor level divine pills. Even if he had the materials, not everyone could successfully refine them. Moreover, the success rate of refining pills was also related to the process of refining pills. Of course, Duan Lingtian himself was a divine pill master. To him, it was naturally more cost-effective to directly exchange for the materials. To him, it was a great loss to exchange for the finished product. He was fully confident that he could refine king-level divine pills. To him, the value of exchanging for the materials was much higher than that of other divine pill masters. It seems that with the cultivation resources I can obtain from the Qianlong clan, I will be able to break through to become a high-level godly king very soon. Even the godly emperor realm is not far away. Duan Lingtian's eyes gradually lit up. Then, Duan Lingtian began to buy the materials he needed for refining pills. 40,000 contribution points was not a small amount, but it was not a large amount either. Under his unrestrained spending, he had almost used them all up in 15 minutes. Elder, since I'm such a big customer, shouldn't you give me a discount or something? Is there no wholesale price for these materials sold by the sect? After paying the bill and storing the pile of materials into his storage ring, Duan Lingtian looked at the Internal Affairs Hall elder in charge of exchanging materials with contribution points and asked with a smile. When the Internal Affairs Hall elder heard Duan Lingtian's words, he couldn't help but smile bitterly. Duan Lingtian, this is not something I can decide. If I was doing business outside and you helped me like this, I would definitely give you a good price. But this is the sect, and these materials are not mine. I don't have the right to set the price. Duan Lingtian was not surprised by the Internal Affairs Hall elder's words because he had already guessed that this would be the case. He was only holding on to a sliver of hope and casually asked. If there was really a slight possibility of a discount, he might be able to get a discount when buying materials in the future. Little Tian. Just as Duan Lingtian was about to leave the Internal Affairs Hall, he received a message from Dongfang Yannian. Are you still in the Internal Affairs Hall? Brother Yannian. Duan Lingtian was stunned for a moment before he quickly said, I'm in the Internal Affairs Hall. Brother Yannian, is there something you need? I'll head over right now. Dongfang Yannian said, leave 3 of your remaining limit meridian recovery divine pills for me. I'll buy them from you at the price you sold them for before. 10,000 contribution points for one. Duan Lingtian smiled bitterly. Brother Yannian, if you want them, I'll give them to you. No. Even if we are friends, that's a separate matter. As the saying goes, even between brothers, things should be settled clearly. It's already good that you left me 3. If I'm not mistaken, you'll soon have a group of people buying limit meridian recovery divine pills from you. Almost at the same time that Dongfang Yannian finished speaking, Duan Lingtian heard a clamor in his ears. Duan Lingtian is over there. Duan Lingtian, sell me a few limit meridian recovery divine pills. Duan Lingtian, in the blink of an eye, before Duan Lingtian could respond to Dongfang Yannian, a group of people had surrounded Duan Lingtian. These people were basically the inner sect elders of the Qianlong clan. Among them were 2 white dragon elders. They had all come for limit meridian recovery divine pills. With so many people wanting to buy limit meridian recovery divine pills, Duan Lingtian felt a bit of a headache. Although he had guessed that there would be people wanting to buy his remaining limit meridian recovery divine pills, he didn't expect so many people to specially rush over. Moreover, they were all staring at him like hungry wolves that had seen their prey. Elders. Duan Lingtian was the first to express his stance in the face of the crowd's chatter. Among the 6 Supreme Meridian Recovery Divine Pills in my possession, I've already sold 3 of them earlier. Now, I only have 3 Supreme Meridian Recovery Divine Pills left. See if you want to discuss among yourselves who to give the 3 Limit Meridian Recovery Divine Pills to. Duan Lingtian said, as for the price, it's still 10,000 contribution points per pill. It could be said that for Duan Lingtian to be able to do this, he could definitely be considered a kind seller. However, the development of the situation was often out of Duan Lingtian's expectations. Almost at the same time he finished speaking, someone shouted, Duan Lingtian, I'll pay 12,000 contribution points for 1 Limit Meridian Recovery Divine Pill. Sell it to me. The next moment, another person followed suit and said, I'll pay 15,000 contribution points. I'll take all 3. 50,000 contribution points. Sell all 3 to me. A group of people called out prices one after another. In the end, when Dongfang Yannian arrived, the 2 White Dragon Elders had even raised the price of the 3 Limit Meridian Recovery Divine Pills to 100,000 contribution points. 3 pills for 100,000 contribution points. Dongfang Yannian, who had just arrived, was shocked. At the same time, he looked at Duan Lingtian and said with a bitter smile, Little Tian, all my contribution points added together is only 70,000. As for the rest, how about I return it to you later? Right now, Dongfang Yannian was truly embarrassed. On one hand, he didn't want to take advantage of Duan Lingtian. On the other hand, he didn't have that many contribution points. Brother Yannian, what are you saying? They're blindly making a ruckus. I didn't even have a chance to say anything. Duan Lingtian said in a somewhat speechless manner. Right after that, one of the White Dragon Elders called out a price of 110,000 contribution points. After ending this auction, Duan Lingtian finally had a chance to speak. Elders, I believe that you're all buying Limit Meridian Recovery Divine Pills for the upcoming Emperor battle. As for me, I really don't have that many Limit Meridian Recovery Divine Pills. However, I don't plan on letting you all bid. For Limit Meridian Recovery Divine Pills, I'll still sell them to the Elder with the highest price at 10,000 contribution points each. As for the other Elders, I can now refine the Limit Meridian Recovery Divine Pills that you all need. However, I'll need you to prepare the materials. Additionally, I'll need to add a processing fee. As for the processing fee, you can choose to use 10,000 contribution points or some of the medicinal herbs that I'll list out later. Before I leave the Internal Affairs Hall, I'll leave the names of those medicinal herbs for you. Of course, if you use medicinal herbs, you'll be left with quite a lot of contribution points. After that, Duan Lingtian split the 6 Limit Meridian Recovery Divine Pills between Dongfang Yannian and another White Dragon Elder. After receiving 60,000 contribution points, he took out a pen and paper and wrote down the names of some of the medicinal herbs that he needed. These medicinal herbs were things that Duan Lingtian hadn't seen in the Internal Affairs Hall at the moment. Some of them just happened to be sold out in the Internal Affairs Hall. There were also some that weren't very common even in the Internal Affairs Hall. Duan Lingtian. After reading the list of medicinal herbs that Duan Lingtian had written down, an inner sect elder gave Duan Lingtian a thumbs up. This is the first time that I'm sincerely convinced by an inner sect disciple of the Tianlong clan. You clearly had the opportunity to earn a large amount of contribution points, but you gave it up because you didn't want to sacrifice so much for us. Many years later, if you have a chance to fight for the position of clan leader, I'll definitely support you. I just feel that with the War of Emperors at hand, I shouldn't take advantage of the situation. Duan Lingtian smiled and said, I also hope that all the elders and your families will be able to enter the War of Emperors in one piece and come out safe and sound. At this moment, all the Tianlong clan elders and disciples who had personally witnessed the sequence of events looked at Duan Lingtian in a different light. It could be said that at this moment, Duan Lingtian's character had completely convinced these people. In the past, I only heard that Duan Lingtian's talent and comprehension were heaven-defying, so I thought that he must be a junior with good luck. Today, after seeing Duan Lingtian's character, I can't help but feel that it's only natural for you to be where you are today. Perhaps it's because of Duan Lingtian's selflessness that allowed him to cultivate so smoothly and become a medium divine king
They
at
all
such a
said
young
that
age.
he had the demeanor
Duan
of a
Lingtian,
future clan
if you
leader.
ever need any help
Duan
in the
Lingtian
future,
was worried
as long
that
as
the
it's
current
within my
clan
power,
leader of the
I
Qianlong
won't
clan
refuse.
would come
The
looking for
surrounding
trouble
crowd
because
was
this.
full of praises
Fortunately,
for Duan Lingtian.
he hadn't come.
Even though Duan
Of course,
Lingtian had
Duan
experienced a
Lingtian
lot
also
along the
knew
way,
that the
he
clan
still
leader
felt
of the
a little
Qianlong
overwhelmed
clan would
and his
definitely
cheeks were
praise him
burning.
for what he had done.
Selflessness.
He definitely
He knew
wouldn't
that he
denounce
wasn't
him.
worthy of these
After
4
all,
words.
what he had
If
done
it weren't
was
for the
beneficial
impending
to the
emperor
Qianlong
battle
clan,
and the fact that the
perhaps
ultimate
because of his
meridian
good
recovery
deed this
pill
time,
concerned
the
the lives
Qianlong
of some
clan would have
Qianlong
fewer
clan elders
casualties
and
in the emperor
disciples who had
battle
entered
plane
the
in the
emperor
future.
battle plane.
When I
He would
told
have really
Hu
wanted
Tian
to
that I might
maximize
have
his
become a
profits
divine
and earn
emperor
as much
by the
as he
time
could.
the emperor battle
Even
begins,
Duan Lingtian
I was
himself
just saying it
hadn't
casually.
expected that
But
today's
based
trip
on the
to
current
Internal Affairs
situation,
Hall would
it's
make
really
him a figure
possible.
praised by
A few
everyone in the
Qianlong clan
Qianlong
elders
clan had sent Duan Lingtian various herbs that the Internal Affairs Hall didn't have as a processing fee. Duan Lingtian felt that he might be able to break through to the Divine Emperor realm within 5 years. These herbs were all used to refine various divine pills that aided the cultivation of divine kings. Chapter 38-32. The Ultimate Meridian Restoring Divine Pill was one of the most difficult king-grade divine pills to refine. Even the number 1 divine pill master of the Qianlong clan, the former clan master of the Qianlong clan, had never been able to refine it. Now that Duan Lingtian wanted to refine the Ultimate Meridian Restoring Divine Pill, it naturally attracted a lot of attention. Originally, Duan Lingtian had planned to refine the Ultimate Meridian Restoring Divine Pill in private. However, he didn't expect Xue Haichuan to come to him directly and tell him that the clan master wanted him to refine the Ultimate Meridian Restoring Divine Pill in public. In return, the clan master was willing to help him gather all the herbs he needed and spare no effort. Moreover, the limit was 300,000 contribution points. 300,000 contribution points was actually not a lot for Duan Lingtian now. Currently, he had received more than 50 orders to refine the Ultimate Meridian Restoring Divine Pill, which were worth more than 500,000 contribution points. However, Duan Lingtian was still tempted. The Qianlong clan's efforts to gather herbs for him would definitely be more efficient than the Qianlong clan elders who needed his help to refine the Ultimate Meridian Restoring Divine Pill. I really didn't expect the Ultimate Meridian Restoring Divine Pill to bring me such great benefits. This was something Duan Lingtian didn't expect. As for refining the Ultimate Meridian Restoring Divine Pill in public, it was nothing to Duan Lingtian. After all, the way of divine pills relied on restraint. The most important thing was to sense the vitality in the spiritual qi of heaven and earth, as well as the steps to extract it. These 2 steps, which were extremely difficult in the eyes of ordinary divine pill masters, were not difficult for Duan Lingtian, who had a divine tree of life in his small world. Before coming to the Qianlong clan, he had already refined the Ultimate Emperor-grade divine pill, but the success rate was higher because it was easier to refine the Ultimate Emperor-grade divine pill. Even so, Duan Lingtian's alchemy skills were second to none in Tunglung province. This was because no one in the Tunglung province could refine Ultimate Emperor-level divine pellets as easily as Duan Lingtian. Even the ones that were easier to refine. There had been people who had refined a Limit Emperor-level divine pill before, but it was mostly due to luck. It was extremely difficult to replicate and refine a second Limit Emperor-level divine pill. Of course, Duan Lingtian had no intention of exposing the fact that he had refined a Limit Emperor-grade divine pellet. It was better to reveal some of his trump cards appropriately. To him, the pros outweighed the cons. However, once he revealed too much, he would not be able to control it properly. The cons would outweigh the pros. Duan Lingtian had been doing his best to maintain this balance. He didn't dare to act recklessly, as if he was treading on thin ice. However, even if the news of me being able to refine an Ultimate Limit Meridian Recovery divine pill spreads, the few peak God Emperor forces in Tunglung province would not be able to sit still. This was something that Duan Lingtian had already expected. He even felt that his performance in the Hidden Dragon Grand Competition was enough to attract the attention of those peak God Emperor forces in Tunglung province. As for why they didn't send anyone over, it was probably related to the Qianlong clan and Supreme Yi sect's emperor battle. If a talented young man could survive the baptism of an emperor battle, His future achievements would definitely be higher than if he didn't participate in the Emperor battle. Therefore, under such circumstances, those peak God Emperor forces would definitely be happy for Du and Lingtian to participate in the Emperor battle. As long as Du and Lingtian could survive the Emperor battle, they would immediately extend an olive branch to Du and Lingtian after the Emperor battle ended. Moreover, once the Emperor battle started, the peak God Emperor forces in Tung Lung province, according to the tradition of Tung Lung province, could not casually poach people from other peak God Emperor forces. Of course, when they said they couldn't poach people, they mainly meant that they couldn't poach God Emperor experts. On this day, a group of people gathered in the valley where the inner sect disciples cultivated. Among these people, there were many white dragon elders, and even some black dragon elders. What's going on? Why are there so many white dragon elders here? Moreover, even 2 black dragon elders have come. These 2 black dragon elders seem to be one of the few god alchemists in our Qianlong clan, right? Some of the inner sect disciples who had been cultivating in seclusion recently and had just walked out of their cultivation grounds looked at the vast group of people in the sky above the valley. They were a little stunned. However, as others in the know explained the situation to them, they also understood the ins and outs of the matter. Du and Lingtian will start refining the Ultimate Limit Meridian Recovery Divine Pill in public today. The Ultimate Limit Meridian Recovery Divine Pill is one of the hardest king-grade divine pills to refine. He can actually refine it. Is this a joke? Yes. Although he could refine Ultimate Spirit-grade divine pills whenever he wanted when he was in the Linghu family, the Ultimate Spirit-grade divine pill and the Ultimate King-grade divine pill are 2 completely different concepts, especially the Ultimate Meridian Recovery divine pill, which is one of the hardest king-grade divine pills to refine. He once took out 10 Ultimate Limit Meridian Recovery divine pills in the Internal Affairs Hall and said he refined them. I think we don't have to question him anymore. When he refines the Meridian Recovery divine pill in public, we'll know if he can refine the Ultimate Limit Meridian Recovery divine pill. That's true. After the valley became lively, more and more inner sect disciples walked out of their residences. Many inner sect elders even came over to join in the fun. As time passed, even some inner sect deacons and outer sect elders came over. If it was not for the restrictions on the inner sect disciples' cultivation area, which prevented outer sect disciples and outer sect deacons from coming over, more people would have come. In fact, not many of those who came to join in the fun were divine pill masters. They came mainly to see if Du and Lingtian could really refine the Ultimate Limit Meridian Recovery divine pill. Du and Lingtian can actually refine the Ultimate Limit Meridian Recovery divine pill. Ding Yang, who had just returned from a mission outside, had a shocked expression on his face. At this moment, there was a beautiful young lady standing next to Ding Yang. She was dressed in a fiery red long dress, but there was a hint of arrogance between her brows. Ding Yang, that Du and Lingtian. He's your friend, right? The young lady glanced at Ding Yang indifferently and asked in an indifferent tone. Yes. Ding Yang nodded, then a bitter smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. This young lady had been forced by Uncle Sikong to go on a mission with him. Along the way, she had not taken the initiative to talk to him. He did not expect that she would take the initiative to talk to him now because of Du and Lingtian. Did he owe this to Du and Lingtian? Thinking of this, Ding Yang laughed at himself. Before he returned to the Qianlong clan, he had expressed to his uncle Sikong that he wanted to call off the engagement with this young lady. Otherwise, he would not have followed them back. At that time, his uncle Sikong had no choice but to agree. After that, although this eldest young miss, who was his uncle Sikong's daughter, didn't target him like before because of the annulment of the engagement, she was incomparably cold to him and always looked down on him. No matter what, he was still a man. Although they were no longer fated to be husband and wife, being looked down on by a woman like this was a strong challenge to his pride as a man. A large part of the reason why he was able to improve so much over the years was because of this woman's contempt. Me. Sikong Yu snorted coldly and said in disdain, "Birds of a feather flock together. Someone who is willing to be friends with you, Ding Yang, is probably not much better. Refining a limit meridian recovery pill? I think it's just empty talk. I'm afraid that refining it in front of everyone today will be a disgrace." Sikong Yu's words seemed to have determined that it was impossible for Ding Yang's friend to refine a limit meridian recovery pill. It was already rare for someone to have such strength before they were 3,000 years old. Wanting to have such achievements in the Tao of divine pills? Looking at the history of Tunglung province, there had probably never been such an existence. Sikong Yu. Ding Yang's expression instantly became ugly. It's fine if you look down on me. I'm indeed inferior to you. But you don't have the qualifications to look down on Duan Lingtian. Although you're a higher divine king, do you dare say that you're a match for Duan Lingtian? As he finished speaking, the corners of Ding Yang's mouth curled into a mocking smile. Sikong Yu was the Azure Dragon disciple of the Tianlong clan. His status and treatment in the Tianlong clan surpassed that of inner sect disciples and was comparable to inner sect elders. Of course, if Duan Lingtian were to participate in the Azure Dragon disciple test now, he would definitely pass smoothly. Azure Dragon disciple was an honor bestowed to the genius disciples of the clan by the Tianlong clan. The Azure Dragon disciple test targeted different ages and had different levels of difficulty. The younger the age, the easier the test. You have to know that Duan Lingtian is even younger than me. And you are even older than me by a few hundred years. As Ding Yang finished speaking, the mocking smile on his face grew thicker. And Sikong Yu's expression also became ugly as Ding Yang finished speaking. Everyone has their own fortuitous encounters. Even if this Duan Lingtian is stronger than me now, it's only because his luck is better than mine. If all the fortuitous encounters he encountered along the way were given to me, Sikong Yu, I would absolutely not be inferior to him. As Sikong Yu finished speaking, his tone was resolute and filled with deep confidence. Fart. When Ding Yang heard Sikong Yu's words, he couldn't help but sneer. Sikong Yu, you have the face to say this. Then why don't you say that Duan Lingtian is from a Devata realm and doesn't have any background to rely on? Whereas you have the support of Uncle Sikong since you were young. 1,000 years ago, you were an Azure Dragon disciple in the Tianlong clan and enjoyed treatment equivalent to an inner sect elder. Is this something that Duan Lingtian can compare to? It's fine if you mock me. I, Ding Yang, am indeed inferior to you and don't have the confidence to debate with you. But you really can't compare to Duan Lingtian. As for you saying he can't refine a limit meridian recovery divine pill, I find it even more laughable. It's absolutely impossible for the Duan Lingtian I know to joke about something like this. In the past, Ding Yang had always endured Sikong Yu's ridicule, and he had a bellyful of anger. It was fine if Sikong Yu was only talking about him, and he could endure it. But when Sikong Yu said he was a friend, Ding Yang couldn't endure it any longer and completely exploded. Chapter 38-33. Ding Yang. Sikong Yu stared at Ding Yang. At this moment, her pair of beautiful autumn eyes were suffused with an ice-cold killing intent. If it wasn't for the fact that your father is my father's good friend, I would have killed you several times over for your contemptuous word. The Tianlong clan's rule of not killing each other is useless against me. You should be aware of this. As he spoke, the cold glint in Sikong Yu's eyes grew even stronger. It was like a blade, like a sword, extremely sharp. I know. Ding Yang said indifferently, it's naturally easy for you, Sikong Yu, to take my life. However, I, Ding Yang, won't even bat an eyelid. I owe Uncle Sikong a lot. As Uncle Sikong's daughter, I'll accept it if you can repay his kindness with your life if you kill me. Currently, Ding Yang was like a dead pig that was unafraid of boiling water. Sikong Yu was so angry that her chest heaved up and down like a bellows. Her divine energy was about to surge out of her body, but she forced herself not to make a move. Ding Yang, even if my father allows me to travel with you in the Emperor battle in 4 years, I won't travel with you. Today, you've completely infuriated me, Sikong Yu said coldly. In the Emperor battle realm, even if I, Sikong Yu, saw that you were about to be killed, I still wouldn't save you. However, Ding Yang smiled when he heard Sikong Yu's words. I never planned to travel with you in the Emperor battle in 4 years. If Uncle Sikong really arranged it that way, I would have rejected it myself. As for you not saving me in the Emperor battle, I won't have any complaints. If I die in there, I can only say that I, Ding Yang, am not strong enough and have bad luck. Ding Yang's indifferent expression angered Sikong Yu to the point that her pretty face turned increasingly ugly. In the end, she simply ignored Ding Yang and followed the crowd's gazes, looking towards a courtyard within the inner sect disciples' training grounds. This courtyard was also the focus of everyone's attention. This was because Duan Lingtian lived in it. Alchemist Duan, it's time for you to come out. One of the two Black Dragon elders present called out very politely. The Black Dragon elder was dressed in a long green robe. He had white hair and a ruddy complexion. He looked as though he had attained the Tao. He was the only Black Dragon elder in the Tianlong clan who came from a Devata realm. One could say that he was from the Duan Lingtian's hometown, but he was not a native of the realms of gods. Duan Lingtian had once refined an ultimate spirit-grade divine pill, and a few days ago, he had taken out 10 ultimate meridian-restoring divine pills. Now, he even threatened to refine an ultimate meridian-restoring divine pill in public. As a god alchemist, Duan Lingtian had already gained the approval of this Black Dragon elder. Moreover, he knew Duan Lingtian was from a Devata realm, so he had a good impression of Duan Lingtian. He did not treat Duan Lingtian as a junior at all. Although it was possible that Duan Lingtian was unable to refine an ultimate meridian-restoring divine pill, the people present on the scene did not think it was likely. If Duan Lingtian was unable to refine an ultimate meridian-restoring divine pill, would he dare to say he would refine it in public? The people present on the scene were unaware that Duan Lingtian was refining pills in public because the sect leader of the Tianlong clan had asked Shui Haichuan to relay a message to Duan Lingtian. Not many people in the Tianlong clan were aware of this. At the very least, the people present at the inner sect disciples' cultivation area were unaware of this. In a room in the courtyard, Duan Lingtian was cultivating with his eyes closed. All of a sudden, Duan Lingtian opened his eyes when he heard the voice from outside. He was stunned. It's time. Last time, Shui Haichuan had passed the Sky Dragon sect's sect master's message to him. He had also specifically told Shui Haichuan that he needed him to go out and demonstrate how to refine the Limit Meridian Recovery Divine Pill. He had also sent him a message to remind him that he was worried that he would be delayed because of cultivation. However, before Shui Haichuan's message arrived, Duan Lingtian was woken up by someone else. Brother Haichuan, is today the day you're going to refine pills in public? Duan Lingtian asked Shui Haichuan through voice transmission. Huh? Shui Haichuan was stunned as well. Is it today? I asked Dongfang Yannian to send me a message today, but he didn't send me a message at all. That guy is really unreliable. Duan Lingtian was speechless when he heard Shui Haichuan ridiculing Dongfang Yannian. I didn't even say you were unreliable, and you're blaming me. After a short while, Duan Lingtian had just gotten out of bed when Dongfang Yannian's message arrived. Little Tian, I'm really sorry. I've been helping your sister-in-law recover her heavenly meridians and didn't pay attention to the time, so I forgot to remind Shui Haichuan. Duan Lingtian couldn't help but shake his head when he heard this. It was obvious that Shui Haichuan had definitely sent a message to ridicule Dongfang Yannian. Otherwise, Dongfang Yannian wouldn't have sent him a message to apologize. After exchanging a few pleasantries with Dongfang Yannian, Duan Lingtian walked out of the room and stepped into the air. So many people. Only now did he carefully look at the top of the canyon. He immediately saw a black mass of people that covered the sky. His Duan Lingtian. He's really young. I heard he's not even 3,000 years old. He's not even 3,000 years old, but his strength is at the peak of the inner sect disciples. Moreover, he knows how to refine ultimate king-grade divine pills. What a monster. As soon as Duan Lingtian appeared, he attracted everyone's attention. Many people who were seeing him for the first time couldn't help but exclaim in awe. Master Duan. At the same time, Duan Lingtian saw an old man with white hair and a ruddy complexion who was dressed in a Daoist robe flying toward him. His face was filled with a kind smile. Duan Lingtian narrowed his eyes. After a short while, he confirmed the old man's identity through the identity token on his waist. He was the Black Dragon Elder of the Tianlong clan. Master Duan, I'm Yuan Gangming, the Black Dragon Elder of the Tianlong clan. The old man arrived in front of Duan Lingtian and introduced himself politely. Elder Yuan. Duan Lingtian greeted the old man. This was not his first time hearing the old man's name. Previously, when he was chatting with Xue Haichuan had mentioned this old man. The reason Xue Haichuan mentioned this old man was because, like him, the old man was not a native of the realms of gods. Both of them were from the Devata realms. Moreover, Xue Haichuan had also said this old man was an emperor-grade divine alchemist. He was one of the most outstanding divine alchemists in the Tianlong clan apart from the old ancestor, Master Duan. After a short while, another Black Dragon elder stepped forward and greeted Duan Lingtian. This old man was dressed in a light grey robe. He had a medium build and an ordinary appearance. He was the kind of person who would be difficult to spot in a crowd. Before the grey-clad old man could even speak, Yuan Gangming had already taken the initiative to introduce him to Duan Lingtian. Master Duan, this is Hu Fang, old geezer Hu. His strength is ordinary, and he's barely on par with me. However, in terms of divine pills, he's slightly inferior to me. Nonsense. As soon as Yuan Gangming finished speaking, Hu Fang shouted angrily, Yuan Gangming, do you want to compete or what? Are you saying my attainment in divine alchemy is inferior to yours? With your half-baked skills, you have the face to say such things. Seeing that the two old men were about to quarrel, Duan Lingtian smiled awkwardly. The two of you didn't come here today to quarrel in front of so many people, right? As soon as Duan Lingtian said this, the two old men fell silent. Yuan Gangming snorted coldly, old ghost Hu, today I'm not going to argue with you because of Master Duan's face. Hu Fang was not to be outdone. It's because of Master Duan that I'm not going to argue with you. The two of you. Duan Lingtian smiled bitterly. No matter who is going to argue with who, let's talk about it after I finish refining the divine alchemy. I'll only refine 3 meridian restoring divine pills in front of everyone. As soon as Duan Lingtian said this, the two old men finally stopped quarreling. However, they were still staring at each other. Duan Lingtian felt a little helpless. Were these two old men really the Tianlong clan's Black Dragon elders and high-level divine emperors? Why did they look more like two old hooligans and scoundrels? This was especially true for Yuan Gangming. He had the demeanor of an immortal and looked like an enlightened expert. However, at the moment, he was like an unreasonable woman who kept on chattering. His inner and outer appearance were two extremes. At this moment, an indifferent voice seemed to come from all directions. You two old men, get out of my way. Don't disturb Duan Lingtian when he's refining the divine alchemy. Otherwise, I don't mind sparring with you personally. You can join forces. I don't mind. This was an indifferent voice. Although it sounded old, it was full of energy. When they heard this voice, Yuan Gangming and Hu Fang, who were still staring at each other, immediately returned to their original serious appearance. At the same time, they cupped their hands and bowed to the people around them. Old sect leader, I'll go to the side now. Old sect leader, please calm down. As soon as the two of them said this, an uproar broke out in the surroundings. That voice just now. Was it the old sect leader? In the Tianlong clan, the old sect leader's status was equivalent to the Golden Dragon elders. It was said that the old ancestor was not only highly accomplished in the divine alchemy Dao, but he had also caused several top emperor gods in Tunglung province to extend an olive branch to him many times. His strength was also not inferior to the other Golden Dragon elders in the Tianlong clan. In the Tianlong clan, the old sect leader was an elusive figure. Very few people had seen him before. Because of this, although his voice had sounded earlier, only Yuan Gangming and Hu Fang, who were both Black Dragon elders, could tell it was his voice. Old sect leader? Duan Lingtian was surprised. He did not expect the old sect leader of the Tianlong clan would also be paying attention to him now. This old man is still spying on me secretly. Is he trying to secretly learn how to refine the Supreme Meridian Restoration Divine Pill from me? Duan Lingtian's current thoughts were not known to the old sect leader. Otherwise, the old sect leader would most likely show up and kill him directly. Now, many of the onlookers were whispering among themselves. Even the old sect leader is paying attention to this. It seems that he is also very interested in Duan Lingtian's method of refining the Supreme Meridian Restoration Divine Pill. Do you think? After the old sect leader observed Duan Lingtian's method of refining the Supreme Meridian Restoration Divine Pill, will he also be able to refine the Supreme Meridian Restoration Divine Pill? I think he definitely can. Even if Duan Lingtian can refine the Supreme Meridian Restoration Divine Pill and the old sect leader can't, I don't think we can say that the old sect leader's attainment in the Divine Pill Dao is inferior to Duan Lingtian's. It must be that Duan Lingtian has mastered the technique of refining the Supreme Meridian Restoration Divine Pill. If the old sect leader knew about this technique, he would definitely be able to refine the Supreme Meridian Restoration Divine Pill. I also don't believe that Duan Lingtian's attainment in the Divine Pill Dao is higher than the old sect leader's. Chapter 38-34. The old sect leader of the Tianlong clan was a legendary figure in the Tianlong clan. Most of the Tianlong clan disciples regarded him as their idol. Even the remaining disciples admired him very much. In their opinion, this was not the case. Even if such a person did not refine the ultimate limit meridian restoring divine pill, it could only be said that he did not grasp the trick and failed to refine it. As for Duan Lingtian, it was most likely due to his good luck that he managed to obtain the technique to refine the Supreme Limit Meridian Recovery Divine Pill. Today, as long as the old sect leader watched Duan Lingtian refine the ultimate limit meridian restoring divine pill, he would definitely be able to refine the ultimate limit meridian restoring divine pill as well. Who knows, maybe the trick Duan Lingtian used to refine the ultimate limit meridian restoring divine pill can be used to refine other ultimate limit king grade divine pills. If that's the case, once the old sect leader grasps the trick, he'll be able to refine the ultimate limit king grade divine pills at will. He might even be able to refine the ultimate limit emperor grade divine pills. The ultimate limit emperor grade divine pill. If the old sect leader can really refine such a divine pill, I'm afraid he'll be ranked in the top 3 in the entire Tunglung province in terms of divine pill Dao. However, Duan Lingtian is really lucky to have grasped the trick to refine the ultimate limit meridian restoring divine pill. I wonder where he got it from. Divine pill masters, watch carefully. Who knows, maybe you'll be able to refine the ultimate limit divine pill after you've grasped the trick. When their eyes fell on Duan Lingtian again, most of them were filled with curiosity and anticipation, but most of them were filled with eagerness and desire. Trick. Although the group of Tianlong clan disciples were whispering among themselves, Duan Lingtian could hear them clearly. He could not help but laugh inwardly. These fellows would most likely be disappointed in a while. Trick. Naturally, he had it. However, no one was able to learn his tricks. I have the divine tree of life in my body from the ruins of a realm of gods. Do you have the same in your lesser worlds? Ever since Duan Lingtian arrived in the realms of gods, he had learned many things that he did not know before, including the world-cleansing divine water, one of the 5 divine elements, did not tell him. Perhaps, even the world-cleansing divine water wasn't sure. As it turned out, when a realm of gods was reduced to ruins, the ruins of the realm of gods would fall into spatial turbulence at the same time. No one would be able to track it down. Moreover, although the divine tree of life could be found in the ruins of a realm of gods, the divine tree of life would be destroyed along with the realm of gods. Duan Lingtian's divine tree of life had survived the destruction of the realm of gods due to the world-cleansing divine water. That was the only reason it was able to survive. If Duan Lingtian did not enter the ruins of the realm of gods and take the divine tree of life away, the divine tree of life would have withered in just a few years. After all, the world-cleansing divine water was not omnipotent. It could not keep the divine tree of life in the ruins of a realm of gods. Is it possible that he can refine the ultimate limit meridian restoring divine pill? Sai Kongyu frowned when he heard the whispers of the inner disciples around him and saw the indifferent expression on Duan Lingtian's face. He found it hard to believe. How could someone like Duan Lingtian be friends with Ding Yang? Was Duan Lingtian blind? Ding Yang, who was standing not far away from Sai Kongyu, was not surprised. However, he was worried about Duan Lingtian. Therefore, he sent a message to Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian, if you really have the trick to refining the ultimate limit meridian restoring divine pill, it's best if you keep it a secret. Although it's selfish of you, there's no need for you to reveal your secret to someone else. Old sect master, if you really want the secret, Ask him to exchange it for something else. To be honest, if you really have such a secret, it's not something that can be measured by ordinary things. Although Ding Yang's words were selfish, they were for Duan Lingtian's sake. Even if he could not keep the secret, he could still ask for some benefits. There was no need for him to give the secret to someone else, even if the other party was the old sect master of the Qianlong clan. To him, no matter how high Duan Lingtian's status in the Qianlong clan was, he was still a stranger. Moreover, if Duan Lingtian was not the old sect master of the Qianlong clan but his uncle Sikong, who treated him like his own son, he would have reminded Duan Lingtian the same way. It was not that he was ungrateful, but that was another matter altogether. If it was something that belonged to him, he would give it to his uncle Sikong unconditionally. However, it did not belong to him. It belonged to Duan Lingtian, and Duan Lingtian was his friend. Naturally, he would not be so selfish as to ask Duan Lingtian to give it away for free. Don't worry. In response to Ding Yang's reminder, Duan Lingtian felt a warmth in his heart. He quickly replied, "No one can learn my secret." "No one can learn it." Ding Yang was stunned. Then, he sent a message with some disappointment. "Then this secret cannot be exchanged for any benefits. A secret that no one can learn." You can imagine how desperate the old sect master and the other divine alchemists present would be if they knew this now. Let's begin. The old sect master of the Qianlong clan's voice once again reverberated in all directions, landing heavily in Duan Lingtian's ears. Obviously, he was very anxious about Duan Lingtian refining the ultimate meridian recovery divine pill. Usually, Duan Lingtian would hide in his own residence to refine pills. Due to the restrictions of the array, even a high-level divine emperor would not be able to spy on Duan Lingtian while he refined pills without alerting Duan Lingtian. Moreover, once Duan Lingtian was alerted, Duan Lingtian would definitely stop refining pills. That would not achieve the goal of spying on Duan Lingtian. It would be meaningless. Yes. After all, the other party was the old sect master of the Qianlong clan. Even if the old sect master was not in front of him, Duan Lingtian still did not dare to be presumptuous. Then, in front of everyone, he began to refine pills. It was just like how he usually refined pills. It was as light as the clouds and breezy as the wind. He did as he pleased. Although his technique is practiced, this level of proficiency is something that any outstanding king-grade divine alchemist would be able to do. It seems like Duan Lingtian's secret lies in sensing the life force in the heaven and earth spiritual qi, as well as extracting the life force from the heaven and earth spiritual qi. Some of the divine alchemists present muttered similar words to themselves. Up until now, Duan Lingtian's refining technique had been standard and cautious. However, there was nothing outstanding about it. They were sure that most of them could do the same. He's going to start sensing the life force in the heaven and earth spiritual qi. Soon, Duan Lingtian reached the critical moment of refining the meridian restoration divine pill. He began to sense the life force in the heaven and earth spiritual qi. This was also the first time Duan Lingtian was refining a divine pill in the Qianlong clan. It had to be said that the Qianlong clan was worthy of being called a god-emperor grade divine stone sect. The heaven and earth spiritual qi in the Qianlong temple was extremely rich. It was not something that Duan Lingtian's Linghu family could compare to. Duan Lingtian could sense the life energy in the heaven and earth spirit energy here. He could not help but sigh inwardly. The life energy in the heaven and earth spirit energy here is enough for me to refine an ordinary emperor grade divine pill into a supreme divine pill. It's more than enough to refine an ultimate emperor grade divine pill. Although there were thousands of thoughts in his mind, Duan Lingtian's movements did not slow down at all. He was familiar with the process of extracting the life force in the heaven and earth spiritual qi. At first, the divine alchemists present did not think much of it. However, when they saw the life force flowing into the pill cauldron, they were stunned. This much? The Black Dragon Elder, Yuan Gongming's pupils shrank rapidly as a look of shock appeared on his face. On the other side, the other Black Dragon Elder, Hu Fang, who was not on good terms with Yuan Gangming, did not expose him. How did he do it? How can he extract so much life force? Even the old sect master can't do this, right? Moreover, looking at his method of extracting the life force, It's obviously very crude and direct. Obviously, he sensed a large amount of life force, and the life force does not seem to reject him, allowing him to use such a simple and crude method to guide it. At this point, Hu Fang did not know what to say anymore. Did Duan Lingtian have a knack for it? Obviously not. It was said that the deeper one's attainment in the heaven and earth spiritual qi, the more life force one could sense. However, the old sect master of the Tianlong clan was an expert in the law of life. His comprehension of the law of life was definitely stronger than Duan Lingtian's. Even so, the old sect master's efficiency in sensing the life force in the heaven and earth spiritual qi was still not as good as Duan Lingtian's. Moreover, it was not just a little bit, but a lot. With so much life force, if he can't refine the ultimate meridian restoration divine pill, then his alchemy skills are really bad. At this moment, Yuan Gangming, Hu Fang, and some other divine pill masters who were more accomplished in the divine pill Dao had similar thoughts. Even if it were them, if they could extract so much life force to refine the ultimate meridian restoration divine pill, they were very confident that they could refine the ultimate meridian restoration divine pill. High up in the sky, above the clouds, an old figure stood there. At the same time, he sighed. There's no knack for it. It seems like he's the kind of person who was born sensitive to the life force in the heaven and earth spiritual qi. This kind of person is a natural divine pill master. As long as his alchemy skills are good enough, let alone the ultimate king-grade divine pill, he might even be able to refine the ultimate emperor-grade divine pill. In the next moment, the old man's figure swayed and disappeared without a trace. Even if Duan Lingtian wanted to refine the other two ultimate meridian restoration divine pills in front of everyone, he seemed to have lost interest in watching. At the same time, Duan Lingtian happened to start taking out the pills and successfully refined the meridian restoration divine pill in front of everyone. Moreover, as soon as the meridian restoration divine pill was in his hand, the tribulation cloud arrived at the horizon. Meridian recovery pill. In front of the crowd of inner sect disciples, he completed the tribulation and successfully turned it into an ultimate meridian recovery pill. It's really infuriating to compare oneself to others. So, the Supreme King-grade divine pill was refined just like that. Yuan Gangming had a bitter smile on his face. Chapter 38-35. The layman watched the show, while the expert watched the skill. For those who weren't divine pill masters or those who had just entered the sect, they couldn't see the profoundness of Duan Lingtian's pill refining process. They only felt that since Duan Lingtian could refine the ultimate limit meridian restoring divine pill, it meant that Duan Lingtian's pill refining skills were profound. At the same time, he should have grasped some tricks. However, in the eyes of those who were in the know, Duan Lingtian's pill refining skills were only average and couldn't be considered profound. The reason why Duan Lingtian could refine the ultimate limit meridian restoring divine pill so easily was because he could sense a large amount of life force in the spiritual qi of heaven and earth and extract it all. That's right, it was all. At the very least, it was in the eyes of divine pill masters like Yuan Gangming and Hu Fang. If that wasn't all, then wouldn't the amount of life force that Duan Lingtian could sense in the spiritual qi of heaven and earth be more than what they could see? It's difficult to sense the life force, and extracting it is even more difficult. For divine pill masters, this has always been a difficult problem to solve. It's also because of this that a brilliant divine pill master is extremely rare and valuable. Hu Fang smiled bitterly and said, however, in the hands of this divine pill master, sensing the life force in the spiritual qi of heaven and earth seems to have become very simple. Extracting the life force seems to be a piece of cake. At this moment, some of the divine pill masters nearby felt the same when they heard Hu Fang's words. Amazing. Ding Yang also heard the conversation of the divine pill masters nearby. After learning about Duan Lingtian's attainments in sensing the life force in the spiritual qi of heaven and earth, he couldn't help but exclaim. As for Sikong Yu, who was not far away, the contempt in her eyes when she looked at Duan Lingtian was replaced by disbelief. This Duan Lingtian was not only younger than her, but he was even younger than Ding Yang. However, not only did he surpass her in terms of strength, but he also had heaven-defying achievements in the divine pill Dao at his age. Compared to him, Sikong Yu only felt that she was so ordinary that she felt ashamed of her inferiority. This was the first time in Sikong Yu's life that she had such a thought. One had to know that although there were many young geniuses in the Tung Lung province, those who were more outstanding than her, Sikong Yu, were either from noble backgrounds, disciples of peak god emperor level forces in the Tung Lung province, or were older than her. Sikong Yu felt that if she were to reach their age, she wouldn't be any weaker than them. But now, Duan Lingtian, who had no background and was younger than her, had appeared in front of her, which made her doubt her life. At this moment, even though Ding Yang had subconsciously glanced at her with ridicule in his eyes, Sikong Yu wasn't in the mood to fuss over it with Ding Yang. Sikong Yu took a deep breath and glanced once more at the violet-colored figure in the distance, and then he turned around and left. From the beginning until the end, he didn't say a single word. This surprised Ding Yang a little. Had this woman changed? He was already prepared to bicker with the other party, but the other party ran away. Meanwhile, under the watchful eyes of the others, Duan Lingtian began to refine the Meridian Restoration Divine Pill for the second time. This time, the process was exactly the same as the previous time. I still find it unbelievable. I'd like to see if the amount of life energy he extracted from the heaven and earth spirit energy this time is comparable to the previous time. Hu Fang's eyes shone brightly. Perhaps, he was just lucky the previous time. Perhaps, he won't be so lucky every time. In fact, many people, including Yuan Gangming, had the same thought as Hu Fang. However, compared to other people's anticipation, Yuan Gangming had a feeling this young man who came from a Devata realm like him was still as heaven-defying as before. As time passed, Yuan Gangming realized he had guessed correctly. The amount of life energy Duan Lingtian extracted from the heaven and earth spirit energy when he refined the Meridian Restoration Divine Pill for the second time was even greater than the previous time. What happened next was only logical. Another Supreme Meridian Restoration Divine Pill appeared. 2 pills now. Duan Lingtian actually has such a high success rate when refining the Supreme Meridian Restoration Divine Pill. 2 refinements, 2 successes. The success rate of these 2 refinements is 100%. Let's see if he can refine the Supreme Meridian Restoration Divine Pill for the 3rd time. If he can still refine the Supreme Meridian Restoration Divine Pill in one go, his achievement in the Divine Pill Dao will be really shocking. Currently, Duan Lingtian had successfully refined the Supreme Meridian Restoration Divine Pill for the 2nd time. Even the non-divine alchemists present on the scene were shocked by Duan Lingtian's shocking success rate. This was not an ordinary king-grade divine pill. Moreover, it was not an ordinary supreme king-grade divine pill. Among all the king-grade divine pellets, this was one of the hardest to refine into an ultimate-level divine pellet. Only Yuan Gangming, Hu Fang, and other insiders knew that with Duan Lingtian's level of alchemy, coupled with his heaven-defying ability to sense and extract life energy, refining the Supreme Meridian Restoration Divine Pill was as easy as eating and drinking for him. Following that, under the gaze of everyone, Duan Lingtian refined the Supreme Meridian Restoration Divine Pill again. This time, the group of outsiders was naturally even more shocked. He's actually so powerful. The 3rd miss of the Murong family, Murong Yinyu, was also present. When she saw Duan Lingtian successfully refining the Supreme Meridian Restoration Divine Pill for the 3rd time, she couldn't help but be shocked. At this moment, she even felt that if she were to be with Hu Qingning, she might not have an advantage in terms of identity. After all, although Hu Qingning's identity and background were not as good as hers, Hu Qingning's friend was someone that the entire Murong family would have to look up to in the near future. In the future, if she were to be with Hu Qingning, others might only say that she was trying to climb the social ladder. Okay, it's over. Under the gaze of everyone, Duan Lingtian put away the Supreme Meridian Restoration Divine Pill that he had successfully refined. He, who was originally sitting cross-legged in the void, stood up at the right time and spoke in a clear voice. Alchemy Master Duan, your alchemy water, your alchemy skills are really amazing. Hu Fang exclaimed. He originally wanted to say that Duan Lingtian's alchemy skills were profound, but when he realized that it would be against his will, he changed his words at the right time. As soon as Hu Fang finished speaking, before Duan Lingtian could speak, Yuan Gangming sneered and said, "What? Old geezer Hu, are you unwilling to admit that Alchemy Master Duan's alchemy skills are superb? Don't forget that the most difficult thing for a divine pill master is to sense and extract the life force in the heaven and earth spirit chi. If this isn't enough to be considered as an alchemy skill, then what is? Is it those skills that can be accumulated over time? As soon as Yuan Gangming spoke, even though Hu Fang and Yuan Gangming did not see eye to eye, he was speechless at this moment. After a while, Hu Fang seemed to have recalled something. He looked at Duan Lingtian and cupped his hands slightly as he said, "Alchemy Master Duan, what I said earlier was definitely not what he said. Alchemy Master Duan's alchemy skills are superb, and I'm inferior to you. I hope Alchemy Master Duan can give me some pointers when you're free in the future." As soon as Hu Fang finished speaking, he took out his soul orb. "Alchemy Master Duan, how about we exchange soul orbs? If you need my help in the future, feel free to ask. You're from the Linghu family. Speaking of which, there's one person in the Linghu family who's a disciple of my junior brother. We can be considered as a family," Hu Fang said with a smile. Fat. As soon as Duan Lingtian took out his soul orb, Yuan Gangming could not help but laugh as he looked at Hu Fang. "Old geezer Hu, you're really thick-skinned. How can you be considered as a family with Alchemy Master Duan? Don't forget that Alchemy Master Duan is only a revered elder of the Linghu family." Hu Fang did not hold back when he heard Yuan Gangming's words. "At least he's better than you. Apart from being from a Devata realm like Alchemy Master Duan, you're not related to him at all, right?" Duan Lingtian shook his head and left silently when he saw the two of them quarreling again. After Duan Lingtian left, Yuan Gangming and Hu Fang finally regained their senses and began to blame each other again. "It's all because of you that I couldn't exchange soul orbs with Alchemy Master Duan. Do you think you're the only one who couldn't exchange soul orbs with Alchemy Master Duan?" At this moment, the two of them did not seem like two Black Dragon elders. Instead, they seemed more like two scoundrels or two shrews who were quarreling on the street. Among the people present, the person with the highest status in the Tianlong clan was the White Dragon Elder. The quarrel between the two Black Dragon Elders was no different from a fight between celestial immortals in front of a mortal like him. How could he dare to stop them? On the other hand, the group of inner sect disciples present on the scene had their eyes opened. It turned out that even someone as high as the Black Dragon Elder was just like them. He was a normal person and had his own emotions. He also had his own enemies. "I didn't expect to obtain a rare medicinal herb worth 300,000 contribution points just like that." After returning to his room, Duan Lingtian finally had some peace and quiet. He was delighted when he thought about how he had only spent a few hours to refine the Limit Meridian's recovery divine pill 3 times in front of everyone and obtained the rare medicinal materials that were worth 300,000 contribution points. In the following month, he continued to refine Limit Meridian restoring divine pills because he still needed to refine many Limit Meridian restoring divine pills to exchange for contribution points and various medicinal herbs. Of course, while refining these Limit Meridian restoring divine pills, Duan Lingtian did not forget to refine other divine pills. Among them, there were several Limit Emperor grade divine pills. Of course, the pill tribulation for Limit Emperor grade divine pills was different. However, before refining the Limit Emperor grade divine pills, the news of Duan Lingtian refining 2 Limit Meridian restoring divine pills at the same time using 2 pill cauldrons spread like wildfire throughout the Tianlong clan. Therefore, when the pill tribulation for the Limit Emperor grade divine pills that Duan Lingtian refined arrived, the Tianlong clan members only thought that it was 2 Limit Meridian restoring divine pills that were refined at the same time. Of course, the fact that Duan Lingtian refined 2 Limit Meridian restoring divine pills at the same time and successfully refined them also shocked Yuan Gangming, Hu Fang, and the other Tianlong clan divine pill masters. With Yuan Gangming and Hu Fang's efforts, they also successfully exchanged soul orbs with Duan Lingtian. However, after the exchange of soul orbs, they discovered that imagination was beautiful, but reality was cruel. They originally thought that they could ask Duan Lingtian to help them refine other Limit Emperor grade divine pills. But before they could speak, Duan Lingtian asked them more questions about the divine pill Dao. Some of the questions were so tricky that they could only send a message to the Tianlong clan's old clan master. Days passed one after another. The day of the Emperor Battle Plains opening was gradually approaching. Chapter 38-36. The Emperor battle was about to begin. Whether it was the Qianlong clan or the Taiyi sect, the atmosphere was particularly solemn. Even the disciples of the two sects who hadn't become god kings felt tremendous pressure. After all, the Emperor battle wasn't something they could escape from if they didn't break through to god king. It didn't matter if you were young and had just joined a god king level sect like the Qianlong clan or the Taiyi sect, but if you hadn't broken through to god king after a period of time and enjoyed the sect's various resources, then sorry, you could only scram. As for those above god king level, they had to enter the Emperor battle realm no matter who they were. After entering the Emperor battle plane, everyone had a mission. Only by completing the minimum mission would one be able to leave the Emperor War realm. If one exceeded the requirements, one could store the spoils and hand them over the next time they entered the Emperor War realm. This way, they wouldn't have to enter the battlefield in the Emperor War realm in the future. The mission was to defeat the other sect's people. The members of the two sects who entered the Monarch battle realm would enter a city behind their respective sects. Before a formation set up by a formation disk set up by a supreme expert, they only needed to inject their divine energy into it to form an identity medallion that belonged to them. The token was compatible with one's aura and could only be carried by oneself. Once the token was exchanged with someone else, it would disperse. Only when the owner of the identity token died would the identity token solidify and become rigid. At that time, it could be held by others. In the Emperor battle realm, this was known as a life token. Once it was lost, it meant that one's life would wither away. Inside the Qianlong temple, as the Emperor battle drew near, many people's hearts burned with anticipation. Once the Emperor War begins, as long as you obtain enough life tokens, you will be able to obtain the corresponding amount of Emperor War merit points. Emperor War merit points can be exchanged for items from the sects and Greater One sect in the Emperor War realm. Those items are all protected by formation disks formed by formations set up by supreme experts. Only with enough Emperor War merit points can they be exchanged. Of course, if you don't want to exchange merit for them, you can do so after the Emperor battle ends. After the Emperor battle ends, once the Emperor War starts, I'm afraid it won't end so easily. At the very least, unless a god emperor is born, it won't end so easily. Thinking about it, that's true. Once one's eyes turn red from killing, and no god emperor expert is born, no one would be satisfied. All in all, the Monarch duel is a crisis, but it's also an opportunity. In my opinion, the path to becoming an expert is all about fighting. If you don't even dare to fight, how can you become strong? Everywhere in the Sky Dragon sect's encampment, the majority of the Sky Dragon sect's disciples supported the Emperor battle. To them, their talent and comprehension were limited, so they could not enjoy special treatment like the genius disciples of the Qianlong clan, and the Emperor battle was their chance. In the Emperor battle, they could obtain battle merits by killing Greater One sect disciples and exchange them for what they wanted. When the Emperor battle began, whether it was the Qianlong clan or the Greater One sect, they would take out all kinds of treasures from their storehouses. This was because a few peak god emperor level forces in Tunglung province would participate in the supervision. They would know if anyone did not put in their best effort to take out something. On the other hand, the start of the Emperor battle symbolized the struggle between the two major sects. At this time, the two major sects participating in the Emperor battle would not be stingy. If, at the beginning, the Greater One sect's encampment was still a little panicked. As time passed and the Emperor battle was about to begin, the panic in the Greater One sect gradually dissipated without a trace. It was replaced by resignation, hard work, and progress. To be able to cultivate to their current cultivation realm, no one was a fool. Since the Emperor battle was irreversible, what they had to do was to improve their strength as much as possible before the Emperor battle, so that they could have more life-saving capital in the Emperor battle. In addition, thinking that the Emperor battle was also an opportunity for them, they were even more excited. Qianlong Temple, today, once again welcomed a group of uninvited guests. The reason why it was once again was because there had been two other groups of uninvited guests recently, and they were all from the peak god emperor level forces in Tunglung province. The first two groups of uninvited guests had just arrived. After paying a visit to the Qianlong clan's clan master, They were directly led by the Qianlong clan's clan master to see the recently popular Duan Lingtian of the Qianlong clan. Their purpose of coming was to invite Duan Lingtian to join the forces behind them, and to do so, they promised many benefits. In the past, the sects and families behind them knew that Duan Lingtian was extremely talented and had strong comprehension, and wanted to recruit him. However, as the emperor battle between the Qianlong clan and the Greater One sect was about to begin, they thought that after the emperor battle, if Duan Lingtian was still alive, they would recruit Duan Lingtian. Later, Duan Lingtian refined multiple ultimate limit meridian recovery divine pills in front of everyone at the Qianlong clan, and even opened 2 pill cauldrons in front of everyone, simultaneously refining 2 ultimate limit meridian recovery divine pills at the same time, causing 2 pill tribulations to descend at the same time. While the Qianlong clan was shaken, the news also spread to the peak God Emperor level forces in Tunglung province. Suddenly, they couldn't sit still anymore. They all sent people over. However, some people came early, while others came late. Yang Chenye greets all the martial granduncles, martial granduncles, martial uncles, and martial uncles. The uninvited guest of the Qianlong clan this time was Yang Chenye, the former number 1 of the younger generation of the God Emperor level sect, the Myriad Demon sect. He was someone who was above Du Pejuan. Yang Chenye didn't come alone. There were a few people following him, and each of them was far stronger than him. They had been sent by the God Emperor level force behind him to follow him to the Qianlong clan. The current Yang Chenye was more introverted than before. His eyes were deep and profound. He stood there with a transcendent aura that made people feel ashamed of their own inferiority. At least, that was how Du Qianjun, who was standing at the side, felt. It feels like Brother Chenye has changed after going to that God Emperor level force. At this moment, Du Pejuan was also standing beside Du Qianjun, looking at Yang Chenye with a complicated expression. He was sincerely convinced by this existence who had suppressed him in the Myriad Demon sect, but now that he couldn't see through him even more after going to that God Emperor level force, he knew that he had most likely been left behind in terms of strength. Haha. Chenye, when did you break through to the God Emperor level? The 2 people who were doing the best in the Qianlong clan were the 2 White Dragon Elders. At this moment, the 2 of them were sitting in 2 of the 3 main seats. One of them even asked Yang Chenye with a smile. Martial granduncles, I just broke through recently. Yang Chenye replied respectfully, a rare faint smile on his face. He was rejoicing over his choice in the past. If he had gone to the Qianlong clan, he might not have been able to break through to the God Emperor level in such a short time. Brother Chenye, you're already a God Emperor? Du Qianjun, who had been standing at the side, couldn't help but cry out in surprise. Qianjun. At this time, the other old man frowned and scolded, your martial granduncles are talking to your brother Chenye, don't interrupt. This old man was none other than Kuang Tianjing. Normally speaking, with Kuang Tianjing's status in the Qianlong clan, he wasn't qualified to sit in the main seat when the Myriad Demon sect was gathered. He could only sit below the main seat. However, he had a disciple who was capable enough to marry the only daughter of the Qianlong clan's vice-patriarch, Xue Mingzhi. At this moment, Kuang Tianjing's second disciple, Zhong Can, was standing behind Kuang Tianjing, looking at Yang Chenye with a complicated expression. Zhong Can had heard of Yang Chenye more than once. After Yang Chenye had been invited to that peak God Emperor level force, he had begun to value Yang Chenye because he was about the same age as him. Of course, at that time, he felt that he wouldn't lose to Yang Chenye. But today, after learning that Yang Chenye had broken through to become a God Emperor, he knew that there was a big gap between them. It doesn't matter. The old man on the main seat shook his head and waved his hand. Qianjun and Chenye have always had a good relationship, this I know. Tianjing, don't be angry. Yes, senior brother. Kuang Tianjing hurriedly responded. At this time, Elder Bai Long of the Myriad Demon sect, who was sitting on the other main seat, was a middle-aged man wearing a light blue robe. He had a tall and sturdy build and a particularly conspicuous aquiline nose. He looked at young Chenye and said, Martial nephew Chenye, what are the cultivations of the people who followed you here? Martial uncle Liu Yin, I have to call them martial uncles and martial uncles. They are all high god emperors, and their duty this time is to escort me here and cooperate with me to invite Duan Lingtian to join the sect behind Chenya. Young Chenya said with a faint smile. The aquiline-nosed middle-aged man's eyes lit up when he heard young Chenya's words. They were all high god emperors. Du Pejuan, Du Qianjun, and their martial granduncle, Quang Tianjing, who had the best relationship with their grandfather, Du Zhon, all changed their expressions at this time. Even Du Zhon, who was standing behind Quang Tianjing, had a slight change in his expression. Although they had guessed that young Chenya would bring a few experts with him, when they heard it from young Chenya's mouth, they still had a different feeling. Since that little bastard rejected the two god emperors, I don't think he'll agree to Chenya's request. When they thought of this, Quang Tianjing, Zhong Can, Du Pejuan, and Du Qianjun all sighed in relief. In their eyes, Duan Lingtian had to die. If he didn't, they might be the ones to die in the future. Even though Zhong Can had no enmity with the Duan Lingtian in the past, he had instigated his wife to send his father-in-law to deal with the Duan Lingtian. That had put him on the opposite side of the Duan Lingtian. Because of his guilty conscience, he also felt that if the Duan Lingtian were to grow stronger, he wouldn't have an easy time. Martial nephew Chenya. The aquiline-nosed middle-aged man's eyes suddenly focused. He said to young Chenya in a deep voice, "Can you ask those people to kill the Tianlong clan's white dragon elder Shui Haichuan?" The sect plans to recruit Duan Lingtian after the war between the Tianlong clan and the Tai sect is over. If we can't recruit Duan Lingtian this time, young Chenya's words completely extinguished Liu Yin's hopes. At this time, another white dragon elder from the Thousand Demon sect spoke. "Liu Yin, I know you want to avenge your son. Only by killing Shui Haichuan can you kill Shui Haishan. However, don't you think you've entered a dead end? Shui Haichuan will definitely enter the Emperor battlefield when the war between the emperors starts. What about Shui Haishan? Even if he brings Shui Haishan in, can he bring Shui Haishan into the battlefield of the Divine Emperors? The battlefield of the Divine Emperors isn't just restricted to high-rank Divine Emperors who entered the battlefield of the Divine Emperors. Even those who haven't reached the Divine Emperor realm can't enter the battlefield of the Divine Emperors. At that time, you won't have a chance to kill Shui Haishan." Liu Yin's eyes lit up as the White Dragon Elder finished speaking. "I didn't think of this. It seems that I'm too close to the situation. Yes. The war between the emperors will be the best opportunity for me to kill Shui Haishan." Liu Yin's eyes shone brightly. On the other side, Quang Tianjing said in a low voice, "When the war between the emperors starts, is it possible to kill Duan Lingtian in the battlefield of the Divine Kings?" Hearing Quang Tianjing's words, everyone fell silent. Duan Lingtian's strength was obvious to all. Even if the emperor battlefield opened, Duan Lingtian would be like a fish in water in the battlefield of the Divine Kings. Most likely, there wouldn't be anyone below the Divine Emperor realm in the Tai sect who could be his match. Even if they joined forces to deal with Duan Lingtian, with Duan Lingtian's strength, it wasn't impossible for him to escape alive. It was impossible to kill Duan Lingtian in the Emperor battlefield unless someone above the Divine Emperor realm made a move. Almost impossible. Quang Tianjing's words made Liu Yin shake his head repeatedly. Duan Lingtian isn't an ordinary divine king. In the Tianlong clan, no one below the Divine Emperor realm would dare to say that they have the ability to defeat him. Even if multiple divine kings besieged him, with his strength and his proficiency in the law of space, it wouldn't be difficult for him to escape. As for the Tai sect, I haven't heard of anyone below the Divine Emperor realm stronger than him. Even if the battlefield of the Divine Kings in the Emperor battlefield is dangerous to him, it won't be life-threatening. Liu Yin saw through it all. Of course, this was also because he didn't have any enmity with Duan Lingtian. However, to Liu Yin, having no enmity with Duan Lingtian was a thing of the past. Now that he knew that the High Divine Emperors following young Chenya wouldn't attack Shui Haichuan because of Duan Lingtian, he hated Duan Lingtian and wanted nothing more than to kill Duan Lingtian immediately. If Duan Lingtian died, the High Divine Emperors following young Chenya would no longer have any qualms about attacking Shui Haichuan. Indeed, it's unlikely. Another White Dragon Elder nodded. If we want to touch Duan Lingtian, we'll have to do it outside the Emperor battlefield. The Emperor battlefield is either a safe zone for sects or a battlefield with distinct boundaries. Those above the Divine Emperor realm can't enter the battlefield of the Divine Kings, and he can't go to the battlefield of the Divine Emperors. Of course, even if he wanted to go to the battlefield of the Divine Emperors, he can't because his cultivation isn't strong enough. Currently, Duan Lingtian didn't know that everyone in the Thousand Devil sect, including Yang Chenye, wanted to kill him. It was all because of the enmity between him and Kuang Tianjing. Kuang Tianjing had attacked him in the Linghu family's residence. If the Linghu family hadn't activated the protective Grand Formation, Duan Lingtian might have died at Kuang Tianjing's hands. The people from the Thousand Devil sect knew very well that after that incident, the Thousand Devil sect and Duan Lingtian had become enemies. It was almost impossible for them to reconcile. Unless they killed Kuang Tianjing or the people from Kuang Tianjing's faction and apologized to Duan Lingtian. However, that wasn't realistic. Kuang Tianjing was still fine. However, Kuang Tianjing's second disciple, Zhong Can, was now the son-in-law of the Tianlong clan's vice-patriarch, Xue Mingzhi. If they killed Zhong Can and the matter was exposed, it would be a huge blow to the Thousand Devil sect. The Thousand Devil sect couldn't take such a risk. Half a month later, I've finally stabilized my current cultivation. In the inner sect disciples training area, Duan Lingtian was in his room. On his bed, Duan Lingtian opened his eyes, a satisfied smile on his face. Not long ago, Duan Lingtian had successfully broken through to the High Divine King stage with the help of a large number of King and Emperor level divine pills. However, the cultivation base that was built up through the use of pills was ultimately not very stable. Therefore, he spent a long time stabilizing his cultivation. Only today did he manage to completely stabilize his cultivation. Taking a deep breath, Duan Lingtian got off his bed and removed the formation that enveloped his room. With the formation, no one could send a message in from the outside. Almost a moment after Duan Lingtian removed the formation, a message came. It was from Xue Haichuan. Little Tian, Yang Chenye brought people to the sect half a month ago. They want to invite you to the top emperor level sect behind them in Tunglung province. On Duan Lingtian's side, Xue Haichuan had also set up a small formation. The function of the small formation was to notify Duan Lingtian that Duan Lingtian had come out of seclusion when Duan Lingtian removed the formation. As for the matter of Yang Chenye and the others looking for Duan Lingtian, it was arranged for Xue Haichuan by the Tianlong clan's patriarch because everyone knew that Xue Haichuan was close to Duan Lingtian. Yang Chenye. Under Xue Haichuan's arrangement, Duan Lingtian met Yang Chenye. This was a figure that he had heard of when he was still in the Hidden Fog sect. He was the number one person of the Myriad Demon sect's younger generation. He was one of the most outstanding geniuses in the history of the Myriad Demon sect. Alchemist Duan. When Yang Chenye saw Duan Lingtian, a rare smile bloomed on his originally cold face. I'm sure you know why I'm here. Alchemist Duan, are you interested in joining the sect behind me? Yang Chenye asked politely. There were several people standing to the side. There were middle-aged men and old men. They were all looking at Duan Lingtian. These people were the several high-level god emperors who came with Yang Chenye. Their purpose was the same as Yang Chenye's. They wanted to recruit Duan Lingtian. The reason why these high-level god emperors came together was because the sects behind them wanted to express their sincerity in front of Duan Lingtian. I'm afraid young sect Master Yang has come in vain. Duan Lingtian faintly smiled. But as soon as Duan Lingtian spoke, Yang Chenye's complexion changed. Duan Lingtian, you can't call me that. Aren't you the son of the Myriad Demon sect's patriarch? Duan Lingtian looked deeply at the startled Yang Chenye. It wasn't hard to guess that Yang Chenye had misunderstood. Chapter 38-38. Yang Chenye heaved a sigh of relief when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. In the Thousand Devil sect, he was the one and only Heaven's pride. However, in the East Ridge Prefecture, which was a peak Emperor God level sect, he was only slightly more outstanding. There were many young Heaven's prides who could be compared to him. Among them, there were even Heaven's prides whose talent and comprehension were above his. He had only been invited because he had crossed the threshold for the top God Emperor level forces in Tung Lung province to take the initiative to invite him to join. If he hadn't crossed that threshold and his talent and perceptive ability were slightly weaker, those God Emperor level forces wouldn't have taken the initiative to invite him. When he heard Duan Lingtian call him young sect master, he broke out in a cold sweat. At that moment, he felt as if there was a thorn in his back. It wasn't difficult for him to sense the sharp gazes of the high-level God Emperors not far away. These high-rank divine emperors were not his subordinates. They did not follow him here to protect him. They were here to support him. When they invited Duan Lingtian to join them, they were here to show respect to Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian, when Duan Lingtian rejected Yang Chenye, the high-level God Emperors also spoke one after another, promising all kinds of benefits. It was even to the extent that there were one or two people who promised benefits that caused Duan Lingtian to be greatly moved. If it weren't for the imminent Emperor battle, he might have really agreed to go to the Emperor battle realm. In the end, Duan Lingtian still refused. Although the high-level God Emperors were disappointed by Duan Lingtian's rejection, they weren't angry because before they came, they already knew that Duan Lingtian had rejected the other two God Emperor level forces. Duan Lingtian, if the Emperor battle between the Tianlong clan and the Taiyi sect ends, if you're interested in joining the sect behind us, feel free to look for me. An old man raised his hand and handed his soul bead to Duan Lingtian. When the time comes, send me a message and I'll personally come to welcome you. My promise is still valid at that time. This old man was also one of the two people who had made the most important promise. Thank you, senior. Duan Lingtian repeatedly thanked him and put away the soul bead the old man handed over. After the Emperor battle ends, I do plan to leave the Tianlong clan. If I really want to leave, I'll definitely choose a top God Emperor level force in Tung Lung province to join. The old man's eyes immediately after hearing Duan Lingtian's words, he pondered for a moment and made another promise to Duan Lingtian. Yang's face changed this series of promises, Duan Lingtian's Yang. He, Yang Chenye, was one of the most talented people in the history of the God Emperor level sect, the Thousand Devil sect. Back then, when he received invitations from several peak God Emperor level forces in the Eastern Mountain Prefecture, they didn't promise him anything. They just invited him to join. However, when it came to Duan Lingtian, there was a huge amount of benefits that made him green with envy. Elder Qin, the old man's promise also caused the others to frown slightly. The benefits that the old man promised were truly a bit excessive compared to what they had promised before. It made them feel ashamed of their inferiority. Are we people from the same sect? However, when they thought about the old man's status in the sect, they could not help but sigh. Who asked him to have an extraordinary background in the sect? The sect might not be willing to fulfill the heavy promises he made to Duan Lingtian. But the sect would definitely fulfill the promise he made to Duan Lingtian even if it pained them. Senior, how should I address you? When Duan Lingtian looked at the old man again, his gaze became much gentler. At the same time, he casually raised his hand and took out his soul bead and handed it to the old man. My name is Qin Wuyang. You can call me Elder Qin. Most of the people in the sect call me that as well. The old man could see that Duan Lingtian was tempted. He put away Duan Lingtian's soul bead with a bright smile on his face. The old man and the young man looked at each other with smiles on their faces. It was as though they were having a casual conversation. Moreover, the peak that I'm at is the best in the divine Pil Dao. If you want to come, you can go to my peak directly. There are all kinds of rare medicinal herbs there. There's nothing you can't see. Qin Wuyang continued to tempt Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up. Yang Chenye's expression changed slightly when he saw this. A hint of worry flashed in the depths of his eyes. At the same time, he immediately sent a message. The target of the message was none other than the inner sect elder of the Tianlong clan, Kuang Tianjing. Senior granduncle, one of the sect elders who came with me made a promise to Duan Lingtian. It seems like Duan Lingtian will leave the Tianlong clan after the Emperor battle ends and join my current sect. It's best if you kill him before the Emperor battle ends. Otherwise, not only will you not be able to kill him when he arrives at my current sect, you might even have to consider if he'll seek revenge on you in the future. You should know that with his innate talent and comprehension, and his shocking achievement in the divine pill Dao, it won't be long before he has the ability to seek revenge on you. Perhaps, after he leaves the Qianlong clan, he'll be able to seek revenge on you with the help of others. Upon receiving Yang Qianye's message, Kuang Tianjing's expression changed again. At the same time, he immediately sent a message to his second disciple, Zhong Can, where are you now? Is it convenient for master to look for you? Now, Kuang Tianjing only wanted to look for Zhong Can so that they could think of a way to deal with Du and Lingtian together. Or rather, he wanted to think of a way to let Xue Mingji, the vice-clan leader of the Qianlong clan, deal with Du and Lingtian. He had to admit that Qin Wuyang was very sincere. At the very least, Du and Lingtian was really tempted. He also felt that even if the two people from the top Emperor God forces in Tunglung province had not arrived, the benefits that Qin Wuyang promised could not be replicated. Moreover, the Emperor God forces that had yet to arrive were all Emperor God clans. Compared to the sects, he was more inclined toward sects than clans. Let's talk about this after the Emperor War ends. I don't know how long it'll take for it to end. The Emperor War might end in a few years, decades, or even centuries. In the history of the realms of gods, the longest Emperor War in the history of the realms of gods lasted for 1,000 years. In the end, it was the few peak Emperor God-level forces that were hosting the Emperor War that intervened and ended it. After that, there was a new rule for the Emperor War in the realms of gods. The Emperor War cannot last for more than 1,000 years. When the time limit is up, the Emperor War realm will be closed. Du and Lingtian knew a lot about the Emperor War. Du and Lingtian, I'll wait for you at Chunyang School. Before Qin Wuyang, Yang Qianye, and the others left, Qin Wuyang left a message through Du and Lingtian's soul pearl. Chunyang School. This was also the first time Du and Lingtian learned about the top Emperor God force in Tunglung province that Qin Wuyang and Yang Qianye were from. Pyongyang? Is this Chunyang School related to Lu Dongbin, one of the 8 immortals in Earth's myths and legends? That Lu Dongbin seems to be known as Master Pure Sunday. Du and Lingtian shook his head when he thought about this. He did not think it was possible. Lu Dongbin should have ascended to the Jade Emperor heaven. However, Du and Lingtian had never heard of him when he was in the Devata realm. If Lu Dongbin had really ascended to the realms of gods and established a sect there, he would have become a legend in the Jade Emperor heaven or Yanghuang realm. Naturally, this was not impossible. Perhaps, Lu Dongbin had kept a low profile. Even if he had made a name for himself, it would not have spread. Moreover, there were close to 20 realms of gods in total. Those who had left the Yanghuang realm and the Jade Emperor heaven to go to the realms of gods might not have made it to the profound gangland. Under such circumstances, even if Chunyang School was related to Lu Dongbin, as long as Lu Dongbin did not spread the news, it was not surprising that the people from the Jade Emperor heaven and Yanghuang realm did not know about it. I should continue cultivating. Now that I've stabilized my cultivation base as a high-level God King, it's time for me to continue cultivating. Anyway, I don't have a high-level Divine King to break through the bottleneck of the Divine Emperor realm. I can use enough Divine pellets to force my cultivation up. I'll just have to spend some time stabilizing my cultivation base after I break through to the Divine Emperor stage. Moreover, there are divine pills that can help a lesser Divine Emperor consolidate his cultivation base. With this thought in mind, Du and Lingtian cast aside all distracting thoughts and returned to his room to continue cultivating. Before he started cultivating, Du and Lingtian had informed Xue Haichuan that if anyone from the top Emperor God forces in Tunglung province came looking for him, he could just politely decline. He would only come out when the War of the Emperors was about to begin. Without waiting for Xue Haichuan's reply, Du and Lingtian activated a formation that isolated him from the outside world. He's not going to meet anyone from the top Emperor God forces in Tunglung province? Xue Haichuan shook his head and sighed. If he were in Du and Lingtian's shoes, he would not have the confidence to do so. However, he also knew that with the value that Du and Lingtian had shown so far, he was qualified and confident to do so. Moreover, the people from the top Emperor God forces in Tunglung province would only grumble a little. They would definitely not fall out with him because of this. Based on Du and Lingtian's achievements at such a young age, As long as there were no accidents and he did not die prematurely, he would definitely rise to power. Even if they couldn't recruit such a person into their faction, there was no need to make an enemy out of someone who was an enemy of their faction. Time flew. In the blink of an eye, another 3 years had passed. The day of the War of the Emperors was approaching. The War of the Emperors had been successfully established. The higher-ups of the Qianlong clan and Taiyi sect had already brought many people into the War of the Emperors a year ago to build the Qianlong clan's camp in the War of the Emperors. It was a vast city. This would be the resting place of the Qianlong clan in the War of the Emperors. There were battlefields everywhere in the War of the Emperors. This was the only place that could guarantee absolute safety. Chapter 38-39. Boom. Rumble. A series of loud noises came from a huge canyon in the Qianlong clan's Myron mountain range. The originally unstable spatial passage that could only allow a small number of people to enter the Emperor Battle Realm was completely stabilized. At this moment, an open door was suspended in the air in the canyon. Behind the door was darkness, and no one knew where it led to. At that very moment, many brand new buildings had been set up all around the canyon. There were people in every single one of those buildings. These people were from the Qianlong clan. They took turns guarding the entrance and exit of the Qianlong clan. They were at least inner elders of the Qianlong clan. There were also many white dragon elders. Every time they were on duty, there would be a black dragon elder. Whoosh! In the sky above the mountain range, a tall and sturdy figure soared into the sky. In an instant, his entire body expanded and turned into a solid phantom that was like a giant that could support the heavens. It was a middle-aged man. His original body was close to 2 meters tall. Because he was so muscular, from afar, he did not look like he was 2 meters tall at all. Instead, he looked like he was about 1.7 meters tall. This was because he was not only tall, but his body was also very wide. He was twice as wide as an ordinary woman. His face was stern, and he exuded the aura of a superior. He was the current clan leader of the Qianlong clan, Long Qingchong. Long Qingchong was also the last disciple of the previous clan leader of the Qianlong clan. He was an orphan who was picked up by the previous clan leader. He originally wanted to take the previous clan leader's surname, but the previous clan leader changed his surname to Long, which was derived from the Qianlong clan. As for his full name, it was also given by the previous clan leader. Although he was a latecomer, Long Qingchong relied on his mediocre talent and hard work to get to where he was today. Although he was not as strong as his master, the previous clan leader of the Qianlong clan, he was not much weaker than him. At the very least, it was rumored that his strength was not weaker than the few golden dragon elders of the Qianlong clan. The emperor battle will officially begin in 3 days. Long Qingchong, who had transformed into a towering giant, casually slapped the air and shook the entire Qianlong temple. All disciples of the Divine King realm and above, be prepared to obey the rules set by the sect. If you charge into battle for the sect will not treat you unfairly. However, if you drag the sect down, don't blame the sect for being heartless. Long Qingchong's last sentence was laced with a strong threat, causing some of the people in the Sky Dragon sect's encampment to have a change of expression. Is the War of the Emperors finally about to begin? I've been waiting for a long time. 3 days later. For the next 3 days, he would not cultivate. He would prepare well and use his contribution points to exchange for more healing pills. Yes, he would use up all his contribution points. If you die in there, it doesn't matter how many contribution points you have. It's better to exchange them for something that can save your life at a critical moment. What will come will come. Since we can't avoid it, let's fight. In the next 3 days, let's see if we can find a few more people to go with us. When Long Qingchong, the clan leader of the Qianlong clan, announced that the emperor battle would begin in 3 days, everyone in the Qianlong clan began to move. The originally quiet places became exceptionally lively at this moment. It was the same for the inner sect disciples' cultivation places. As Long Qingchong's voice rang through the entire Heavenly Dragon sect, it also forcefully broke through the soundproofing formation that everyone had set up for seclusion, reaching everyone's ears. There were even people in the Qianlong temple who sent messages to the elders and disciples of the Qianlong clan who were not in the Qianlong temple, telling them to come back in shifts. Of course, for the elders and disciples of the Qianlong clan who were managing the businesses of the Qianlong clan, although they must participate in the emperor battle, the requirements for their performance in the emperor battle were greatly reduced. For example, a Qianlong clan disciple with the cultivation of a lower god king must kill at least one lower god king supreme sect disciple every 3 months and seize the other party's identity token in the emperor battle plane, which was also the emperor battle badge, as proof. This was the minimum mission. As for the disciples of the Qianlong clan who were managing the businesses of the Qianlong clan, although they also had a mission, they were much more generous. Every 6 months, they only needed to kill one supreme sect disciple of the same cultivation level and seize the other party's emperor battle badge. If a lower god king did not complete the minimum mission set by the clan within the specified time limit, then when the time was up, they would be forcibly sent to the god king battlefield and could only come out after completing the mission. For example, if a lower god king disciple of the Qianlong clan who was not managing the businesses of the Qianlong clan outside failed to kill a lower god king supreme sect disciple in 3 months, they would be forcibly sent to the god king battlefield and could not come out after completing the mission. Moreover, at that time, the mission they needed to complete was not as simple as killing a lower god king supreme sect disciple, but also killing one more to complete the mission for the next 3 months. They could only come out after completing 2 3-month missions. As for middle god kings and those with higher cultivation, they also needed to complete the corresponding mission. However, middle god kings did not necessarily need to kill a middle god king, they could also kill 5 lower god kings to replace them. As for upper god kings, if they did not kill upper god kings, they would need to kill 5 middle god kings to replace them, or 25 lower god kings to replace them. In short, the higher the cultivation of the Qianlong clan's elders and disciples, the more arduous the mission they needed to complete. And this was also the unyielding rule of the Qianlong clan regarding the emperor war that no one could violate. At most, the elders and disciples who were managing the businesses of the Qianlong clan outside enjoyed some special privileges, but they still needed to enter the emperor war plane to fight against the people of the supreme sect. The minimum mission cannot be exchanged for battle merits. Only after completing the minimum mission and killing the other party's disciples can one obtain battle merits. In Tunglung Province's Peace City, where the experts of the Peak God Emperor forces are stationed, one can exchange for various cultivation resources and treasures from the sects and supreme sect. And as disciples of the Qianlong clan, we can also exchange battle merits for contribution points. After all, once the emperor war ends, battle merits will be useless, but at that time, they can be exchanged for contribution points. In the inner sect's cultivation area, Duan Lingtian's courtyard, Ding Yang, Hu Qingning, and Murong Yinyu were all present. They sat together with Duan Lingtian at a table in the courtyard. Of course, at this moment, Duan Lingtian had set up a formation so that they could see what was happening outside, but those outside could not see them unless they used their divine sense to forcefully enter. But generally, no one would do that, because it was considered a provocation. What I mean is, until the end, there's no need to exchange battle merits for contribution points. Because anything that can be exchanged with contribution points can also be exchanged with battle merits, unless the value is not high. As for the things that can be exchanged with battle merits, contribution points might not be able to exchange for them. The Emperor War is presided over by the few top God Emperor forces in Tunglung Province. Under their supervision, the sect and Taiyi sect will not dare to easily hide anything. Therefore, anything that can be exchanged with battle merits in Peace City is definitely good stuff. Usually, it's hard to exchange for contribution points, but in Peace City, it's possible to exchange for battle merits. Hu Qingning's words were enough to show how deep his understanding of the Emperor War was. After entering the Emperor War realm, where do you plan to go? Do you want to go with me? Duan Lingtian asked with a smile. You should know that in the Emperor War realm, it's impossible to use soul orbs to communicate. You can only use soul orbs to communicate when you return to the 3 cities where the Emperor War is stopped. The 3 cities of the Emperor War realm referred to Sky Dragon City controlled by the Qianlong clan, Taiyi City controlled by Taiyi sect, and Peace City controlled by the few top God Emperor forces in Tung Lung province, including the Chunyang school. Taiyi City was the place where Taiyi sect's disciples rested. The Tianlong clan naturally could not enter, just like how Sky Dragon City did not allow Taiyi sect's disciples to enter. As for the Peace City, the people from both sects could enter, but they were not allowed to fight inside. Anyone who dared to do so would be killed by the few peak Emperor God-level forces in the East Ridge Prefecture who were overseeing the city. Even high-level God Emperors were no exception. In the Peace City, there would be God Emperor experts overseeing it. Furthermore, there was more than one. The few peak God Emperor level forces in the East Ridge Prefecture that were hosting the Emperor battle would each send a God Emperor to oversee the Peace City. There were 3 entrances to the Emperor War Realm: Peace City, Sky Dragon City, and Taiyi City. I won't be going with you. Hu Qingning shook his head and said, I'm a new disciple, so I can first go with the outer sect deacons. I won't be of any help to you if I follow you. I'll only be a burden. Hu Qingning was very clear the Emperor War Realm was not only an opportunity for them, but also for Duan Lingtian. If he followed Duan Lingtian, he would definitely be a burden to Duan Lingtian. That was not something he should do as a friend. As a friend, he hoped that Duan Lingtian would be able to reap great rewards and climb higher and further in a short time. Seeing the unswerving determination in Hu Qingning's eyes, Duan Lingtian also saw through his thoughts. He did not say anything about it and nodded. A new lower God King disciple can indeed move together with the high-level God King deacons. You'll follow the main group, and with a high-level God King, there won't be much danger. As for Murong Yinyu, she would naturally be together with Hu Qingning. After a few years, although the two did not seem to have broken through the last layer of veil, but Duan Lingtian could tell that the two of them were much closer than before. Ding Yang, what about you? Duan Lingtian looked at Ding Yang again. Ding Yang smiled. I don't plan to follow the outer sect deacons. I've found a small group. When the time comes, we'll ambush the Divine King disciples of Taiyi sect on the God King battlefield. My strength is also much lower than yours. I'll be a burden to you. As he said this, Ding Yang saw Duan Lingtian frowning, and said with a serious expression, Duan Lingtian, I know you won't mind us being a burden to you. But, you have to consider our feelings. We're friends with you, and since we're friends, we hope for the best for each other. If you follow us, we'll be a burden. And if we follow you, it'll be very difficult for us to grow. Chapter 3840. Ding Yang's words were so serious that Duan Lingtian did not know how to respond. Of course, he could see that Ding Yang was even more determined than Hu Qingning. Hence, he did not insist that they travel with him. No matter what, if you feel pressured or in danger, feel free to let me know. I can travel with you, Duan Lingtian said to Ding Yang and Hu Qingning. Furthermore, at this point, Duan Lingtian paused and smiled. Even if you travel with me, I'm afraid we won't be able to travel more than a few times. Hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Ding Yang was stunned. Why? Hu Qingning was stunned for a moment. He looked at Duan Lingtian in shock and said, Duan Lingtian, you, don't tell me you're about to break through and become a divine emperor. The moment Hu Qingning's words left his mouth, Ding Yang regained his senses. When he looked at Duan Lingtian again, his eyes were filled with disbelief and shock. Murong Yinyu was the same. Obviously, Hu Qingning's words shocked the two of them. It's only a matter of 1 or 2 years. Duan Lingtian smiled indifferently with a carefree expression on his face. After getting his confirmation, Ding Yang and the other two were dumbstruck again. After a while, they came back to their senses and looked at each other speechlessly. Wasn't this too much of a blow to them? When the 3 of them were lower divine kings, Duan Lingtian was a middle divine king. Duan Lingtian was already a middle divine king, and they were still lower divine kings. In another 1 or 2 years, they were not confident that they could advance further and break through to become middle divine kings. But Duan Lingtian said that he would break through to become a lower divine emperor in 1 or 2 years. I'm going back to cultivate. Ding Yang was vexed as he turned around and left. Hu Qingning and Murong Yinyu looked at each other and left one after another. Whether it was Ding Yang or Hu Qingning, after leaving, they sent a voice transmission to Duan Lingtian, telling him that they didn't need to wait for them to enter the Emperor battle plane. They would arrange with their small teams before entering together. After the three of them left, Duan Lingtian shook his head and smiled. Are all of them so weak? Isn't he just a lower godly emperor? Is there a need to make such a fuss? Standing up, Duan Lingtian also returned to his room. Compared to the people outside, who were making all kinds of preparations, Duan Lingtian appeared to be calm and unperturbed. This was because he had already prepared everything he needed to prepare. Moreover, in his opinion, with his current cultivation base, he wouldn't be in any danger if he entered the battlefield of the God Kings. At the same time, in the distant Greater One sect, the sect master of the Greater One sect personally announced that the Emperor battle would begin in 3 days. The Greater One sect was also shocked because of this. In fact, compared to the Qianlong clan, the people of the Greater One sect were even more unprepared for the upcoming Emperor battle. This was because they didn't expect that the sect would suddenly challenge the Qianlong clan to an Emperor battle. In the past, when the Qianlong clan took the initiative to challenge the sect, didn't the sect always refuse? This time, why did he take the initiative instead of being passive? However, although they were passive, the disciples of the Greater One sect weren't mediocre people. After a short period of disbelief, they gradually accepted this cruel reality. In fact, compared to the disciples of the Qianlong clan, the disciples of the Greater One sect were even more afraid of death. Those who were afraid of death would definitely be more careful and make more preparations. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. The Emperor battle plane was officially opened to all disciples of the Qianlong clan and the Greater One sect. Anyone could enter at this time. Of course, whether it was the Qianlong clan or the Greater One sect, they would leave a certain number of people to guard the sect. That was something only medium-level godly emperors could do. Lower god emperors and god kings generally wouldn't make such arrangements. In the Qianlong clan, in the Grand Canyon where the entrance to the Emperor battle plane was located, people had gathered early in the morning, waiting for the Emperor battle plane to officially open to them. When noon arrived, the gate to the Emperor battle plane officially opened. A group of elders and disciples of the Qianlong clan entered the Emperor battle plane through the gate. Figures were still in the Grand Canyon a moment ago, but in the next moment, they passed through the gate in the void and disappeared into the darkness behind. It took about an hour for the black mass of people to enter before they all came to an end. At this time, people came and went in one after another. Whoosh! A purple figure flashed and appeared in the Grand Canyon. Looking at the gate in the void, his eyes suddenly flashed. These are the 4 gates to the Emperor battle plane. Just as Duan Lingtian was about to enter with the others, a voice suddenly rang out. Suddenly, a voice sounded in his ears. Little Tian. Duan Lingtian turned around and saw Dongfang Yannian smiling at him from not far away. Beside Dongfang Yannian was a beautiful woman with a pretty face and a graceful figure. The woman also had a white dragon elder medallion hanging from her waist. Duan Lingtian, on the other hand, figured out the woman's identity. She was none other than Dongfang Yannian's wife, Ouyang Xueli, who was also a white dragon elder in the heavenly dragon sect like him. Big brother Yannian. Duan Lingtian's figure flashed as he used the teleportation profundity to appear in front of Dongfang Yannian. After greeting Dongfang Yannian, he looked at the woman next to Dongfang Yannian and asked, "This must be sister-in-law, right?" Haha, Dongfang Yannian laughed. "It seems that brat Xue Haichuan has already told you. This is my wife, Ouyang Xueli. Li this is Duan Lingtian, Master Duan, who is more famous than me and Xue Haichuan in the Qianlong clan." Dongfang Yannian smiled. "Greetings, Master Duan." Ouyang Xueli smiled and nodded at Duan Lingtian. The reason why Xueli's heavenly veins were able to recover before the start of the Emperor battle is all thanks to the Limit Meridian Recovery Divine Pill refined by you. "Thank you, Master Duan." Duan Lingtian smiled bitterly at Ouyang Xueli's politeness and gratitude. "Sister-in-law, you seem too distant when you address me like that. Big brother Yannian and I are friends. I see him as an elder brother. You're my sister-in-law. You can be more casual and address me like you do with big brother Yannian." Towards the end, Duan Lingtian's tone contained a hint of helplessness. Hearing this, Ouyang Xueli smiled awkwardly. Dongfang Yannian helped her say, "Little Tian, your sister-in-law is different from me and Shui Haichuan. She's always been rather introverted. Once you get to know her for a while, she'll be able to do as you wish and stop being so courteous to you. So that's how it is. I've misunderstood her." Duan Lingtian suddenly understood. "Little Tian, are you preparing to enter the Emperor battle plane?" Dongfang Yannian asked with a smile. "Yes." Duan Lingtian nodded. Then, as if he had thought of something, he looked at Dongfang Yannian and asked, "Big brother Yannian, all the God King level disciples, with the exception of the elders and disciples who are busy with the sect's businesses, are required to kill a greater one sect disciple of the same level of cultivation as them within 3 months. Do you God Kings have a similar minimum mission?" Duan Lingtian suddenly thought of a problem. God Kings were one thing. Whether it was the Tianlong clan or the greater one sect, there were many. But God Kings were not in the majority. "No." Dongfang Yannian shook his head. "The reason there's a specific mission for you is because they're worried that some of you will slack off and hide after entering the God King battlefield. But for existences in the God King level, almost none of them would do such a thing. For existences in the God King level, the opening of the Emperor battle plane is also an opportunity for them. As long as they accumulate enough battle merits in the Emperor battle plane, they can exchange for anything that's helpful to their cultivation and profound comprehension of laws. This includes divine fruits, divine pellets, battle soul beads of experts, secret chambers of laws and so on. And for those in the God King level, with the exception of a few monstrous geniuses, the majority of them can feel the 1,000-year heavenly tribulation getting stronger and stronger. Under this kind of pressure, who wouldn't want to become stronger and deal with more heavenly tribulation? Let's not talk about the Tunglung province. Let's talk about our Tianlong clan. Why hasn't a God Emperor been born for so many years? It's because many people who had the potential to become God Kings were killed by the 1,000-year heavenly tribulation before they could break through. The 1,000-year heavenly tribulation gets stronger each time. For the majority of God King disciples in the sect, the 1,000-year heavenly tribulation they're facing isn't that strong for the time being, so they don't feel that much pressure. But for God Kings, it's completely different. After hearing Dongfang Yannian's words, Duan Lingtian also came to a realization. Because that was indeed the case. For existences in the God King level, it was indeed very unlikely that they'd want to waste their days in the God King battlefield. They all wanted to take a step forward through the Emperor battle plane. Once they did, they might be able to live for several thousand more years and even have a chance to break through and become a God King. Pill Master Duan, you've broken through to the God King level? At this moment, Ouyang Xueli, who was beside Dongfang Yannian, suddenly asked in surprise. Although Ouyang Xueli did not use the senses of her soul to investigate Duan Lingtian, the sliver of presence of divine force that Duan Lingtian had left behind after teleporting away earlier still allowed her to sense some of the subtle characteristics of a God King. As soon as Ouyang Xueli finished speaking, the senses of Dongfang Yannian's soul swept towards Duan Lingtian without holding back at all. A while later, he withdrew his soul and stared at Duan Lingtian for quite a while before sighing. "No wonder Shui Haichuan always calls you a monster, a freak. He really is right." Chapter 3841. From the Tianlong Temple, one had to pass through the Tianlong clan's entrance to the Emperor Battle Realm. After passing through the spatial passageway, one would arrive at Tianlong City, which was under the control of the Tianlong clan. After passing through the spatial passageway and entering the Emperor Battle Realm, Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up. He discovered that he had appeared in a majestic and ancient city. The floor tiles and walls of this city looked very new. It was obvious that it had been built not too long ago. Duan Lingtian. As soon as Duan Lingtian arrived, a few people took the initiative to greet him. These people were from the same batch of people as Duan Lingtian who had entered the Tianlong clan. Most of them were inner sect disciples. There were also a few outer sect disciples. Duan Lingtian returned the greetings with a smile even though he didn't know them or their names. Among these people, only a few of them looked familiar. Should we cooperate with Duan Lingtian? With his strength, we'll definitely have a better chance of entering the battlefield of God Kings. Not too far away, a God King inner sect disciple asked the people beside him. These people were his partners in entering the Emperor battle realm. They had agreed to enter the battlefield of God Kings together and support each other. Under the circumstances of helping each other complete the minimum mission, they would strive to obtain more battle merits and exchange them for the things they wanted in Peace City. If you want to cooperate with Duan Lingtian, why don't you go by yourself? Do you think he's a fool? With his strength, he doesn't need to cooperate with us at all. Another intermediate God King inner sect disciple shook his head and said, in terms of strength, he alone is enough to defeat all of us if we join forces. Cooperating with us will only benefit us. To him, it will only be detrimental. Think about it. If you were him and had the strength of our Qianlong clan below the God King realm, would you choose to cooperate with us? Under the reminder of the inner sect disciple who had spoken up earlier fell silent. At the same time, he did not take the initiative to step forward and ask for a snub. Of course, there were also some people who, although they felt that it was impossible for Duan Lingtian to cooperate with them, still mustered up the courage to step forward and ask, Duan Lingtian, we have 3 people on our side, 1 high God King and 2 medium God Kings. Are you interested in entering the God King battlefield with us? After we complete the minimum mission, you get half of the battle merits, and the 3 of us get the other half. As soon as this person opened his mouth, not only did he want to cooperate with Duan Lingtian, but he also mentioned the benefits he would give to Duan Lingtian. After the mission was completed, the battle merits would be divided among the 4 of them, with Duan Lingtian taking half. It had to be said that this treatment was very generous. However, it was precisely this generous treatment that caused many people to snort disdainfully. It sounds nice. If they are really cooperating with the Duan Lingtian, I'm afraid they are relying on the Duan Lingtian. That's right, to Duan Lingtian, it's the same whether they are there or not. Unless it's Hua Tianju and a few of the most outstanding inner sect disciples of our Qianlong clan, as well as some Azure Dragon disciples, if they cooperate with the Duan Lingtian, they are destined to only drag the Duan Lingtian down. As the group of people whispered to each other, Duan Lingtian also tactfully rejected the people who had asked him to cooperate. I plan to travel alone in the God King battlefield, and do not plan to cooperate with anyone. This one sentence also blocked the path of those who wanted to cooperate with him. Some people who originally wanted to speak up, or even make an even heavier promise, also stopped in their tracks at this time. Then, Duan Lingtian left under the gazes of the crowd. Duan Lingtian actually plans to travel alone in the God King battlefield. It seems that he is very confident in his own strength. With Duan Lingtian's strength, he indeed has the qualifications to say this. If those people from the Greater One sect encounter Duan Lingtian, I'm afraid they will be unlucky. When Duan Lingtian's back disappeared from the crowd's sight, the crowd couldn't help but discuss spiritedly, regarding Duan Lingtian's strength to the extreme. Duan Lingtian naturally didn't know what the crowd was talking about. After he left the spatial passage entrance of Sky Dragon City, he began to stroll around Sky Dragon City. Sky Dragon City was divided into many areas. The inner sect disciples also had a residence here, and the layout was very similar to the inner sect disciples' cultivation area in the Qianlong Temple. However, this was a large open space, and there were many independent courtyards. Now, in front of some of the courtyards, there were already names engraved on the stone tablets. There are quite a few inner sect disciples who came in before me. Seeing this, Duan Lingtian shook his head. Then, Duan Lingtian also saw that in the inner sect disciples' residence area, there were many inner sect disciples who left in groups. There were also some inner sect disciples who just arrived, occupying one of the courtyards. This place isn't suitable for cultivation. Duan Lingtian roughly sensed that the heaven and earth spirit energy in the Emperor battle realm was thin. It was even thinner than the Devata realms, let alone the realms of gods. It seems like I can only rely on divine pills, divine stones, and divine crystals to recover my divine energy. It's extremely difficult to rely on cultivation to recover my divine energy with the density of the heaven and earth spirit energy here. It was not difficult for Duan Lingtian to figure this out. Swoosh! In just a flash, Duan Lingtian appeared in front of the stone tablet at the entrance of a courtyard that was located in a relatively good location. At the same time, another figure also appeared in front of the stone tablet. Chem. Duan Lingtian looked at the person who had landed at the same time as him. Based on the identity token on the person's waist, it was obvious he was also an inner sect disciple. When Duan Lingtian looked at the other party smiled awkwardly. Senior brother Duan, since you've taken a fancy to this courtyard, I'll give it to you. I'll find another one. Duan Lingtian did not know the other party, but that did not mean the other party did not know who he was. Currently, Duan Lingtian was well known in the Qianlong clan, whether it was those who were in the Qianlong temple or those who were running the Qianlong clan's businesses outside, as long as they were not in closed-door cultivation in recent years, they knew who he was. Thank you. As soon as the other party left, Duan Lingtian smiled and thanked the other party. Then, he casually carved his name on the stone tablet at the entrance of the courtyard in front of him. The 3 words Duan Lingtian were carved on the stone tablet in one go. This would also be his resting place in the Emperor Battle Realm. When he walked into the courtyard, he saw that the layout of the courtyard was no different from the cultivation area of the inner sect disciples in the Qianlong temple. The layout of the rooms was similar as well, giving off a familiar feeling. It seems that Peace City can be reached directly from Heavenly Dragon City. After staying in the room for a while, Duan Lingtian walked out of the room and out of the courtyard. He casually asked someone for directions and headed east of Sky Dragon City. Peace City was located in the east of Sky Dragon City. It was adjacent to Sky Dragon City. Furthermore, the distance between Heavenly Dragon City and Peace City was very short. One could enter Peace City in practically an instant before others could react. Of course, even if that was not the case, no one from the Supreme Sect would dare to make a move here. Once they made a move, the experts of the Qianlong clan in Sky Dragon City would definitely not stand idly by. There was a Golden Dragon Elder overseeing Sky Dragon City, and at least one Golden Dragon Elder would stay behind. This was what Duan Lingtian had heard from Xue Haichuan before he came in. There are actually many people going to Peace City to watch the show. On the way to Peace City, Duan Lingtian saw many people heading to Peace City like him. Among them, there were not only inner sect disciples but also outer sect disciples, inner sect elders, and outer sect deacons. A cold snort suddenly exploded by Duan Lingtian's ears, and it was like thunder piercing his ears. Immediately, Duan Lingtian's expression changed slightly. Then, he subconsciously looked at the person who had spoken. It was a person with the identity token of a white dragon elder hanging from his waist. He was also the only white dragon elder among the group of people who were currently heading to Peace City. After this person sensed Duan Lingtian's gaze, he coldly swept his eyes over him. Then, his figure flickered and he no longer paid attention to Duan Lingtian. In a flash, he vanished from Duan Lingtian's sight. Although that voice was directed at Duan Lingtian, the others still heard it. It was just that the voice was not as exaggerated as the one Duan Lingtian heard. For a time, everyone subconsciously stopped in their tracks. After a moment, an inner sect elder kindly sent a sound transmission to Duan Lingtian, reminding him, Duan Lingtian, that person just now was our Qianlong clan's white dragon elder, Elder Liu Yin. Elder Liu Yin is also someone from the 10,000 Demon sect. He was the former sect master of the Hidden Fog sect. But after his only son died, he left the Hidden Fog sect and joined the 10,000 Demon sect. Hearing this inner sect elder's reminder, Duan Lingtian's pupils shrank. When he regained his composure, he suddenly realized who it was. So it was him, Xue Haichuan's sworn enemy. A person who even dreamt of killing Xue Haichuan's big brother, Xue Haishan. Since you're close to Elder Xue Haichuan, you should know about the grudge between Elder Xue Haichuan's elder brother and him. If I'm not wrong, he targeted you because you're close to Elder Xue Haichuan. The inner sect elder continued to remind him. Thank you for the reminder, Elder. In truth, even if this inner sect elder didn't remind him, Duan Lingtian would have guessed the reason why he was targeted when he learned of this person's identity. However, although it should be because he was close to Xue Haichuan and his brother, there was definitely a big reason. It was because of the 10,000 Demon sect. When Kuang Tianjing went to the Linghu family and tried to kill him, He and Kuang Tianjing had become complete enemies. Kuang Tianjing was a member of the Tianlong clan's 10,000 demon sect. As long as the 10,000 demon sect didn't give up on him, it meant that the 10,000 demon sect was destined to be his enemy. However, you can rest assured in the Emperor battle plane. He won't dare to do anything to you. If he does, you will undoubtedly die. The inner sect elder continued to remind him. Finally, the inner sect elder reminded him a few more times before introducing himself. When he heard the inner sect elder's self-introduction, Duan Lingtian understood why he was so kind as to warn him. This person was actually Dongfang Yanyan's senior brother who shared the same master. However, because he was weaker than Dongfang Yanyan, his status in the Tianlong clan was inferior to Dongfang Yanyan's. End of chapter. Chapter 38-42. Liu Yin. He didn't even change his name. Previously, Duan Lingtian only knew that the previous sect master of the Hidden Fog sect refused to accept the judgment of the Hidden Fog sect's upper echelons against Shui Haishan. In a fit of anger, he turned and joined the Myriad Demon sect. After becoming one of the upper echelons of the Myriad Demon sect, he entered the Tianlong clan through the Myriad Demon sect. Moreover, he rapidly rose through the ranks of the Tianlong clan. Now, he had even become a White Dragon Elder. What he didn't know was that this person hadn't even changed his name back when he was the sect master of the Hidden Fog sect. The Hidden Fog sect had a rule. Every generation of sect masters had to abandon their own names and add a yin to their surname as their new name. This was to represent the Hidden Fog sect and control the Hidden Fog sect. For instance, the current sect master of the Hidden Fog sect was named Qian Yin. As for Liu Yin, it was clear that he had only changed his name when he was the sect master of the Hidden Fog sect. But after he left the Hidden Fog sect, he didn't change his name back. To a certain extent, this was undoubtedly a provocation towards the Hidden Fog sect. At least, that was what Duan Lingtian believed. It seems that the previous sect master of the Hidden Fog sect holds a great grudge against the Hidden Fog sect. As he thought of the hostility Liu Yin showed towards him just now, it wasn't hard for Duan Lingtian to guess how deep his hatred for Shui Haishan was. It even included him. At the very least, in Duan Lingtian's opinion, Liu Yin's hostility towards him was first because he had a good relationship with Shui Haishan and his brother. Secondly, it was because he and the Myriad Demon sect were like fire and water. Senior apprentice brother Fang Yu, when I came in just now, big brother Yanyan and sister-in-law Shui Li were outside. Now that you've entered the Emperor War Plane, do you plan on entering the Divine Sovereign battlefield with them? Duan Lingtian asked with a smile. No. Fang Yu was the Tianlong clan inner sect disciple who reminded Duan Lingtian. He was also Duan Lingtian's senior apprentice brother. When he heard Duan Lingtian's question, he smiled and shook his head. If I went with them, wouldn't I disturb their mood? Duan Lingtian could not help but smile when he heard this. That did seem to be the case. If Fang Yu rashly entered the battlefield of the Divine Emperors with Dongfang Yanyan and his wife, he would undoubtedly become the third wheel beside them. It was easy to imagine that if that happened, even if he was Fang Yu, he would still feel uncomfortable. After exchanging a few words, and with Dongfang Yanyan as the focal point, Duan Lingtian and Fang Yu quickly became familiar with each other. Then, they traveled together to Peace City. In Heavenly Dragon City, or even Peace City, nothing can happen to the people of the Tianlong clan. We don't have to worry about being assassinated. Along the way, Fang Yu smiled and said to Duan Lingtian, in Sky Dragon City, there is our Tianlong clan's Golden Dragon Elder. As for the Peace City, there are a few experts from the Tunglung province who are holding down the fort. However, each family has a god emperor holding down the fort. If anyone dares to cause trouble there. At this point, Fang Yu paused for a moment, then transmitted his voice to Duan Lingtian, even our Tianlong clan's Golden Dragon Elder won't be able to escape death. There were more than one god emperor holding down the fort in Peace City. Who would dare to cause trouble there? Duan Lingtian nodded. Even if Fang Yu didn't say it, he would have thought of it. Of course, if a member of our Tianlong clan runs to Tai City, you can forget about living. Even if you don't do anything, Tai City will find a random reason to kill you after killing you. If you die in Tai City, you'll die in vain. At this point, Fang Yu looked at Duan Lingtian and asked, "Little Tian, is your sense of direction all right?" Sense of direction? Duan Lingtian was startled. He didn't know why Fang Yu suddenly asked this. Before this War of Emperors, there were 2 War of Emperors in the history of our Qianlong clan, Fang Yu said. During one of the 2 War of Emperors, there was once an inner sect disciple of the Qianlong clan. Due to his poor sense of direction, he mistakenly mistook the enemy's city for Heavenly Dragon City. Then, he died in the enemy's city. Of course, the other party said that he wanted to barge in and kill someone. He even made a move, which was why he was killed. However, if you think about it, it's impossible. If an inner sect disciple of our Qianlong clan accidentally entered the enemy's city, he would probably want to tuck his tail between his legs and behave himself. Why would he so easily make a move inside? Hearing Fang Yu's words, the corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth couldn't help but twitch. He finally understood why Fang Yu had asked him about his sense of direction. It turned out that someone from the Qianlong clan had suffered a great loss because of his poor sense of direction. My sense of direction is pretty good. However, even if my sense of direction is poor, our Heavenly Dragon City isn't exactly the same as the enemy's city, right? Duan Lingtian asked. That's right. Fang Yu nodded. However, those who went to Peace City were mesmerized by the various treasures that could be exchanged for merit points in Peace City. They had long forgotten some of the things that they didn't deliberately remember. How many people can remember what their own city looks like? Duan Lingtian smiled bitterly. It's really unfair that he died in the Emperor Battle Realm. Not only was it unfair, but it was also embarrassing. Fang Yu shook his head and said, naturally, no one in the sect would openly laugh at him. However, the enemy used him to make fun of the sect. At that time, many people in the sect didn't feel the slightest bit of pity for him. Duan Lingtian couldn't help but sigh when he heard this. It was not difficult to imagine the situation. Unknowingly, Duan Lingtian and Fang Yu arrived at the city walls of Heavenly Dragon City. Then, the 2 of them flashed and entered another city in front of them. This city was not very big. In fact, it was only 1/10 the size of Heavenly Dragon City. However, it was very lively. In this city, apart from a few mansions that no one dared to approach, the rest of the city was filled with buildings that were filled with formations. Inside these buildings, there were all kinds of treasures taken out by the Sky Dragon sect and the Greater One sect, and these treasures were now locked by formations. If one wanted to unlock the treasures and take them away, they would have to exchange military merits for them. In front of each item, a number would be formed on the formation wall. That number was the number of military merits required to unlock it. The more precious an item was, the more military merits it required. Here, Duan Lingtian saw one of the rewards that he had received when he won first place in the Hidden Dragon Grand Tournament a few years ago. It was the Emperor Ascension Divine Pill. The Emperor Ascension Divine Pill was priced at 100 military merits in Peace City's Divine Pill Hall. What did 100 military merits mean? If the God King disciples of the Qianlong clan and the outer sect deacons who were upper God Kings killed a lower God King disciple of the Greater One sect, they would only obtain 1 military merit. If they killed a middle God King disciple, they would obtain 5 military merits. If they killed a upper God King disciple, they would obtain 25 military merits. In other words, whether it was the people of the Qianlong clan or the Greater One sect, if they wanted to obtain an Emperor Ascension Divine Pill, they would either have to kill 4 upper God Kings or kill lower God Kings and middle God Kings. These Emperor Ascension Divine Pills must have been refined by the old ancestor. Even if the Greater One sect obtained Emperor Ascension Divine Pills, they would normally give them to their disciples. Seeing Duan Lingtian's gaze, Fang Yu said bluntly. Duan Lingtian nodded. He thought so too. As an Emperor-grade Divine Pill, the Emperor Ascension Divine Pill was not that easy to refine. Even he was not confident that he could refine the Emperor Ascension Divine Pill. This was because the Emperor Ascension Divine Pill was different from ordinary Emperor-grade Divine Pills. Ordinary Emperor-grade Divine Pills relied more on the infusion of life energy, but the Emperor Ascension Divine Pill focused more on the technique of refining the pill. Duan Lingtian's current refining technique was not enough to refine the Emperor Ascension Divine Pill. At the same time, Duan Lingtian's attention also fell on the other divine pills. He realized that he could refine all of these divine pills. Moreover, he could refine these supreme-grade divine pills, as long as he had enough materials. As for those that he could not refine at the moment, such as the Emperor Ascension divine pill, he had no use for them. At the very least, he had no use for them at the moment. What? You don't like them? Fang Yu asked with a smile when he noticed Duan Lingtian retracting his gaze. I don't need them. Duan Lingtian shook his head. Senior brother Fang Yu, let's go to the herb hall to take a look. There should be many things that I want there. As soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, before Fang Yu could reply, a mocking voice sounded from the side. What a boastful claim. There are so many divine pills and miraculous medicines, but none of them are what you want. Who do you think you are? You're just an inner sect disciple of the Qianlong clan. You have the guts to say such arrogant words. The person who sneered was a middle-aged man with an ordinary face and fierce eyes. He had a medium build and was wearing a loose blue robe. As soon as he appeared, many people in the Divine Pill Hall bowed to him and respectfully called him Elder Huang Yun. When Duan Lingtian heard the sneer, he instinctively glanced at the other party. His gaze landed on the other party as well. With just a glance, he recognized the identity token on the other party's waist. It was the identity token of the Tai Yi sect's inner sect elder. In Peace City, Duan Lingtian had seen many elders and disciples of the Greater One sect. However, whether it was the people of the Greater One sect or the people of the Qianlong clan, even if they were going to fight to the death on the battlefield, they were all in Peace City. It was even difficult to see a quarrel. As an inner sect elder of the Greater One sect, it seems that this kid isn't very well informed. Before Duan Lingtian could speak, Fang Yu laughed and looked at the Greater One sect inner sect elder Huang Yun with a gaze full of mockery. Just as Huang Yun's face darkened, Fang Yu indifferently said, although the person beside me is only an inner sect disciple of the Qianlong clan for the time being, he is also the one and only ultimate divine pill master of the Qianlong clan. Ultimate divine pill master. This was the title that most people in the Qianlong clan gave to Duan Lingtian. The reason Duan Lingtian was given such a title was because he could refine supreme spirit-grade divine pills and supreme king-grade divine pills as if they were child's play. There was no pressure at all. Ultimate divine pill master? It's that Duan Lingtian of the Qianlong clan? Chapter 3843. Huang Yun was an inner sect elder of the Greater One sect. He had been in secluded cultivation for the past few years and was only forcefully awakened 2 months before the Emperor battle. Then, after learning about the Emperor battle, after his initial shock, he hurriedly made various preparations for the Emperor battle. He simply did not have the time to understand the various recent rumors. Therefore, he did not know of Duan Lingtian's existence, nor did he know that Duan Lingtian was a divine pill master who was not even 3,000 years old and could freely refine peak king-level divine pills. Not even 3,000 years old and an elite among the Qianlong clan's inner sect disciples? A divine pill master who is not even 3,000 years old and can casually refine a large number of peak king-level divine pills? If it was someone from the Qianlong clan blowing his own trumpet, Huang Yun would not believe it, but the one who told him this was a Greater One sect disciple. He had no choice but to believe it. It was also because of this that when he looked at Duan Lingtian again, his face alternated between green and white. In the end, he said coldly, "You are indeed a rare genius. However, in the Emperor battle plane, no one will show mercy to you just because you are a genius. In fact, our Greater One sect's Divine King disciples will be proud to kill you. Anyone who can kill you in the Divine King battlefield can be proud and can even boast about it for the rest of their lives." Huang Yun was now a little angry out of humiliation. Because his words just now had given him a solid slap, making him feel extremely humiliated. Moreover, it was in front of so many Greater One sect disciples. Elder Huang Yun. Duan Lingtian glanced at the enraged Huang Yun indifferently. Just because of what you said, I, Duan Lingtian, won't leave the battlefield of the godly kings if I don't kill all 100 of your godly king's disciples. Of course, you can also tell your Greater One Sect's Divine King disciples to hide outside and not enter the Divine King battlefield. That way, they may be able to escape death. The moment these words left Duan Lingtian's mouth, the entire place fell into dead silence. Even the people from the Qianlong clan were staring at Duan Lingtian, dumbfounded. They never thought that Duan Lingtian would dare to say such a thing. Although they all knew that Duan Lingtian was very strong, and if he was placed in the Qianlong clan, he would definitely be the most outstanding among the God King realm disciples. However, Duan Lingtian's words had undoubtedly pushed him to the opposite side of all the Greater One Sect's Divine King realm disciples. Moreover, it was clear that he did not put the Greater One Sect's Divine King in his eyes at all. The people of the Qianlong clan were dumbstruck. The people of the Greater One Sect, after a brief moment of shock, flew into a rage. Arrogant. Too arrogant. Does this Duan Lingtian really think he's an invincible godly king? How dare you provoke all the Divine King disciples of our Greater One Sect? He's courting death. How dare you look down on our Greater One Sect's Divine King disciples? I'll immediately go out and tell the strongest senior brothers of our Greater One Sect to quickly enter the Emperor battle plane and teach this ignorant brat a lesson. The group of Greater One Sect disciples present were furious at this moment. But after Greater One Sect's inner sect elder Huang Yun came back to his senses, he stared at Duan Lingtian with a mocking smile. Then I'm looking forward to you killing 100 of our Greater One Sect's Divine King disciples. I only hope that when the time comes, you won't go back on your words and run out before you've killed enough. Duan Lingtian's expression was as calm as ever. You're not qualified for me, Duan Lingtian, to break my promise. You. Huang Yun flew into a rage. Divine power broke out of his body and surged around him, but after a moment, he withdrew it completely. At the same time, his forehead was overflowing with cold sweat. Because, at this crucial moment, he felt an extremely terrifying aura locking onto him. This aura of unknown origin gave him an extremely dangerous feeling. It was as though if he dared to attack Duan Lingtian, the owner of this aura would immediately kill him. This is the aura of a divine emperor expert. Huang Yun's heart trembled, sweat dripping down his back. After a moment, he felt the aura recede. Huang Yun looked at Duan Lingtian, the anger in his eyes burning even more. Brat, I'd like to see how you'll embarrass yourself when the time comes. Duan Lingtian's expression was still calm. Elder Huang Yun, if you have the time to care about this, why don't you return to your Greater One Sect and warn those Divine King disciples not to enter the Divine King battlefield so easily, lest they become my, Duan Lingtian's, prey. With that, Duan Lingtian ignored the furious Huang Yun and the rest of the Greater One Sect and walked out of the Divine Pill Hall. Senior brother Fang Yu, let's go take a look elsewhere. Ah, okay. Fang Yu hurriedly came back to his senses and hurriedly followed. At the same time, the gaze he used to look at Duan Lingtian's back became more and more complicated. He really didn't expect that Duan Lingtian, who appeared to be humble and polite in private, would have such a side to him. Even he himself felt that Duan Lingtian was a little too arrogant and overconfident. The Greater One Sect's Divine King disciples, in terms of overall strength and peak battle strength, were not inferior to the Qianlong clan. However, Duan Lingtian had declared that he would fight all the Divine King stage disciples of the Taiyi sect on his own. Duan Lingtian didn't know what Fang Yu was thinking. Right now, he was wholeheartedly focused on the various divine fruits, divine herbs, and divine medicines that the Qianlong clan and Greater One Sect had taken out. To be precise, he was focused on the various medicinal herbs that Greater One Sect had taken out. As for the Qianlong clan's inventory, he had basically plundered a lot of what he needed. I hope Greater One Sect won't let me down. Right now, Duan Lingtian was hoping that among the medicinal herbs that Greater One Sect had taken out, there were medicinal herbs that the Qianlong clan did not have and that he urgently needed. And after Duan Lingtian left the Divine Pill Palace, the people of the Qianlong clan present looked at each other, speechless. Many people were talking about what had just happened through sound transmission. They all felt that Duan Lingtian was too arrogant. There were also some people who felt that Duan Lingtian was going to be in big trouble this time. As for the people of Greater One Sect, after Duan Lingtian left, they seemed to vent their anger on the Qianlong clan people. Their gazes towards the Qianlong clan people in the Divine Pill Palace also became hostile. However, the group of people of the Qianlong clan did not pay attention to their gazes. Even if there was an inner sect elder of Greater One sect in the group of people, none of them could match up to him. Because they knew that the other party would not make a move, nor would they dare to make a move. At the same time, the disciples of Greater One sect also sent out messages one after another to their fellow sect members who had entered the Emperor Battle Dimension but were not in the Divine Pill Palace in Peace City. For a time, most of the disciples of Greater One sect in the Emperor Battle Dimension basically knew what had happened in the Divine Pill Palace. To be precise, it was the words that Duan Lingtian had released. Entering the battlefield of Divine Kings, he won't come out unless he kills 100 Divine King disciples of Greater One sect. Good. Very good. That Duan Lingtian of the Qianlong clan is really confident in himself. I'd like to see how he's going to kill 100 Divine King disciples of Greater One sect. Godly King's disciples with a low cultivation base should gather together. At the very least, there should be a few superior Godly Kings leading the group. As for those with a high cultivation base, they can join forces and kill Duan Lingtian in the battlefield of the Godly Kings. In my opinion, since Duan Lingtian is so arrogant, the sect should issue a reward within the sect. Anyone who kills him will receive a large amount of sect contribution point. Everyone of Greater One sect who heard the news was furious. Soon, several disciples of Greater One sect deliberately left Greater One city and returned to the Greater One sect's encampment to spread Duan Lingtian's words word for word. For a time, the entire Greater One sect was shaken. The reward was also quickly spread throughout the Greater One sect. Anyone who kills Duan Lingtian will be rewarded with 200,000 contribution point. Join forces to kill him, and anyone who kills him can discuss an equal share of the 200,000 contribution point. It was said that the reward was personally passed down by the sect master of Greater One sect. For a time, the Greater One sect's Divine King disciples were restless. Those Divine King disciples who already had small teams began to think of ways to strengthen their small teams so that they could kill Duan Lingtian when they encountered Duan Lingtian. The Greater One sect's Divine King disciples who originally did not intend to enter the Emperor Battle Plane now all entered through the Emperor Battle Plane entrance of Greater One sect's encampment. For a time, the number of Greater One sect's Divine King disciples in Greater One City of the Emperor Battle Plane increased dramatically. In Greater One City, the Divine King disciples who originally planned to enter the battlefield of Divine Kings all stopped in their tracks. They wanted to find a few more people to team up with before entering the battlefield of Divine Kings. This way, it would be more helpful to kill the Qianlong clan's inner sect disciple Duan Lingtian. While the large group of Greater One sect's Divine King disciples were moving, the news of the 200,000 contribution points reward spread through the Qianlong clan's spies in Greater One sect also reached the Qianlong clan. That pill master Duan is really a troublemaker. The White Dragon elders of the Qianlong clan smiled bitterly when they received the news. At the same time, they immediately passed on the news to the sect master of the Qianlong clan, Long Qingchong. Long Qingchong was silent for a while after receiving the news. Then, he issued an order: all Divine King disciples below the High Divine King realm are not allowed to enter the battlefield of Divine Kings if they do not form groups of 10. Then, he explained his order: the Greater One sect's Divine King disciples have gathered into teams with the goal of entering the battlefield of Divine Kings to kill Duan Lingtian. If your teams do not have the confidence to fight against Duan Lingtian, it is best not to enter the battlefield of Divine Kings rashly. Find a few more people to join your teams first. As Long Qingchong's words were passed on by the White Dragon elders of the Qianlong clan, the Divine King disciples of the Qianlong clan were stunned when they heard it. However, it did not take long for the Qianlong clan's disciples to spread the news of what happened in the Emperor Battle Realm and Ping City's Divine Pill Hall. Duan Lingtian declared that he would not come out until he killed 100 Greater One Divine King disciples after entering the battlefield of Divine Kings. The Tai Yi sect's godly monarch disciples made such a big fuss over this. The weak formed a large team while the strong formed a small team just to kill Duan Lingtian. The Greater One sect issued a reward of 200,000 contribution points for killing Duan Lingtian. As the news spread, the entire Tianlong clan was shaken. Chapter 3844. As a God-Emperor level sect, the value of Greater One sect's contribution points was comparable to that of the Tianlong clan. 200,000 contribution points. In the Tianlong clan, even the Black Dragon Elder, not everyone had the ability to take out so much, let alone others. And the Black Dragon Elder of the Tianlong clan was already a high-level God-Emperor. From this, it could be seen how generous it was for Greater One sect to take out 200,000 contribution points as a reward for killing Duan Lingtian. At this moment, even many of the Tianlong clan's God King disciples were somewhat tempted. If we kill Duan Lingtian, will Greater One sect be willing to give us treasures equivalent to 200,000 contribution points? 200,000 contribution points. Greater One sect, what a generous offer. They are determined to kill Duan Lingtian. Speaking of which, Duan Lingtian was a little too arrogant. He declared that he would not come out until he killed 100 Greater One sect's God King disciples. Isn't this the same as poking a hornet's nest? It would be strange if the Greater One sect did not respond to this. Duan Lingtian is most likely regretting it this time. I think so too. A group of Tianlong clan's God King disciples, while discussing spiritedly, shook their heads, eyes full of pity. They felt that if Duan Lingtian dared to enter the God King battlefield, it would not bode well for him. Clan Master wants us to form a team and enter. If the strength of the team is not enough to contend with Duan Lingtian, then we should not rashly enter the God King battlefield. Why does it sound like he wants us to deal with Duan Lingtian? You think too much. How could Clan Master want us to deal with a fellow disciple? He wants us to help Duan Lingtian too late. The reason why Clan Master used Duan Lingtian to measure the strength of the team is that he is worried that we are not strong enough and will be surrounded by the Greater One sect's God King team after entering the God King battlefield. Although the Greater One sect's God King team is going to kill Duan Lingtian, if they see us Tianlong clan's disciples, do you think they will let us go? That's true. The group of God King disciples from the Tianlong clan, who had been preparing to enter the battlefield, stopped in their tracks. Some of the God King's disciples who originally wanted to join forces with Duan Lingtian also gave up on the idea. Duan Lingtian, you're really... When Ding Yang heard the news, he couldn't help but sigh. Humph. Not far away from him, Sikong Yu grunted coldly. What are you sighing for? Are you still a man? Isn't that Duan Lingtian your friend? At this time, shouldn't you have faith in him? Could it be that you also think that he will die in the hands of the Supreme One sect's divine kings? Although Sikong Yu didn't intend to enter the Emperor Battle Plains battlefield with Ding Yang, before entering, Ding Yang had gone to see her father. Then, her father had allowed her to enter the Emperor Battle Plain with Ding Yang. Of course, he didn't force her to follow Ding Yang. However, now that they had just entered the Emperor Battle Plain and heard the various rumors about Duan Lingtian and Supreme One sect, Sikong Yu couldn't stand seeing Ding Yang sigh and pity the fate of mankind. Who said that I don't have faith in Duan Lingtian? When Ding Yang heard this, he raised his head and coldly swept a glance at Sikong Yu. Since you're not, why are you sighing? Ridiculous. Sikong Yu sneered. Ding Yang was silent. After a while, Sikong Yu looked at Ding Yang and said indifferently, Ding Yang, transmit a message to Duan Lingtian and ask him if he's interested in forming a team with me. Tell him that on my side, including me, there are 4 high god kings whose strength isn't inferior to Hua Tianju's. Sikong Yu already had her own team in the Emperor Battle Plain. Of her 3 teammates, 2 were disciples of the Azure Dragon sect. Although the other one wasn't a disciple of the Azure Dragon sect, he had the strength of a disciple of the Azure Dragon sect. You want to join forces with Duan Lingtian? It had to be said that Sikong Yu's words frightened Ding Yang. Are you speaking the truth? When Ding Yang found out about Duan Lingtian's current situation, he was worried for Duan Lingtian. At the same time, his heart was filled with bitterness. He felt that his strength was too low and that he couldn't help Duan Lingtian. If he had enough strength, he could definitely form a team with Duan Lingtian to deal with the threat from the Greater One sect's God King disciples. But now, Sikong Yu said that she wanted to join forces with Duan Lingtian. It could be said that it frightened him. because in his opinion, joining forces with Duan Lingtian was definitely a dangerous thing. Hearing the words of the God King disciples, many people originally had the idea of joining forces with Duan Lingtian. But after learning about the conflict between Duan Lingtian and the Greater One sect, they dispelled the idea of joining forces with Duan Lingtian. Do you think I'm lying to you? Sikong Yu sneered. Quickly contact him. This is like sending charcoal in snowy weather to him. It's impossible for him to refuse. Why? Ding Yang asked. You, Sikong Yu, aren't someone who would sacrifice yourself for others. Why are you suddenly helping Duan Lingtian? Do you have something you want? As he finished speaking, Ding Yang had a vigilant expression. He had a certain understanding of Sikong Yu. Sikong Yu was extremely proud, to the extent that she looked down on many people. But now, she was willing to join forces with Duan Lingtian when Duan Lingtian was facing danger. He really couldn't figure out why Sikong Yu would make such a decision. Hearing Ding Yang's words and noticing Ding Yang's gaze, Sikong Yu was first stunned, then she frowned slightly. Why do you care what I want? I told you to contact him, so hurry up and contact him. I had to talk to the three of them for a while before they were willing to join forces with Duan Lingtian. The current Duan Lingtian isn't someone who's brave enough to work with. Sikong Yu said. Ding Yang was stunned when he heard Sikong Yu. Earlier, he was still wondering if someone in Sikong Yu's group wanted to join forces with Duan Lingtian. But based on the current situation, it didn't seem to be the case. Those three people were persuaded by Sikong Yu to join forces with Duan Lingtian. Ding Yang sent a voice transmission to Duan Lingtian as he glanced deeply at Sikong Yu. Sikong Yu, don't tell me that you've fallen for Duan Lingtian. As soon as Ding Yang finished speaking, Sikong Yu's expression went grim. What nonsense are you talking about? Ding Yang sighed in his heart when he saw Sikong Yu's reaction, and he knew that he'd guessed correctly. This extremely proud young woman who'd always looked down on him had fallen for his friend. Even though he'd long since given up all thoughts of Sikong Yu, he couldn't help but feel slightly disappointed when he found out that Sikong Yu had fallen for Duan Lingtian. After all, Sikong Yu didn't like him, but took a fancy to his friend. Of course, he knew in his heart that Duan Lingtian was so outstanding that it was normal for Sikong Yu to take a fancy to him. There was nothing wrong with that. This world was so realistic. If Duan Lingtian's current achievements were only on par with his, Sikong Yu would definitely not take a fancy to him. A proud woman like Sikong Yu would generally only take a fancy to a man who was more outstanding than her and could conquer her in all aspects. Obviously, Duan Lingtian was such a man. Tell her that I appreciate her good intentions, but I, Duan Lingtian, don't need anyone's help. At the same time, Ding Yang received a message from Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian. Ding Yang hurriedly sent a message. Don't try to be brave. I know you're very strong, but it's basically impossible for the people of Greater One sect to travel alone. Those who are weak will form groups, and those who are strong will form groups of 3 to 5. If you form a group with Sikong Yu and the others, it's almost impossible for the people of Greater One sect to kill you. Ding Yang advised. As a friend of Duan Lingtian, he naturally hoped that Duan Lingtian would be safe and sound. For example, when he was still in Wind City's hidden mist academy, when he was a 10-star student, he knew that several Divine King-level clans in Wind City were targeting Duan Lingtian. He did not hesitate to borrow the power of the Tianlong clan to make the death warriors of those Divine King-level clans retreat. However, at that time, Duan Lingtian had rejected his good intentions. Ding Yang, don't forget that when we were still in Wind City's hidden mist academy, you also felt that I was in danger during the training trip and insisted on helping me, but I was fine at that time, wasn't I? Duan Lingtian replied with a smile. Don't worry, I, Duan Lingtian, won't joke about my life. When he sent the message to Ding Yang, Duan Lingtian was still strolling around Peace City. The inner sect elder of the Tianlong clan, Fang Yu, who was originally by his side, had already left. He was preparing to enter the battlefield of Divine Kings with the group he had found. Before he left, he advised Duan Lingtian not to enter the battlefield of Divine Kings for the time being. Although he had been with Duan Lingtian all this time, Fang Yu had received many messages and learned about the situation at the scene. In the Emperor battle plane, apart from the 3 major battlefields, messages could be sent to and from Peace City, Sky Dragon City, and Greater One City. Moreover, messages could be sent directly to and from the 3 cities. In the end, Ding Yang was unable to persuade Duan Lingtian. Ding Yang could only smile bitterly and sigh. Then, he looked at Sikong Yu and said, Duan Lingtian asked me to tell you that he thanks you for your good intentions, but he doesn't plan to cooperate with anyone. You're his friend. Can't you persuade him? Sikong Yu frowned. This time, she wanted to join forces with Duan Lingtian. Although she did not like Duan Lingtian as Ding Yang had said, she had no ill feelings toward Duan Lingtian. In fact, she was interested in him. This man who came from a Devata realm was younger than her, but he was more outstanding than her. Moreover, his attainments in the divine pill Tao were even more shocking. This was the first time she had met a man who surpassed her in every aspect. Moreover, this man had never even looked at her. Previously, when Duan Lingtian was refining pills in public, she and Ding Yang were standing together. However, Duan Lingtian only glanced at Ding Yang a few times. From the beginning until the end, he had only glanced at her from the corner of his eyes. This made her feel resentful, and she hated Duan Lingtian. However, as time passed, she became more and more curious about this man. She wanted to get close to him and let him know that she, Sikong Yu, was the pride of the younger generation in the Qianlong clan. There were many inner sect disciples who pursued her, and there were even a few Azure Dragon disciples who kept pestering her. Initially, she thought she would have a chance to get close to Duan Lingtian since the Supreme Yi sect was against Duan Lingtian in the God King battlefield. She even convinced her 3 companions. However, she did not expect Duan Lingtian would reject her. Chapter 38-45. I tried, but it's useless. Facing Sikong Yu's questioning, Ding Yang did not show any emotion. He gently shook his head and said, if possible, I also hope that he can work with you. That way, his safety will be more guaranteed. However, I know his character. Once he has decided on something, no one can change his mind. No matter what you're thinking, you should take care of yourself first. The current God King battlefield is not peaceful. Duan Lingtian won't join your small team. As such, your small team won't be able to grow any stronger. After Ding Yang finished speaking, he left. He had already contacted the team he was looking for. Now, under the expansion of his teammates, that team had cooperated with a few other small teams. Currently, there were more than 20 people. In his opinion, even if a team of this scale was far from enough to sweep the God King battlefield, they should be able to protect themselves to a certain extent. Of course, it might not be safe. However, in this world, if one wanted to become a true powerhouse, one had to experience trials and tribulations. For example, those who stood at the peak of this world, which one of them did not crawl out from a pile of corpses? If one was too timid to even enter the God King battlefield, one's life would probably be the same. After Ding Yang left, Sikong Yu's expression changed. She also left the Emperor battle plane. The exit of the Heavenly Dragon City was actually the place where the Heavenly Dragon sect's encampment appeared. It was a vast area. Many people in the surroundings were looking at her. However, when they saw Sikong Yu's unsightly expression, the group of people moved aside in succession and watched Sikong Yu leave from afar. Sikong Yu seems to be in a bad mood. Could it be that revered Elder Sikong taught her a lesson again? Speaking of which, who is revered Elder Sikong? Although he's an elder of the Qianlong clan, it's said that even the clan master has to be respectful to him. That's a treatment that ordinary elders of the Black Dragon clan don't have. In our Qianlong clan, I'm afraid only the old clan master and a few elders of the Golden Dragon clan have such treatment. I don't know about that. I only know that revered Elder Sikong came back with the clan master back then. He should be an expert that the clan master invited from outside. The one beside Sikong Yu earlier seemed to be called Ding Yang. In the past, he followed consecrated Sikong to the Qianlong clan. It was only right before the start of the last Hidden Dragon competition that he officially entered our Qianlong clan. Yes, he even fought his way into the top 30 of the Hidden Dragon Grand competition. He's one of the 2 youngest people in the top 30 of the Hidden Dragon Grand Competition. He's the same as Duan Lingtian, not even 3,000 years old. Not even 3,000 years old, yet he managed to enter the top 30 of the Hidden Dragon Competition. His future is boundless. If it weren't for Duan Lingtian, there was no way he wouldn't have made a name for himself after the Hidden Dragon Grand Competition. Speaking of limitless prospects, Sikong Yu, who just left, is only around 3,000 years old, and is already an Azure Dragon disciple of our Tianlong clan. After Ding Yang and Sikong Yu left, many people started to talk about them. Although they attracted a lot of attention when they were around, not many people dared to talk about them in front of them. Now that they were gone, everyone had nothing to worry about. Meanwhile, in Peace City, Duan Lingtian slowly walked out of the city gates. In a flash, he returned to Sky Dragon City. It seems like after the start of the Emperor battle, under the supervision of several peak God Emperor forces in Tung Lung province, both the sects and the Greater One sect really took out their trump cards. Especially the Greater One sect, they have many medicinal herbs that I need. Moreover, the sect also has some things that I need. Although the Tianlong clan had promised to give him a certain amount of precious medicinal herbs that corresponded to a certain amount of contribution points when he refined the Limit Meridian Recovery Divine Pill in front of everyone, those medicinal herbs could only be considered second tier in terms of value. Among the medicinal herbs that he needed, the Tianlong clan did not give him the main medicinal herbs that could be considered first tier. However, when the Emperor battle started this time, the Tianlong clan took out several extremely precious medicinal herbs that he currently needed. These medicinal herbs were priceless in the Tianlong clan, and their value was extraordinary. Moreover, they were the main medicinal herbs that he needed to refine some Emperor-grade divine pills. Without these medicinal herbs, he would not be able to refine those Emperor-grade divine pills. As for the Greater One sect, they took out more things that he was interested in. In addition to medicinal herbs, Duan Lingtian also took a fancy to some other things. Among them, there was no lack of floating image pearls that recorded the battles between experts who were proficient in the lore of space, as well as various other things that were helpful to the profoundness of the lore of space. It was not only limited to the lore of space. These things were also the trump cards of the Tianlong clan and the Greater One sect. Usually, the 2 sects would only take them out for special grand occasions and reward the disciples with the most outstanding performance. But for the War of Emperors this time around, they had all taken out those items. The things that I need will require almost 20,000 battle merits. It's not realistic to obtain so many battle merits by killing a god king. After returning to Sky Dragon City, Duan Lingtian thought to himself, after all, killing a higher god king of the Greater One sect will only give me 25 battle merits. 100 higher god kings will only give me 2,500 battle merits. Thinking of this, Duan Lingtian sighed inwardly. Before going to Peace City, he was still thinking that if there were things that he wanted, he could enter the battlefield of god kings and obtain battle merits to exchange for them. However, after going to Peace City, he found that there were too many things that he wanted. If he only killed god kings, it would not be enough for him to obtain enough battle merits. It seems that I can only obtain battle merits in the battlefield of god kings while tempering my strength in battle. My current cultivation is not far from the God Emperor realm. Perhaps, it won't be long before I break through and become a God Emperor. Then, I can enter the battlefield of God Emperors and kill the Greater One sect's God Emperors. Even if it's just a lower God Emperor, killing one of them is enough to obtain 200 battle merits. Killing a middle God Emperor is worth 2,000 battle merit. As for a higher God Emperor, 20,000 battle merit. Thinking of how many battle merits he could obtain from killing a middle God Emperor, Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up. Breaking through to the God Emperor realm was imminent. There's still a long way to go before breaking through to the God Emperor realm. I'll enter the battlefield of God Kings first and properly temper my current strength so that when I break through to the God Emperor realm in the future, I'll have a stronger foundation for my cultivation. Ever since breaking through to the higher God King realm, I haven't fought with anyone. The battlefield of God Kings will become my whetstone when I break through to the higher God Emperor realm. Perhaps, it will be my only whetstone. The Greater One sect is offering a bounty of 200,000 battle merits to kill me. It's a good opportunity to see the methods of the Greater One sect's God King disciples. Thinking of this, Duan Lingtian's eyes shone brighter and brighter. Waves of battle intent rose in his eyes, as if he couldn't wait to rush into the battlefield of God Kings and fight with the Greater One sect's people. But, how do I get to the battlefield of God Kings? Suddenly, Duan Lingtian realized that he didn't know how to get to the battlefield of God Kings. Glancing around, Duan Lingtian's figure blurred and stopped an old man with an inner sect elder token hanging from his waist. Elder, do you know how to get to the battlefield of God Kings? The old man frowned slightly at being stopped. Then, he raised his hand unhappily and pointed to the left. Over there. You didn't do your homework and rushed into the battlefield of God Kings. Boy, I advise you to join a team and enter the battlefield of God Kings together. Now, the battlefield of God Kings has become extremely dangerous because of you inner sect disciples, Duan Lingtian. If you go in alone, there's an 80 to 90% chance that you'll be killed by the Greater One sect's God King disciples. The old man deliberately warned as he reached the end of his sentence. Thank you for the reminder, Elder. Duan Lingtian thanked the old man and turned to walk in the direction the old man had pointed. Boys these days are really arrogant. But, I've advised him, so I've done my duty. Seeing Duan Lingtian enter the battlefield of God Kings alone, the old man frowned slightly and snorted. I hope he's not stupid enough to enter the battlefield of God Kings alone. At the entrance of the battlefield of God Kings, there should be many teams formed by disciples of God Kings recruiting people. If he's smart, he'll choose one to join. Just as the old man finished speaking and was about to walk forward, a middle-aged man smiled at the old man. Elder Hong, you don't know him? This middle-aged man also had an inner sect elder token hanging from his waist. As he greeted the old man, he looked at the back of the purple figure that was gradually walking away. I don't know him. The old man shook his head and looked at the middle-aged man suspiciously. Elder Huang, you know him? Of course I know him. The middle-aged man nodded. Back then, when he refined the Ultimate Limit Meridian Recovery Divine Pill, I was there to join in the fun. Ultimate Limit Meridian Recovery Divine Pill? The old man's eyes widened in shock. You mean, his Duan Lingtian? The old man smiled wryly when he saw the middle-aged man nodding again. I really didn't expect him to be Duan Lingtian. I just told him that the battlefield of the God Kings has become extremely dangerous because of him. But, he's planning to enter the battlefield of God Kings alone? Isn't that too risky? When Duan Lingtian arrived near the entrance of the battlefield of God Kings, he successfully attracted the attention of the disciples of the Tianlong clan who had already gathered here. Within the Tianlong clan, there were many high-ranking inner sect elders who did not recognize Duan Lingtian. However, there were very few people below the inner sect elders who did not recognize Duan Lingtian. Just like now, when Duan Lingtian appeared, many people cried out in surprise. It's Duan Lingtian. Is he preparing to enter the battlefield of God Kings? His alone. Is he not planning to find someone to enter with him? Find someone? Are you kidding? Now, who dares to enter with him? Isn't that courting death? While the crowd was whispering, a beautiful figure stepped out from the crowd. Behind her, there were 3 other people, 1 woman and 2 men. It's Sikong Yu. She's going for Duan Lingtian. Look at her aggressive manner. Could it be that Duan Lingtian has offended her? The eyes of many disciples of the God Kings brightened as they watched the show. Chapter 3846. Duan Lingtian. Sikong Yu directly stopped Duan Lingtian. As for Duan Lingtian, he looked at her with a puzzled expression. You are. Do I know you? Although he felt that he seemed to have glanced at the woman before him from somewhere, he didn't have a deep impression of her and was unable to recall for a while. You. When Sikong Yu heard this, the expression on her pretty face sunk slightly. At this time, a blue-robed young man from the group of 1 woman and 2 men behind her said indifferently, Little Yu, is this the person you want to help? He already said that he doesn't know you, yet you still persuaded us to join hands with him. As he finished speaking, The blue-robed young man shook his head in a timely manner, seeming to be somewhat unable to understand. Duan Lingtian, aren't you being a bit ungrateful? At this moment, another young woman with a pretty face and a delicate appearance who wore a light green dress followed behind Sikong. She slightly frowned and said, after knowing that you were targeted by the Supreme Sect, who in the Qianlong clan was willing to join hands with you to enter the God King battlefield? But Sikong persuaded the three of us to let you join our small team. This, to you, is no different from sending charcoal in snowy weather. It's one thing for you to refuse, but now you actually say that you don't know her. As the woman finished speaking, her tone was filled with anger. You're Sikong? At this moment, Duan Lingtian finally reacted, and looked at Sikong with an embarrassed smile. I'm sorry, I really didn't recognize you. After all, I've never seen you before. Ding Yang told me of your good intentions. But, what I wanted to say, I presume Ding Yang has already told you. I don't intend to join hands with anyone. I'll enter the God King battlefield alone. As for you all, the Supreme Sect is currently targeting me, so it's very rare for a lone God King disciple to appear in the God King battlefield. So, I advise you all to find a few more teammates, so as to avoid suffering a great loss. Although he didn't accept Sikong's good intentions, Duan Lingtian was still grateful. Therefore, before entering the God King battlefield, he reminded Sikong. Then, he walked to the entrance of the battlefield and received his own battlefield token, which was also his identity badge in the Emperor battle plane. He engraved his name on it. At the same time, Duan Lingtian also revealed his current cultivation base in front of a group of people. High Deity King. Duan Lingtian actually broke through and became a High God King? Oh my god. Isn't this too fast? Duan Lingtian had already broken through to become a High God King. This was a fact that not many people knew. Now that Duan Lingtian had appeared, it was no surprise that many people were shocked. Before this, although everyone was paying attention to Duan Lingtian, they were more concerned about the conflict between Duan Lingtian and the Supreme Sect. Even if they knew that Duan Lingtian was a High God King, and although they knew that Duan Lingtian's current strength was definitely stronger than what he had displayed in the Hidden Dragon competition, they didn't think that Duan Lingtian could contend against a large number of God King disciples of the Supreme Sect. Duan Lingtian broke through to the High God King realm. Judging from the strength he displayed in the Hidden Dragon competition, coupled with his High God King cultivation base, in our Qianlong clan, I'm afraid that no one below the God King realm is his match. If the Supreme Sect doesn't have a hidden God King, there shouldn't be anyone who can defeat Duan Lingtian in a one-on-one battle. I really didn't expect that Duan Lingtian had already broken through to the High God Emperor realm. It seems that it won't be that easy for the Supreme Sect's God Kings to kill him. A High God King who is proficient in the laws of space, and he is so strong. Even if he is not a match for him and wants to escape, unless the Supreme Sect's God Kings work together and plan ahead, it will be difficult to stop Duan Lingtian. While everyone was shocked, Duan Lingtian had already entered the God King battlefield in a flash. He broke through to the High God King realm? Sikong, you also didn't know that Duan Lingtian had already broken through. Now that she had personally witnessed Duan Lingtian displaying the cultivation of a High God King, even she herself didn't know why, but she actually heaved a sigh of relief. No wonder he was so arrogant. So he broke through to the High God King realm. The woman behind Sikong walked to her side and said with a slight frown, with the strength he displayed in the Hidden Dragon Grand competition, after breaking through to the High God King realm, his strength will rise to another level. If there was anyone below the God Emperor realm in our Qianlong clan who could contend against him before, I'm afraid that there is no one left now. He really doesn't need to cooperate with us. The last person in Sikong's small team, a middle-aged man with a medium build wearing a dark red robe, spoke up. With his current strength, even if the four of us join forces, I'm afraid that we won't be his match. It's meaningless for him to join forces with us. In fact, it's meaningless for him to join forces with anyone in our Qianlong clan. This time, the Supreme Sect is probably out of luck. No wonder he dared to say in front of the Supreme Sect that he wouldn't come out until he killed 100 Supreme Sect disciples. With his strength, it's not difficult for him to do so. Of course, that's if the Supreme Sect isn't prepared. Now that the Supreme Sect is prepared and God Kings are in groups, it won't be easy for him to kill 100 Supreme Sect disciples. I'm afraid that the Supreme Sect will soon know that he's a High God King. At that time, they'll definitely come up with a plan to deal with him. The middle-aged man wearing a dark red robe wasn't an inner disciple of the Qianlong clan, nor was he an Azure Dragon disciple. He was an outer sect deacon of the Qianlong clan's outer sect. However, although he was an outer sect deacon and was slightly older, his strength was publicly recognized as strong below the God Emperor realm of the Qianlong clan. Otherwise, Sikong Yu and the other 2 Azure Dragon disciples wouldn't have sought him out. His strength wasn't weaker than most of the Azure Dragon disciples. It was also because he had lived for so long that he saw many things more clearly than others. At this time, Sikong Yu didn't say anything. He quietly looked in the direction that Duan Lingtian left in. After a long time, he withdrew his gaze and there was an inexplicable light in the depths of his eyes. Near the entrance of the Sky Dragon City's God King battlefield, after Duan Lingtian displayed his High God King cultivation, many people began to send messages to their friends, fellow disciples, and elders to inform them that Duan Lingtian had already become a High God King. Not long after, this news also spread to the Greater One Sect through the spies that the Supreme Sect had planted in the Qianlong clan. Immediately, there was also a response from the Greater One Sect. Duan Lingtian has already broken through and become a High God King. His strength is already the strongest person below the God Emperor realm in the Qianlong clan. Don't underestimate him, God King disciples. Following the order of the Greater One Sect Master, a group of Greater One Sect elders immediately reminded the God King disciples of the Greater One Sect who were preparing to enter the God King battlefield. At this time, many God King disciples of the Greater One Sect had already entered the God King battlefield. After you enter, if you encounter a group that has entered before you, do your best to cooperate with them. At the same time, tell them that Duan Lingtian's strength is no longer the same as before, so remember to be careful. After you enter, use your brains more. If you can outsmart him, do so. At the same time, if you want to kill Duan Lingtian, after discovering his whereabouts, don't be in a hurry to act. Set up a trap to kill him so that he has no chance of escaping. Although Duan Lingtian is strong, he is still only a God King. No matter how strong a God King is, he is still inferior to a God Emperor. You have the advantage of numbers, so you have a chance of killing him. After you enter, tell the others that the Sect Master has previously issued a reward of 200,000 contribution points for killing Duan Lingtian. Now, the Sect Master has issued a reward of 300,000 contribution points for killing Duan Lingtian. The group of God King disciples of the Greater One Sect who were preparing to enter the God King battlefield had their ears filled with the messages of their elders before they entered, almost without pause. Just as the group of God King disciples of the Greater One Sect was about to enter the God King battlefield. In a quiet valley somewhere in the Greater One Sect's encampment, an old figure flashed out and stood in the air in front of a small wooden house with his hands clasped behind his back. A moment later, the door of the small wooden house opened and a tall figure walked out. It was a young man with a determined and handsome face. He was tall, with sword-like eyebrows and bright eyes. Dressed in a snow-white robe, he stood there like a javelin, but also like a sword. His sword Qi soared into the sky, straight into the clouds. Master. The white-robed young man bowed to the old man in the air in front of him. The old man was dressed in a grey robe. He had white hair and a ruddy complexion. He had a benevolent countenance. However, when the white-robed young man bowed to him, his pair of soul pearl eyes instantly became sharp. This time, when you enter the God King battlefield, if you can kill Duan Lingtian, after you break through to the God Emperor realm, your path to the God Emperor realm will be much easier. The old man said unhurriedly, originally, you disdained to enter the God King battlefield and slaughter the God King disciples of the Qianlong clan, because you thought that none of them were your match, but now, there is a Duan Lingtian, who is invincible under the God Emperor realm in the Qianlong clan. He is worthy of being your opponent. Hearing this, the white-robed young man raised his eyebrows and his eyes were as sharp as a sword. I originally had no intention of entering the God King battlefield, but this time, I entered for him. I hope he will not disappoint me. Hearing this, the old man took a deep look at him. If you can't beat him, then retreat and preserve your useful body. Even if the Greater One sect cannot produce a God Emperor expert in this God King battle, you should cultivate well. In the future, even without the baptism of the God King battle, with your talent, it should be easy for you to become a God Emperor. In the Tunglung province, there is no one under the God Emperor realm who can kill me, Shimen Longxiang. As soon as the white-robed young man's voice fell, he turned into a ray of sword light, paused in the air, and in the next moment, appeared in an extremely distant place. The figure that remained where he was also dissipated. Shimen Longxiang, the number one person of the younger generation in the Greater One sect, was already invincible under the God Emperor realm in the Greater One sect. However, because he had not appeared in front of others after defeating all the powerful upper God Kings under the God Emperor realm in the Greater One sect, it had been more than 1,000 years since then. So many people in the Greater One sect thought that he had left the Greater One sect and gone to the top God Emperor realm forces in the Tunglung province. In addition, no one explained, so the speculation was taken as true. Chapter 38-47. A young man in a snow-white robe appeared in the palace of the Greater One sect's encampment. Wherever he passed, he attracted the attention of everyone. This is Senior Brother Shimen Longxiang. It's Senior Brother Shimen Longxiang. Didn't they say that Senior Brother Shimen Longxiang left the sect 10,000 years ago and went to one of the top God Emperor forces in Tunglung province? Back then, he received an invitation from one of those top God Emperor forces, and the people who came weren't ordinary people. I didn't expect Senior Brother Shimen Longxiang to still be in our Greater One sect. This is shocking news. Senior Brother Shimen, are you here to enter the Emperor battle plane? It's obvious. 1,000 years ago, Senior Brother Shimen Longxiang relied on his middle God King cultivation to defeat many of our Greater One sect's strongest God Kings below the God Emperor level. Now that 1,000 years have passed, with his talent, he should at least be a higher God King, right? Inside the palace, a group of people looked at Shimen Longxiang from afar, their eyes shining brightly. Shimen Longxiang was the pride of the Greater One sect, the most talented genius in history. He was recognized as the person who had the most hope of becoming a God Emperor in the future. 1,000 years ago, Shimen Longxiang had disappeared without a trace. Everyone in the Greater One sect thought he had left, but they didn't expect him to still be in the sect. Senior Brother Shimen. At this time, a Greater One sect disciple who was slowly walking forward asked Shimen Longxiang with some apprehension, "You're planning to enter the Emperor battle plane?" "Yes." Shimen Longxiang didn't slow down and replied indifferently, "I'm going to the Emperor battle plane to kill Duan Lingtian." As soon as he finished speaking, he sped up and disappeared into the spatial tunnel leading to the Emperor battle plane. Only then did everyone come back to their senses. Senior Brother Shimen is going to the Emperor battle plane for Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian was one of the most outstanding disciples of the Qianlong clan below the God Emperor level when he was a middle God King. Now that he's a higher God King, can Senior Brother Shimen really kill him? I have confidence in Senior Brother Shimen. You should know that 1,000 years ago, when Senior Brother Shimen was just a mid-God King, he was already invincible under the God Emperor realm in our Supreme Yi sect. Now that 1,000 years have passed, he must have broken through to the High God King realm. Wouldn't it be easy for him to kill that Duan Lingtian? A battle between two great geniuses. If I could witness it with my own eyes, my life would not have been in vain. Idiot. We can follow behind Senior Brother Shimen Longxiang and follow him. This way, with Senior Brother Shimen Longxiang here, even if we enter the God King battlefield, we won't feel any pressure when encountering those God King disciples of the Qianlong clan. Senior Brother Shimen Longxiang can't just watch as we get killed, right? That makes sense. Let's go. We will follow Senior Brother Shimen Longxiang. Many of the God King's disciples excitedly followed Shimen Longxiang into the Emperor battle plane. And in the Emperor battle plane's Supreme Yi city, seeing Shimen Longxiang appear, the nearby Supreme Yi sect disciples were similarly shocked. When they heard the Supreme Yi sect disciples relaying Shimen Longxiang's words, more Supreme Yi sect God King disciples immediately followed Shimen Longxiang, heading towards the God King battlefield. Some Supreme Yi sect God King disciples had already found a team, but now they still chose to fly alone. Many teams had already disbanded. At this time, what's the point of forming a team? Senior brother Shimon Longxiang entered the God King battlefield to kill Duan Lingtian. Following behind senior brother Shimon Longxiang won't be dangerous, and there's even a good show to watch. Some Supreme Yi sect God King disciples who left their team said as a matter of fact. There were also God King disciples who saw through it. Actually, those of us who followed senior brother Shimon Longxiang into the God King battlefield, wouldn't we be a team? Moreover, this team doesn't belong to any of the existing teams. I even suspect that the few of us here are enough to deal with Duan Lingtian. Haha, that's true. Not long after, a very lively scene appeared at the entrance of the God King battlefield in Taiyi City. A group of Supreme Yi sect God King disciples followed behind Shimon Longxiang and entered the God King battlefield together. However, after entering the God King battlefield for a moment, they were dumbfounded. This was because Shimon Longxiang had disappeared before their eyes in a flash, completely shaking them off. This scene made them very disappointed and also very shocked. Heavens! Senior brother Shimon Longxiang's speed has reached such a level. Senior brother Shimon is already a higher God King. Moreover, I feel that the law of wind he comprehended is even more powerful. When he left just now, I couldn't even catch his figure. Me too. I could only see his figure flashing before my eyes, appearing in several directions, and then disappearing without a trace. I don't know where he went. With senior brother Shimon Longxiang's current strength, looking at the entire Tunglung province, I'm afraid it's difficult to find anyone below the God King level who can defeat him. That Tianlong clan disciple Duan Lingtian is destined to be unlucky this time. I thought I could follow senior brother Shimon Longxiang to watch the show, but I didn't expect to be happy for nothing. I'm going back. I'll go find my previous team. I'm going back too. Seeing that Shimon Longxiang had left them behind, a group of God King disciples with some strength immediately went back one after another. Their strength was not bad, but now that they had followed behind Shimon Longxiang, there were many lower God Kings. They had no intention of joining forces with these people, so naturally, they decided to go back. As for the weaker God Kings, they were self-aware of their own strength, so they did not say much and obediently followed the people who left first. A group of people came in a mighty manner and returned in a mighty manner. At the same time, the Tianlong clan also received news from a spy in Taiyi sect. Shimon Longxiang has entered the battlefield of God Kings to kill Duan Lingtian. When this news reached the Tianlong temple, it caused many of the Tianlong clan's higher-ups to worry about Duan Lingtian. Even the Tianlong clan's clan master Long Qingchong frowned when he heard the news. Shimon Longxiang? He's still in Taiyi sect. I thought he had already left Tunglung province and gone to a force more powerful than the top God Emperor forces in Tunglung province. I didn't expect him to still be in Taiyi sect. This time, I'm afraid it's going to be a little troublesome. Long Qingchong took a deep breath, and there was a hint of worry in the depths of his eyes. Whether Duan Lingtian stayed in the Tianlong clan or left after the God Emperor battle, it was very important to the Tianlong clan. Originally, although Taiyi sect was targeting Duan Lingtian, he was not worried about Duan Lingtian's safety when he knew that Duan Lingtian had broken through to become a high-level God King. If the God King disciples of Taiyi sect joined forces, no matter how strong they were, with Duan Lingtian's strength, even if he was no match for them, he would definitely have room to escape. But now, he learned that Shimon Longxiang was still in Taiyi sect. Shimon Longxiang was a monster. 1,000 years ago, he was worried that a genius like Shimon Longxiang would appear in Taiyi sect and be a great threat to the Tianlong clan, so he sent people to assassinate Shimon Longxiang. However, because Taiyi sect was very protective of Shimon Longxiang, not only did the people he sent not succeed, but they also almost died. 1,000 years ago, when Shimon Longxiang was only a mid-level God King, he was recognized as the strongest person in Taiyi sect below the God Emperor realm. Now, 1,000 years have passed, and he's only 6,000 years old, so it's only a matter of time before he breaks through to become a high-level God King. Moreover, he must have heard of Duan Lingtian's strength. Under such circumstances, he still dares to think about killing Duan Lingtian. He's obviously very confident in himself. Long Qingchong took a deep breath and issued a series of orders, all of which were directly transmitted to the masters and elders of the Qianlong clan's god kings. Find Duan Lingtian at all costs and escort him out of the god king battlefield. He can't die in Shimen Longxiang's hands. In Long Qingchong's opinion, even if Duan Lingtian did not stay in the Qianlong clan in the future, given his close relationship with some Qianlong clan members, he would not forget about the Qianlong clan if he achieved great things in the future. Most importantly, Long Qingchong's god kings were the strongest. Elder White Dragon, Xue Haichuan, who was on good terms with Duan Lingtian, was one of the candidates in Long Qingchong's mind. Moreover, he favored Xue Haichuan the most among them. Given Xue Haichuan's relationship with Duan Lingtian, if Xue Haichuan became the Qianlong clan's patriarch, even if Duan Lingtian was not in the Qianlong clan, he was bound to be tied to the Qianlong clan. Following Long Qingchong's orders, some of the Qianlong clan's god king disciples who had yet to enter the emperor battle realm also made their move. Among them, there was no lack of Azure Dragon disciples. Shimen Longxiang is still in the Greater One sect. Let's join forces and enter the battlefield to look for Duan Lingtian. Otherwise, if we encounter Shimen Longxiang before we find Duan Lingtian, I'm afraid we'll be in trouble. Indeed. After 1,000 years, Shimen Longxiang's strength must have become even stronger. This group of Sky Dragon sect's Divine King disciples were the best of the best. None of them charged into the Divine King battlefield alone. Almost all of them were forming small teams. Duan Lingtian, who was in the battlefield, naturally did not know about this. At this moment, Duan Lingtian was wandering around the battlefield. There was nothing special about the battlefield of the God Kings. There were mountains, rivers, basins, plains, deserts, and there were even some ruins of cities. Naturally, the city ruins were only illusions. However, many of the landforms were real. I wonder how big the battlefield is. It's been a few days since I came here. Apart from encountering a group of God Kings from the Qianlong clan, I haven't encountered another group of people. Duan Lingtian flew in the sky above a lofty mountain range. It was extremely high profile, but at the same time, it was also slightly boring. After all, he entered the battlefield to kill the Greater One sect's disciples. But until now, he had not seen a single Greater One sect disciple. But it's normal. After all, most of the Greater One sect's disciples have formed teams of many people. Under such circumstances, it's almost impossible to encounter a lone Greater One sect disciple. If I hadn't released them before, I would definitely have encountered many lone Greater One sect disciples. Chapter 38-48. Just as Duan Lingtian was lamenting that he had been too high-profile and that he had shot himself in the foot. In front of where Duan Lingtian was heading, 10,000 miles away, there was also a group of people rushing in the direction of Duan Lingtian. This time, if we can meet that Duan Lingtian and kill him, we'll make a killing. 200,000 contribution points, that's no joke. In the group, a young man grinned very brightly. That's natural. 200,000 contribution points, even if the 20 of us split it equally, each of us will have 10,000 contribution point. Another person also laughed. Speaking of which, we've been a little too careful. 8 upper god kings and 12 middle god kings teaming up to kill a middle god king. If this were to spread out, I'm afraid we'd be laughed at. Another person said with a bitter smile. Don't underestimate Duan Lingtian just because he's a middle god king. Duan Lingtian, although he hasn't broken through to become a upper god king, his battle strength is definitely one of the best among god kings. Even the strongest upper god kings in our Greater One sect may not be able to defeat him, let alone kill him. Even if it's any one of the strongest upper god kings in our Greater One sect, once surrounded by us, it'll be difficult for them to escape death. The battlefield of god kings is very big. If we want to meet that Duan Lingtian, it'll depend on our luck. The group continued to move forward. After a period of time, the sharp-eyed people in the group saw a little black dot in front of them. There's someone there. The moment the others came back to their senses, they saw that the little black dot in the distance was constantly growing bigger, and finally turned into a purple-clothed young man, appearing not far from them. People from the Greater One sect. Duan Lingtian looked at the group in front of him, and his eyes suddenly lit up. 20 people can complete 1/5 of the target. 20 greater one sect disciples. Duan Lingtian suddenly felt that the torturous wait of the past few days was completely worth it. And while Duan Lingtian was sizing up the group of greater one sect disciples in front of him, the eyes of the greater one sect disciples also fell on Duan Lingtian. It's the Tianlong clan. Look at the badge he's wearing, his Duan Lingtian. What? He is Duan Lingtian? I thought it was a lone disciple of the Tianlong clan who was in a hurry to enter the Deity King realm as soon as the Emperor Battle realm opened. I didn't expect it to be Duan Lingtian. Ha ha. I'm rich. The 20 greater one sect disciples, after confirming that the purple-clad youth in front of them was Duan Lingtian, one by one their eyes lit up, like a pack of wolves that had finally seen their prey after many days of hunger. Naturally, Duan Lingtian heard the excited cheers of the greater one sect disciples. For a moment, the corners of his mouth curled up into a smile. It was not certain who was the hunter and who was the hunted. In the Emperor Battle realm, spatial rings are not self-destructing. Let's hope one of the 20 greater one sect disciples has something in their spatial rings that I'm interested in. Duan Lingtian thought in his heart as he secretly prayed. Ever since Duan Lingtian came to the realm of gods, he had almost no chance of obtaining any spoils of war. This was because the spatial rings of the people he killed would self-destruct as well. When the spatial rings self-destructed, the items in the spatial ring would enter the turbulent space and scatter in every corner of the world. Some would remain in the turbulent space. Some would be destroyed in the turbulent space. Surround him. He's skilled in the law of space. The few of you are skilled in the law of space. Disrupt the surrounding space so he can't teleport. As long as we restrict his teleportation, he will definitely die if he goes up into the sky or down into the ground. Just as the corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth curled up, the 20 greater one sect disciples had already dashed out and surrounded him. A few of the greater one sect disciples who were skilled in the law of space used their divine power and the law of space to disrupt the surrounding space. In an unstable space, it was impossible to use teleportation techniques. Kill him. The group of greater one sect disciples was afraid that the situation would change if they delayed any longer. Therefore, after surrounding Duan Lingtian, they immediately attacked Duan Lingtian without holding back. Those who had high-grade divine artifacts took out their high-grade divine artifacts. Some of them not only had a high-grade divine artifact in their hands, but they also had a pair of high-grade divine artifact boots on their feet, which increased their speed to a certain extent. Apart from a few greater one sect disciples who were skilled in the law of space who stood in place to disrupt the surrounding space and prevent Duan Lingtian from teleporting, the rest of them attacked Duan Lingtian together. Boom. Rumble. Whoosh. Whoosh. Accompanied by a series of roaring explosions in the void, as well as the sound of stormy waves, more than a dozen greater one sect disciples attacked. The power of various laws merged into their divine power, turning into a multicolored power that shook the void and swept toward Duan Lingtian from all directions. In an instant, the entire void seemed to be covered by this power, and the space began to tremble as if it could shatter at any time. Die. Duan Lingtian, thank you for the contribution points. Haha, the eyes of the greater one sect disciples lit up at the same time as they attacked, and many of them shouted excitedly, as if they had already seen the scene of Duan Lingtian being killed by them. No one can spy on the Divine King battlefield of the Emperor battle plane, and no one can spy on it. It won't even form a formation mirror image. In the face of more than a dozen greater one sect disciples, Duan Lingtian's expression was indifferent, and at the same time he said unhurriedly, "Here, I don't need to worry. As long as I have the confidence to keep all of you here." Duan Lingtian seemed to be muttering to himself, but his voice was not soft, and it fell into the ears of the 20 greater one sect disciples. However, when they heard Duan Lingtian's words, the 20 greater one sect disciples all sneered. At this time, you still have the mood to boast shamelessly. Keep all of us here. If you can keep even one of us here, you have the ability. Ridiculous. In the face of a group of greater one sect disciples' ridicule, Duan Lingtian's expression did not change, but the divine power in his body had already risen abruptly when their attacks approached. Waves of terrifying space storms also formed in an instant, sweeping around Duan Lingtian and enveloping the attacks of more than a dozen people. Many people's attacks were directly crushed. The attacks of the remaining High God Kings were also suppressed, but they weren't crushed. Whoosh! However, as Duan Lingtian casually waved his hand, a grey sword light flashed, and directly destroyed the few attacks that were suppressed. Then, the space storm on Duan Lingtian's body suddenly erupted. The few mid-level divine kings closest to him did not even have the chance to react, and were crushed into a bloody mist by the space storm, leaving only a few storage rings that Duan Lingtian casually took. Whoosh! When the others were shocked by the scene in front of them, their faces changed greatly, and they were dumbstruck. Duan Lingtian's entire body was like a cannonball condensed by the power of space, suddenly whistling out, and crashed into the crowd. The next moment, another 5 mid-level divine kings who could not dodge in time were killed by the space storm. The raging space storm, mixed with the fusion of the 4 profound meanings of the space law, and the condensed power that filled the void, caused the surrounding space to tremble with its turbulence. I can't disturb this space. Damn it. What's going on? Could this be the Tao of control of the 4 Taos of heaven and earth? Duan Lingtian has mastered the Tao of control, or else how could he control this space so casually? The few Greater One sect disciples who were disrupting this space all changed their expressions. They were proficient in the space law, and teleportation was not difficult for them. But now, when they tried to teleport, they found that the entire space had been sealed. In an undisturbed space, they were unable to teleport, as if the teleportation door had been locked by someone, and they were deprived of the right to enter. For a moment, the few people subconsciously looked at Duan Lingtian, and their eyes simultaneously revealed waves of panic. After a moment of panic, there was regret on his face. This Duan Lingtian is already a high-level divine king. He has mastered the Tao of control of the 4 Taos of heaven and earth. The space law he has comprehended is even more powerful than the rumors say. Even without divine weapons, he has the ability to kill all of us. Run. If anyone escapes, leave the battlefield of the divine kings immediately and report to the sec. Don't enter the battlefield of the divine kings again. The expressions of the surviving high-level divine kings changed drastically, and at the same time, they all made the same decision: run. Now, Duan Lingtian had not used the divine weapon, and he had displayed such a terrifying strength. What if he used the divine weapon? They were afraid that he could kill them all with just a few strokes of his sword. Run! Duan Lingtian smiled faintly, and then in the instant that the remaining dozen or so Greater One sect disciples scattered in all directions, streaks of rainbow sword light flew out from his body, like rainbow-colored meteors streaking across the sky. Shoo! 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 More than 10 rainbow sword light streaked across the sky. In the next moment, the few low-level divine kings among the dozen or so Greater One sect disciples who had scattered in all directions were directly killed by the rainbow sword light, falling one after another. As for the remaining high-level divine kings, after being caught by the rainbow sword light, they did not dare to escape anymore. They all stopped and tried their best to resist the rainbow sword light. However, even if they managed to block the rainbow sword light, they still suffered heavy injuries. The weaker ones spurted blood from their mouths, and even the stronger ones had their faces alternating between green and white. Whoosh! 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 Duan Lingtian's figure changed several times, and every time he changed, he would appear in front of a Greater One sect disciple. In less than 10 breaths of time, the remaining Supreme First Sect's disciples, whether they did not have the time to defend themselves or those who reacted in time, were all killed by Duan Lingtian's sword without exception. At this moment, Duan Lingtian was holding a sword in his hand, a sword that was intertwined with 7 colors. Chapter 38-49. From the time that the Greater One sect disciples surrounded Duan Lingtian to the time that Duan Lingtian completely annihilated them, the whole process was in fact less than 10 breaths of time. Of the 20 Greater One sect disciples, apart from those who died for unknown reasons, the remaining people could be said to have experienced great joy and great sorrow in these 10 breaths of time. Originally, they all thought that they were lucky to have encountered Duan Lingtian. They all felt that, with their combined strength, as long as they restricted Duan Lingtian's teleportation, they would definitely be able to kill Duan Lingtian and obtain the 200,000 contribution points the sect master had set as a reward. Of course, this was because they still did not know that the reward for Duan Lingtian had risen from 200,000 contribution points to 300,000 contribution points. All this was because Duan Lingtian's high-level God King cultivation base had been revealed. And these 20 Greater One Sect disciples had already entered the battlefield of God Kings to search for Duan Lingtian before that. At first, they were overjoyed, thinking that 200,000 contribution points were within their reach. But later, after witnessing the scene of Duan Lingtian killing so many people in an instant, they realized how naive they were. Duan Lingtian was even more terrifying than the rumors. In fact, the real Duan Lingtian, compared to the rumors, was simply a demon. At least that was what they thought. They did not want to face this demon who made them unable to arouse any fighting spirit. They only had one thought, and that was to escape from this demon-controlled land. However, in the end, they were unable to escape and all remained here. The harvest is not bad, although there is nothing that I want. There are a lot of divine stones and divine crystals. Duan Lingtian put away the relics left behind by the 20 Greater One Sect disciples. 20 storage rings that did not self-destruct, as well as the divine weapons that they used, which were basically all high-grade divine weapons. In total, there were close to 20 of them. Of course, the most important thing is still these 20 identity badges. These are all battle merits. After putting away the storage rings and high-grade divine weapons, Duan Lingtian casually waved his hand, and the identity badges of the 20 Greater One Sect disciples that he killed in the Emperor Battle Plane appeared in his hands. The battle merits of the Emperor Battle Plane must be exchanged with these identity badges. Naturally, since there were many things he wanted to exchange for in Peace City, he needed a lot of battle merits as well. Due to this reason, Duan Lingtian did not think much of the battle merits he could obtain from the 20 Supreme Sect's identity badges. Let's continue. I hope that the following Greater One Sect disciples can give me some pressure. Otherwise, it won't have much effect on my cultivation. Furthermore, if they are strong enough, I won't be able to use my full strength if I don't have the confidence to keep them all here. Thinking of the previous scene, Duan Lingtian lightly shook his head. The reason why everything went so smoothly was mostly because those people were too weak, so he had full confidence in keeping them here. Therefore, he did not intend to keep his strength. In any case, in the battlefield of the Divine Kings, it was very private. As long as no one deliberately recorded the floating image pearl, no one would discover his true means. Of course, if the supreme experts who set up the formation of the battlefield of the Divine Kings wanted to, they would definitely have seen the scene just now. But even if they saw it, it was nothing. Could it be that an utmost powerful being would kill you just because you were talented and had a good comprehension ability? He was thinking too much. In the eyes of the supreme experts, no matter how talented an existence was, as long as they did not become supreme experts, they were like ants, unable to withstand a single blow and not worth mentioning. However, this group of Greater One Sect disciples should have entered the battlefield of the Divine Kings before the news of me becoming a high-level Divine King spread. Otherwise, they would not have dared to enter with so little strength. Recalling the scene just now and thinking of the strength of this group of Greater One Sect disciples, it was not difficult for Duan Lingtian to guess this point. Next, I should be able to encounter some stronger groups of Greater One Sect disciples. Duan Lingtian thought. Following that, Duan Lingtian continued to wander around the battlefield of the Divine Kings. The battlefield of the Divine Kings was different from the divine dwellings and divine treasures left behind by the experts of the realms of gods. This was just a newly opened realm enveloped by a formation plate refined by the supreme experts. There were no treasures inside, and it was impossible for there to be any. This was the meat grinder between the two forces participating in the war of the supreme gods. It was the meat grinder between the two divine kings. In this place, either you killed your opponent, or your opponent killed you. In this place, there were no grievances, good or bad people. Those who came here were either forced by the forces behind them and were driven here by the general trend, or they came here to train themselves. For example, The disciples of divine emperor-level sects like the Qianlong clan and Greater One sect, when they were outside, ordinary forces would not dare to provoke them unless they were confident that they could keep them here without leaking any information. Otherwise, they would not easily take the risk. Further up, there were several top divine emperor-level forces in Tunglung province, and some divine emperor-level forces with divine emperor experts. The disciples of the Qianlong clan and Greater One sect were not foolish enough to provoke them. In addition, there were few disputes of interest between them, so they lived in peace for many years. This created a peaceful scene, and at the same time, it made the disciples of divine emperor-level sects like the Qianlong clan and Greater One sect lose some of their sharpness. Experts were born from fighting and fighting. The Qianlong clan and Greater One sect had not produced a divine emperor expert for so many years. Although there was a limit to their talent and comprehension, the main reason was that their disciples were living too comfortably. Because of this, whether it was the War of the Supreme Gods, the War of the Supreme Gods, or the War of the Supreme Gods, it was never a showdown between experts. It was always a battle between disciples of different cultivation realms. This kind of showdown between factions would either not start, or if it started, it would affect the whole situation. No one could stay out of it. Although the divine spirit disciples of the Qianlong clan and Greater One sect did not need to enter the War of the Supreme Gods, how long could they live in peace? Generally, War of the Supreme Gods would last for many years. The shortest was 100 years, the longest was 1,000 years. If they could not break through to the Divine King realm within a few decades, they might be kicked out of the sect, and if they stepped into the Divine King realm, they would still have to enter the War of the Supreme Gods. Greater One City, the entrance to the War of the Divine Kings. Not only were there a group of God King disciples of the Greater One sect gathered here, but there were also a few elders of the Greater One sect. Their duty was to save the disciples of the Greater One sect when the people of the Sky Dragon sect came out to hunt them down. The fighting inside the War of the Divine Kings could be brought out. Some people who were suppressed and on the verge of death would also choose to escape from the War of the Divine Kings. At that time, their opponents would definitely pursue them relentlessly and would not give up until they killed them. Under such circumstances, it was very likely that they would kill their way out of the War of the Divine Kings. In the history of the realms of gods, there were many disciples of divine emperors who were killed by their opponents after escaping from the War of the Divine Kings. Of course, the opponents would not dare to chase too far after they left the War of the Divine Kings. At most, they would kill their opponents nearby and return to the War of the Divine Kings. This way, the opponents would not be able to follow them in. Of course, very few people dared to take such a risk a long time ago because many people were killed by the opponents when they chased after their opponents. Crack, 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 crack. Following a series of crisp cracking sounds, the expressions of the Greater One sect elders standing guard at the entrance of the War of the Divine Kings in Greater One City changed drastically. Every Divine King disciple of Greater One sect who entered the War of the Divine Kings would leave their soul orbs here before they entered. The soul orbs of the members of each group would be placed together, and the corresponding name would be carved below the soul orbs. Currently, the 20 soul orbs that were placed together on a wooden shelf had all shattered within the span of 10 breath. Kuan-er. The complexion of a Greater One sect elder changed dramatically, his eyes almost popping out of their sockets. He flew forward, staring at the fragmented soul bead on the wooden shelf engraved with the name Yuan Kuan. Because of his agitation, his body was violently trembling. Waves of terrifying divine energy swept out from his body, pressuring the other Divine King disciples of Greater One sect who were present. They're all dead. Yuan Kuan is also dead. Yuan Kuan is Elder Zhong Yuhui's youngest disciple. His elder Zhong Yuhui's favorite disciple. Elder Zhong Yuhui, I wouldn't be able to accept it if he saw his disciple's soul orb shatter while he's on duty. 20 Godly King's disciples were killed. Did they encounter a large group of Godly King's disciples from the Sky Dragon sect? Could it be that they encountered Duan Lingtian? I remember. Yuan Kuan and his 20 people entered the Divine King battlefield before the news spread that Duan Lingtian was a higher Divine King. Although Duan Lingtian is a higher Divine King, Yuan Kuan and his 20 people aren't weak. Even if they encountered Duan Lingtian, They shouldn't be completely annihilated, right? Maybe. Duan Lingtian has his own group. Impossible. The Tianlong clan has already sent news that Duan Lingtian entered the Divine King battlefield alone. Of course, we can't rule out the possibility that the Tianlong clan's group was nearby when he encountered Yuan Kuan and his group and helped him kill them. The surrounding God King disciples whispered to each other as they voiced their own guesses. At this time, several Greater One Sect elders who were also on duty spoke up to Consul Zhong Yuhui, who was also an inner sect elder of Greater One Sect. My condolences, Elder Zhong. Elder Zhong, the Tianlong clan killed your disciple. Go back to the Divine King battlefield and kill the Tianlong clan's Divine King for revenge. Elder Zhong, under the comforting words of the Greater One Sect elders, Zhong Yuhui gradually recovered and said in a hoarse voice, "Everyone, I'm fine. The Divine King battlefield is a slaughterhouse. My useless disciple died in there because he was weak and unlucky." Of course, although he said this, the fire of hatred in Zhong Yuhui's eyes burned brighter and brighter. Chapter 3850. As the news of the battle at the entrance of Tai City spread, the people of Tai sect who were in Tai City were the first to receive the news, and they were all shocked. Soon, someone went out to deliver the news. At the same time, the Tianlong clan also received the news. Tai sect's team of 20 people, including many high-level god kings, was completely annihilated. Was it done by our Tianlong clan? Unlike the gloomy atmosphere on Tai sect's side, the Tianlong clan's side cheered after a brief moment of shock, and their morale was greatly boosted. Did any of our Tianlong clan's god kings die in the Battle of the God Kings? Soon, people began to pay attention to this point. Many people even went to the entrance of the Tianlong clan's God King battlefield, only to see that the soul orbs of the god kings who entered were unscathed and had not shattered. None of our Tianlong clan's god kings who entered the Battle of the God Kings died. No, didn't Duan Lingtian go in? He didn't leave behind a soul orb. Leaving behind a soul orb doesn't seem to be mandatory. Most people who enter will leave behind a soul orb, but he didn't. It's obvious that he's confident in his own strength. Our Tianlong clan should have someone with Duan Lingtian's soul orb. Whether Duan Lingtian is alive or not, why don't we just ask them? Not long after, someone confirmed that Duan Lingtian's soul orb was unscathed from the White Dragon elder Dongfang Yannian, who was on good terms with Duan Lingtian. For a moment, the Tianlong clan was completely sure none of the Tianlong clan's God King disciples who entered the Battle of the God Kings had died, and they were all safe and sound. While the Tianlong clan's morale was greatly boosted, the news also spread to Tai sect. For a moment, Tai sect was gloomy from top to bottom. 20 God King disciples had died, but not a single person from the opposing faction had died. This was undoubtedly a huge blow to Tai sect. Especially those disciples who had not yet entered the Battle of the God Kings, their morale plummeted. Many people who had already decided to enter stopped in their tracks at this time. After we go in, will we follow in their footsteps? I don't want to die. Let's find a few more people to go in. It's safer with more people. Even if it takes longer to complete the minimum mission, I'll accept it. That's right. Let's find more people. I think that team is pretty good. They're also recruiting. Why don't we go over and join them? More and more people who entered the Battle of the God Kings to enter the Battle of God Kings to enter the Battle of the God Kings to enter the Battle of the God Kings. Occasionally a few teams is God Kings were only God to enter the Battle of the God Kings to enter the Battle of the God Kings God. Whether it was Tai sect or the Tianlong clan, there were actually many people who had stagnated in the God King realm. However, because most of them were too old, they had been in closed-door cultivation and rarely appeared in front of others. Therefore, many of the younger generation disciples had never seen them or even known of their existence. Because of this, whether it was the people of the Greater One sect or the Sky Dragon sect, there were many new faces with extraordinary cultivation bases in the Emperor battle plane. Most of these people were high god kings. Of course, there was no lack of low and middle god emperors. These people, because facing the 1,000-year heavenly tribulation was already very difficult for them, so they were usually in closed-door cultivation in order to break through. The opening of the God King's battle plane this time was the greatest opportunity for them, so no one was willing to miss it. Therefore, among them, except for some who were at a critical juncture in their cultivation, the rest all entered the God King's battle plane. Low and middle God Emperors entered the battlefield of the God Kings. High God Kings entered the battlefield of the God Kings. Duan Lingtian did not know that the 20 Tai sect disciples he killed had caused a great disturbance outside. Now, he was continuing to wander around the battlefield of the God Kings, looking for Tai sect disciples. 100 Tai sect disciples. If I go back on my words, I'm afraid I will be laughed at by the people of Tai sect. In the blink of an eye, another few days passed. Duan Lingtian did not encounter a second batch of Tai sect disciples, and not to mention groups of Tai sect disciples, he did not even encounter a single Tai sect disciple. Of course, Duan Lingtian also knew that the probability of encountering a single Tai sect disciple was not higher than encountering a group of Tai sect disciples. Because, before he said that he would kill 100 Tai sect disciples in the God King's battle plane, there should not be many Tai sect disciples who entered the God King's battle plane. On this day, Duan Lingtian, as usual, was flying over a mountain range on the battlefield of the God Kings. All along, he could be said to be swaggering. If someone from Tai sect found him, they would definitely not let him go. Suddenly, as if sensing something, Duan Lingtian's eyes narrowed. His ears twitching, Duan Lingtian disappeared in a flash, and when he reappeared, he was already very far away. After a few teleportations, Duan Lingtian appeared in the sky above a grassland. At this moment, in the void in front of him, there were two groups of people fighting fiercely, and one side obviously had the upper hand. Retreat! A middle-aged man wearing the identity badge of a high god king of the Qianlong clan suddenly shouted. Suddenly, a group of Qianlong clan disciples retreated. They were already at a disadvantage, and now that they wanted to escape, they were naturally more passive. Ha, all of you stay. A young man wearing the identity badge of a high god king of the Tai sect laughed loudly, and the 7-feet-long spear in his hand shook the void. Suddenly, a dazzling spear light appeared and streaked across the sky. The terrifying golden light, emitting waves of incomparably fierce aura, swept straight towards a mid-god king of the Qianlong clan. Whoosh! Duan Lingtian flashed, and teleported in front of the mid-god king of the Qianlong clan, whose face was filled with despair. He casually raised his hand, and the high-grade divine sword released a dazzling sword light, and a devastating spatial storm blocked the incoming spear light. The Qianlong clan disciple, who had luckily escaped death, breathed a sigh of relief, and when he looked at the purple figure in front of him again, he repeatedly "Thank you for saving my life, senior brother. In this place, only a fellow disciple of the Qianlong clan could save him." At the same time, many Qianlong clan disciples cried out in surprise. "It's Duan Lingtian. It really is Duan Lingtian." The eyes of the Qianlong clan group lit up when they saw Duan Lingtian. Pill Master Duan. The middle-aged man who was clearly the leader of the Qianlong clan group, in addition to wearing the Qianlong clan's High God King badge unique to the Emperor battle plane, also had a Qianlong clan deacon identity badge hanging from his waist. At this moment, he was looking at Duan Lingtian with a pleasantly surprised expression. "The spoils of war, I want half of their identity badges." Duan Lingtian looked at the middle-aged man and said calmly. Although the strength of the Tai sect disciples in front of him was clearly stronger than the team he had destroyed a few days ago, if he attacked with all his strength, he was still confident that he could wipe them all out. But now, in addition to a group of Tai sect disciples, there was also a group of Qianlong clan people present. Under the watchful eyes of so many people, he naturally couldn't completely reveal his strength, unless he also silenced the group of people from the Sky Dragon sect. "Okay." The middle-aged man nodded immediately. The moment Duan Lingtian spoke, he understood the meaning of Duan Lingtian's words. "Okay." At the same time Duan Lingtian responded, the sword in his hand shook, and a space storm instantly disturbed the surrounding space, making it impossible for the Tai sect disciples who were proficient in space laws to escape by teleportation. "Kill them." At the same time, the middle-aged man who was the leader of the Qianlong clan group, a deacon of the Qianlong clan, suddenly let out a soft cry. In an instant, the group of Qianlong clan disciples attacked. Just now, they were fleeing. But now, with Du and Lingtian as their backup, they were like injected with chicken blood, as if they wanted to return the humiliation they had suffered to the Tai sect group. The group of Tai sect disciples, as soon as they learned of Du and Lingtian's identity, were staring at Du and Lingtian with glowing eyes. Du and Lingtian was worth 300,000 contribution point. Their total contribution points were less than 300,000. As long as they could kill Du and Lingtian, even if it was divided equally, each of them could get more than 10,000 contribution points. Of course, a moment later, when they realized that Du and Lingtian was not alone, and that there was also a group of people from the Qianlong clan, they suddenly sobered up, as if a bucket of cold water had been poured over their heads. The moment they sobered up, Du and Lingtian had already interfered with the surrounding space. Not good. By the time the people of Tai sect came to their senses, the people of the Qianlong clan, including the outer sect deacon, had already attacked the people of Tai sect, without holding back. They were even fighting with a risking their lives style. And the people of Tai sect, while passively resisting and defending, did not fight back, because they were now very nervous. They were confident that they could keep some of the disciples of the Qianlong clan. But, in terms of strength, they were not much worse than them. But now, the other side had Du and Lingtian as their backup. Gather. Let's go together. Even if they have Du and Lingtian, do they still want to stop us from leaving? A high-level god king of Tai sect said coldly. And the moment the others heard his words, their eyes lit up. I don't know about the others, but I think I can still stop your footsteps. The moment this voice reached everyone's ears, they saw a purple figure appear in front of the high-level god king of Tai sect who was giving orders just now. And the purple figure casually landed a palm on his body, and a terrifying space storm condensed sword light penetrated his body, causing his body to shatter in the blink of an eye. The bloody mist scattered with the wind, hitting the faces of the nearby disciples of Tai sect, dazzling and eye-catching. Run! Run! The remaining disciples of Tai sect were originally preparing to gather, but now that Du and Lingtian had killed their commander, they were suddenly in complete chaos, like a plate of loose sand. Chapter 3851. The group of Greater One Sect disciples were now not only like a plate of loose sand, but also had no fighting spirit, and had no intention of fighting with the Qianlong clan disciples. Therefore, they were soon completely passive. Even though later, some people saw their companions being killed and began to fight desperately, it was already too late. The Qianlong clan disciples had already killed many Greater One Sect disciples, and the number of Qianlong clan disciples left was far greater than the number of Greater One Sect disciples that were still alive. Then, with the advantage of numbers, coupled with the imposing manner of the Qianlong clan disciples, the Greater One Sect disciples were quickly slaughtered. Naturally, during this process, there were a few disciples from the Supreme Sect who almost escaped. It was Du and Lingtian who made his move at the critical moment and killed them. From the Qianlong clan disciples taking the lead to attack to the end, it took at most 20 breaths of time. After more than 20 breaths of time, everything was settled. The Greater One Sect disciples were all wiped out. On the side of the Qianlong clan disciples, only a few people were injured, and they were only minor injuries. Alchemist Duan, if it weren't for you, even if some of us could escape, many of us would have died. The leader of the 23-people team from the Qianlong clan, a middle-aged man who was the outer sect deacon of the Qianlong clan, bowed to Du and Lingtian to express his gratitude. Thank you for your help, Alchemist Duan. Thank you, Alchemist Duan. Thank you, Senior Brother Duan. As the middle-aged man bowed to Du and Lingtian to express his gratitude, the rest of the people also bowed to Du and Lingtian to express their gratitude. You don't need to thank me, I didn't do it for nothing. Du and Lingtian shook his head and said. At this time, under the middle-aged man's signal, the several Qianlong clan disciples who were responsible for collecting the spoils of war just now handed over all the spoils of war to the middle-aged man. There were 28 storage rings and 32 high-grade divine tools. Alchemist Duan, we don't know what's in these storage rings, you can blindly choose 14 of them. As for these 32 high-grade divine artifacts, Pill Master Duan, you can choose 16 of them. The middle-aged man looked at Duan Lingtian and said. Before Duan Lingtian could respond, he looked at the others and asked, "You guys don't have any objections, right?" Hearing this, everyone hurriedly shook their heads. Naturally, they had no objections to this. Even if there were a few people who felt that Duan Lingtian was asking for too much, it was just a thought in their hearts. If they said it out loud at this time, they would definitely become the target of public criticism. The gains would not make up for the losses. Moreover, if it wasn't for Duan Lingtian's help today, they wouldn't have gotten any benefits and might even have lost some of their lives here. All in all, even if the Duan Lingtian took half of the spoils, they still profited. Let's work together again in the future. Duan Lingtian casually gestured with his hand and put away his portion of the spoils. After that, he left behind a few words, and before everyone could recover from their shock, he'd already teleported and vanished on the spot. When everyone came back to their senses and looked around, they could no longer see any trace of Duan Lingtian. At this time, the deacon of the outer sect spoke up. Find a place to rest and recover, then head back. Try your best to intercept and kill some Greater One Sect disciples nearby. With this harvest, we're not far from completing the minimum mission. As for the others, they naturally had no objections. Of course, in their private conversations, the topic never left Duan Lingtian. Do you think Duan Lingtian can break through and become a God Emperor before 10,000 years old? God Emperor? Aren't you thinking too much? He's only a higher divine king now, right? Don't forget, he's not even 3,000 years old. This time, 28 Greater One Sect disciples have died, but not a single one of our Tianlong clan has died. I'm afraid it'll cause quite a stir outside. A Tianlong clan disciple said with a smile. And his words also received the approval of the others. That's natural. However, since no one on our side has died, the Greater One Sect spies in our Tianlong clan have to send the news back. Haha. I suddenly feel that it's a good thing that the Greater One Sect has planted a spy in our Tianlong clan. Otherwise, I'm really worried that the Greater One Sect won't know that 28 of their disciples have died, but not a single one of our Tianlong clan has died. That's right. I used to think that if I knew who the Greater One Sect spy was, I definitely wouldn't let him go. But now, I suddenly feel that the Greater One Sect spy doesn't seem so annoying anymore. At this moment, the disciples of the Tianlong clan did not know that just a few days ago, 20 Greater One Sect disciples had died in the battlefield of Divine Kings, and at that time, not a single person of the Tianlong clan had died. For the people of the Greater One Sect, they already had experience. However, even though they had experience, when the elder on duty at the entrance of the Greater One Sect stronghold of the Greater One Sect in the Emperor Battle Plain discovered that the 28 soul beads that were placed together had all shattered, his expression changed greatly. Another 28 divine kings have died. Heavens! These people, they seem to be in a team. Were they all wiped out? How many people of the Tianlong clan have died? Greater One City was in an uproar, Greater One Sect was in an uproar. And with the news from the Tianlong clan that no one from the Tianlong clan had died, many of the Greater One Sect's higher-ups almost vomited blood in anger. But the Greater One Sect master's side was strangely quiet. Although the sect master's side was quiet, the people of the Greater One Sect understood that this was just the calm before the storm. As expected. 3 days later, the Greater One Sect master ordered that all the disciples of the Divine Kings who had not yet entered the Emperor Battle Plain, regardless of their cultivation base, were to form a team. To be more precise, they were to form a team similar to an army. And the leaders of this team, the Greater One Sect master personally named 3 people. 2 of them were core disciples of the Greater One Sect, and 1 was an outer sect deacon of the Greater One Sect. These 3 people were all outstanding higher god emperors of the Greater One Sect, and it just so happened that they had not yet entered the God King battlefield. Immediately, a huge team of over 100 people from the Greater One Sect entered the Emperor Battle Plain in a grandiose manner. The Greater One Sect master ordered this Greater One Sect's team of over 100 God Kings, if they do not kill all the people of the Tianlong clan, none of them are allowed to leave the God King battlefield. Otherwise, they will be killed without mercy. In the team of over 100 god kings, although the majority of them were not willing to be controlled like this, they had no choice but to face the situation. After entering the god king battlefield, not to mention killing the enemy, even if it was to survive, they had to risk their lives. The Greater One Sect Master ordered that the remaining disciples of the Greater One Sect who have not yet entered the God King battlefield, to form a team of over 100 people, led by 3 outstanding higher God Kings, and enter the God King battlefield to slaughter the disciples of the Qianlong clan. When this news was passed back to the Qianlong clan was also in turmoil. Especially the group of God King disciples who had not yet entered the God King battlefield, they were all in danger. Some of them even entered the Emperor battle plane at the first moment, preparing to join a few others to enter the God King battlefield before the Greater One Sect Master gave the order. This way, they could come out whenever they wanted. They were all worried that the Greater One Sect Master of the Qianlong clan would also give the same order as the Greater One Sect Master. They formed a large team of God Kings, and were not allowed to come out until they had killed 100 Greater One Sect disciples. However, their actions were still too late in the end. The entrance to the God King battlefield in Sky Dragon City was sealed, and no one was allowed to enter. The Greater One Sect Master has ordered that the entrance to the God King battlefield be temporarily sealed. All God King disciples who have not yet entered the God King battlefield are to form a team and enter the God King battlefield to kill the Greater One Sect disciples. As long as they kill 100 people, everyone in this team will be considered to have passed the minimum mission for the past 3 years. If anyone dares to desert, as long as they are reported and confirmed, not only will they be sentenced to death, but they will also implicate their blood relative. The Qianlong clan did not say that the God King disciples who had formed a large team to enter the God King battlefield could not leave until they had killed 100 people. Instead, they took out a practical reward for them. In addition, they also added a ruthless sentence to make this large team iron plate, and no one dared to desert. Kill. Soon, the Qianlong clan formed a team of over 100 God Kings and majestically rushed into the God King battlefield with murderous intent. There were 2 people in charge of this team. One of them had joined the Qianlong clan with Duan Lingtian. She was Miss 7 from the 10,000 Flower Valley, a God King level sect. She was also the daughter of Xue Haichuan's old friend. Coincidentally, she had not entered the God King battlefield yet. 7th junior sister, if there's any danger, come to my side. I'll protect you. The person who led this group of 100 people with 7th young lady was a young man in embroidered clothes. The young man was thin and slender, and his appearance could be considered handsome. However, his eyes were extremely dishonest. He sized up 7th young lady from top to bottom, causing 7th young lady to repeatedly frown. Miss 7 ignored the young man's good intentions. 7th junior sister, I heard that no one in the Qianlong clan has seen you remove your veil. I wonder when you plan to remove your veil? The young man in embroidered clothes was not angry when he saw Miss 7 ignoring him. Instead, he continued to blabber on. At this moment, the hundreds of God King disciples behind them who had quieted down could not help but frown slightly. This was the person the sect had found to lead them. Shut up. Finally, Miss 7 could not take it anymore. She said coldly, don't talk to me if there's nothing serious. If you keep talking, I'll pluck your tongue out. If you keep looking around, I'll dig your eyes out. Miss 7's sudden outburst shocked everyone. Although he had long heard of this 7th young lady, wasn't she always known for being gentle and beautiful? She actually had such a strong side. The young man in embroidered clothes did not mind. A bright smile still hung on his face as he said, 7th junior sister, if you want to pluck my tongue out and dig my eyes out, you'll have to be stronger than me. You want to try? Miss 7's voice turned cold. At the same time, she stopped moving. The moment the young man in embroidered clothes stopped moving, the team of 100 also stopped at the entrance of the God King battlefield. Chapter 3852. The young man in embroidered clothes was called Hui Yuan. He was the grandson of one of the Black Dragon elders in the Heavenly Dragon sect. He was also one of the Azure Dragon disciples in the Heavenly Dragon sect. He was only 9,000 years old, but he was already an outstanding superior divine king. Before Duan Lingtian appeared, only a few people below the divine emperor level in the Qianlong clan could fight him to a draw. No one could defeat him. Because of this, Hui Yuan was not afraid of Miss Seven. Also, Hui Yuan was a lecherous man. He had no resistance against good-looking women. For example, he had pursued all the good-looking female disciples in the Qianlong clan. Among them, there were some who got pregnant by him, but he forced them to abort their children. Because of this, Hui Yuan's reputation in the Qianlong clan was not very good. Although Miss Seven had only been in the Qianlong clan for a few years, she had heard some female disciples mention Hui Yuan. When those female disciples mentioned Hui Yuan, they would frown and show disgust. Seventh junior sister, if you want to spar with me, as your senior brother, I won't refuse. Hui Yuan was still smiling brightly. Senior brother who? At this time, a group of Qianlong clan disciples who were following behind could not stand it anymore. An inner sect disciple who was quite strong stepped forward and said with a slight frown, "We came here on a mission. If you and Miss Seven want to spar, there will be plenty of opportunities in the future. Now, if either of you is injured in the spar, you won't be the only ones who will suffer. We will suffer as well." As soon as the inner sect disciple spoke, a group of people immediately echoed his words. Not only were there people persuading Hui Yuan, but many others were also persuading Miss Seven. In the end, the two of them did not fight. Even Hui Yuan was afraid of angering the crowd. Show some respect. Otherwise, I won't let you off even if I'm punished by the sect. The seventh young lady coldly swept a glance at Hui Yuan, causing the smile on Hui Yuan's face to become even more radiant. As his gaze shot out, waves of scorching flames burned within it. This woman was really arrogant. However, the more arrogant she was, the more interesting it was. If the woman was easy to get, it would be meaningless. Seventh junior sister, there will be a day when you will wish that I would take a few more glances at you. Hui Yuan grinned. In your dreams. Miss Seven sneered disdainfully. At the same time, a purple figure involuntarily appeared in her mind. Ever since she had entered the Qianlong clan, other than Xue Haichuan, he was the only other person who had looked at her with a gaze as tranquil as an ancient well. They were both men, so why was there such a big difference? Sure enough, mother was right. There were no good men in this world. Duan Lingtian continued to wander around the battlefield of the god kings of the Qianlong clan ever since he worked with them to destroy the Supreme First Sect's team. During this process, he encountered a few more groups of god kings from the Qianlong clan. In addition, he also encountered two disciples of the Supreme First Sect's god kings. The two of them were together, and it was obvious that they had entered the battlefield of the Supreme First Sect after the opening of the Emperor battle plane. When Duan Lingtian discovered these two disciples of the Supreme First Sect, a team from the Qianlong clan had also discovered them. They wanted to compete with Duan Lingtian, but in the face of Duan Lingtian's profound teleportation, they were still half a beat too slow. Duan Lingtian successfully obtained the spoils of war left behind by the two Supreme First Sect disciples and left. The people from the Qianlong clan could only shake their heads and sigh at their bad luck. They had not discovered the two people first and were responsible for killing them. As for the fact that Duan Lingtian had killed the two of them first, they did not say anything even though they were a little unwilling. Not to mention Duan Lingtian's extraordinary status in the Qianlong clan, Duan Lingtian's current strength was so strong that they may not be able to do anything to him. Really unlucky to encounter Duan Lingtian. If it weren't for Duan Lingtian, those two people would have been our prey. Even after many days, there were still many people from the Qianlong clan who had been robbed by Duan Lingtian. Of course, the reason they were complaining was because it was too boring. Ever since they were devoured by Duan Lingtian, they had not encountered a single Greater One Sect's disciple. Have all the Greater One Sect's disciples gone into hiding? Even if it's a lone Supreme First Sect disciple, we don't mind, can't one appear? It feels like our luck ran out that day, and the prey of that day has not been hunted by us. A group of people broke through the air. While they were bored, many people also began to communicate. In a few words, they were all complaining about why they had not encountered a Supreme First Sect disciple for so many days. And perhaps their prayers had worked. 10 days later, they finally encountered a Supreme First Sect disciple. A lone Supreme First Sect disciple. This Supreme First Sect disciple was standing over a dangerous peak in a mountain range, watching them from afar. Until they approached and surrounded him, there was still no movement. It was like he was stupid. The few of you who are good at the law of space, disrupt the space, lest he is good at the law of space and teleport away. The leading disciple of the Tianlong clan bluntly ordered. Suddenly, the several people of the Tianlong clan who were good at the law of space began to disrupt the surrounding space, making it impossible for the people in the surrounding space to teleport. At this moment, the 32 disciples of the Tianlong clan were almost standing in all directions, surrounding the Supreme First Sect disciple in front of them. This Supreme First Sect disciple, dressed in a snow-white robe, had a handsome face. Facing the disciples of the Tianlong clan surrounding him, there was still a calm expression on his face. A moment later, when the divine power of many Tianlong clan disciples was rising, ready to move, the Supreme First Sect disciple opened his mouth, his tone cold and indifferent. If you can provide the whereabouts of Duan Lingtian, I won't kill you. These words stunned all the disciples of the Tianlong clan. A moment later, the crowd came back to their senses. When they looked at the Supreme First Sect disciple again, there was a change in their eyes. There was more fear and concern. Under normal circumstances, encountering such an insolent person, they would certainly think the other party was arrogant. But now, seeing that the other party had not changed his expression from beginning to end, and when he spoke, there was not the slightest sign of lack of confidence. In their minds, a name flashed almost at the same time. You are Shimen Longxiang? When the leading disciple of the Tianlong clan looked again at the white-clothed youth in front of him, his face was incomparably solemn. Although he was one of the best among the upper god kings of the Tianlong clan, except for Duan Lingtian, he did not think that there was anyone in the god king realm who could defeat him. But, in the face of Shimen Longxiang, he still had to be wary. 1,000 years ago, when Shimen Longxiang was only a middle god king, he had defeated all the god kings of the Tianlong clan below the god emperor realm, and there was no lack of people who were not weaker than him. In other words, in a one-on-one fight, the Shimen Longxiang of 1,000 years ago may be able to defeat him now. And now, 1,000 years had passed, and with Shimen Longxiang's talent, there was almost no suspense in breaking through to the upper god king realm. In addition, the other party's comprehension was not bad, and perhaps his attainments in the law of wind had deepened. Shimen Longxiang. In fact, the group of Tianlong clan disciples present, when the white-clothed youth calmly threatened them, had vaguely guessed the other party's identity from his clothes. Shimen Longxiang, the top genius of the younger generation of the Greater One sect, liked to wear white, had a handsome appearance, sword-like eyebrows, and a superior temperament. The white-clothed youth in front of them matched all of them. Coupled with his unquestionable confidence, they all felt that the person in front of them was most likely Shimen Longxiang of the Greater One sect. Yes. The white-clothed youth, Shimen Longxiang, raised his head and glanced indifferently at the leading disciple of the Tianlong clan. If you want to live, provide Duan Lingtian's current whereabouts. If you can't provide it, or don't know, then this will be your burial ground. Shimen Longxiang's voice fell, and his tone was still indifferent, as if he was talking about an insignificant matter. The faces of the people of the Tianlong clan changed. Shimen Longxiang, the leading disciple of the Tianlong clan, had a gloomy and ugly expression. I know you're very strong, and we even gathered so many people to join forces because we know you've entered the battlefield of the Divine King. But, if you think you can kill us all by yourself, I'm afraid you're dreaming. You can either leave now, or stay here. As the leading disciple of the Tianlong clan finished speaking, he raised his hand, and the group of Tianlong clan disciples surrounding Shimen Longxiang immediately stepped aside to make a path. If they could avoid fighting, they would rather watch Shimen Longxiang leave. After all, once they fought, even if they could defeat or even kill Shimen Longxiang, many of them would certainly die. This was not what they wanted to see. After all, no one knew who would die. Everyone was worried about themselves. I gave you a chance. Shimen Longxiang had no intention of leaving. But since you don't cherish it, then you can be buried here. As his voice fell, Bursts of cyan aura wrapped around Shimon Longxiang's body and swept up. In the blink of an eye, it had formed a tornado emitting a terrifying aura of destruction. Some of the Tianlong clan disciples who were closer were oppressed by the aura and retreated repeatedly. Some of the disciples with lower cultivation were blown away by the oncoming wind. Those who did not resist were fine, as they moved with the wind. Those who resisted were basically injured, and blood wildly spurted from their mouths. Attack! Kill him! The leading disciple of the Tianlong clan shouted with a grave expression, "High divine kings, all of you go forward and surround him. Attack with all your strength, don't hold back. Medium divine kings, interfere from behind. Kill him with all your strength. If we drag this out, we'll be defeated one by one. At that time, no one can think of leaving alive. If we fight with our lives on the line, there's still a chance of survival. If we cower, we'll definitely die." As the voice of the Tianlong clan disciple fell, he took the lead and rushed out. His momentum was like a rainbow, like a god of war. You're tuning in to the Celestial War YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.